I'm in second place and you pass me, what place are you in?
First.
First place.
Yes.
I'm in second place and you pass me. Well, how would you be in first place?
Because I passed you. I passed you, so I'm in first.
I'm in second place, though.
Congratulations. Now I'm in first because I passed you. I passed you. Are we running? Are we driving? It doesn't matter. I passed you. I'm in first.
If I'm in second place and you pass me, what place are you in?
Yeah, okay. So, y'all forgive me. Y'all see StreamYard has an entirely new setting, right? So, damn, like viewers be jumping up and all of that other stuff. I don't know what the hell happened. So, StreamYard has a new setting where it's allowing us to do vertical streams along with the whole landscape thing. So, y'all forgive me if y'all are watching on the vertical side and the graphic is all fucked up. Don't mind me. Don't blame me. We're going to get all of that stuff together and make sure that we got, backgrounds and all of that other cool stuff that displays properly on both sides because, I'm saying, the vertical, the landscape, blah, 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 blah. So, cool. Before we even get started, though, I want to remind everybody, make sure you guys like the stream, share the stream, support the stream through Cash App, Super Chat, Super Thanks if you are catching the replay. Now, this is going to be a cool one. I was actually just over at the LA Projects channel, and it was a very, very interesting topic. And what she had in the title was pretty much what I just put in this title. So it says like the Why Aren't You Married continuation show. So there were some questions that were asked. I guess it was when DJ Witch Doctor did his, I think it was the Women on Wednesday stream or something. And you had a couple of married women on the panel, that being Bomb Cherry and Chanel's Reality. And then you had a couple of I think you had one formerly married woman, and then you had some unmarried women that were also on the panel. So that kind of had its own, conversation in itself. Really wasn't any men that took part in that conversation that I saw. But what was cool about it, right, is because I believe from my own experiences, there are a lot of reasons why somebody is either married or not married. And then it can be like very few reasons. It really depends. Like a lot of this stuff is on an individual basis. And this is something that a lot of folks, especially on the internet, and this is my opinion, they really don't want to admit, is that there is no magic pill, there is no magic formula like that. There isn't, that you're going to find on the internet. Number one, to just get married, or to get women, or to attract men, or any of that shit, or even to be able to stay married. To stay married. A lot of people are like, oh, you find somebody that makes you happy. It's like, yes and no. Like, finding somebody that makes you happy, you gotta kind of know how to be happy on your own, or be happy, or at least have a vision of happiness and kind of be on your way to that before you can bring somebody else on that journey with you. That's what I would say, right? Give me a second here. This is what happens when you do vert, so you can get the fuck out. See ya. Yeah, don't ask me where these people come from. So we're gonna see numbers kind of go up, down, around, and shit like that, whether you watch it on the vertical or the landscape and shit like that. Moderators, y'all feel free to handle all of the bots, the trolls. I will probably mess with some settings and put this on subscribers only, and some other stuff, because people are gonna come in and just say random crazy shit. Feel free to ban and block whoever is on that other bullshit. Yeah, you can't see it because you must be watching from the landscape version. So I think the way it's coming up on YouTube, you're gonna see, like if you go to my channel, you're gonna see two different streams going on at the same time. Okay, you're gonna see two going on at the same time. And it'll probably look like identical streams, because there's a thumbnail uploaded, for both. But when you click on each one, you're going to see differences. So one is going to come up with the vertical, and the other one's going to come up, with the landscape and everything, where you see like, full screen. So whatever's easiest for you guys to watch, feel free to do so. We're going to be messing around with that setting a little bit. It's another way to I guess get views and kind of open up to other algorithms and some of that other stuff. But I thought that this was a very cool conversation, because when you hear a lot of the conversations on these panels, everybody seems to believe that there's some kind of one size fits all magic pill, magic formula to just finding the right person, getting married, staying married, and all of this other shit. And the fact of the matter is, that is not the case. This is chemistry. It's not geometry. And one thing, if you guys were paying attention in school, you could always check your answer. Like a geometry, algebra problem, that shit is either right or it's wrong. But when it comes to chemistry, yeah, you might have an answer that's right or wrong, but there is an exception to every single rule. And different chemicals are going to react with each other different ways. And a lot of folks don't want to understand that shit. So what's good for the goose isn't always good for the gander. So all of the whole, well, if you're such a catch, why aren't you married? I don't like when people ask that question to men, or when they ask that question to women, because it could be a lot of different reasons. It could be because they haven't found the right person. It could be because they're not the right person. It could be because they haven't found the right person at the right time. It could be because they're not the right person at the right time. It could also be just because they don't want to be married right now. They just don't want to be. That's not everybody's end game and goal. Some people just want to date. They want to live life. They want to have fun. Sometimes people don't even want to fucking date. They don't even want to date. It's just something that comes about. Now, I get it. The physical attraction and all of that stuff, it can make things easier, for you when you're dating somebody. Yeah, if you're a little bit more, if you're a little easier on the eyes than most other people, then you'll probably have an easier time, in dating than you will if you were an ugly motherfucker. That's a fact. That's a fact. But at the same time, it doesn't mean that that's always what you want, or anything. So I even heard when I was listening to it, I think LA, question, and what up, LA Project? I see LA Project's also in the building. Thank you so much for coming through, LA Project. I see Big Roasted Toast in the building too. Shout out to Mr. Center of the World. You know what I'm saying? My top moderator, Bridget M, also here. Appreciate that. We got We got Mrs. Say It Real 855. That's Mel. Shout out to Mel, by the way. You know what I'm saying? Who else am I missing? And Creative Solution 7.0. What up, Creative? You know what I'm saying? Appreciate you. And whoever the Video Gamer 13 is, say you just want the cooch. Hey, if that's what you want, it's cool. You know what I'm saying? Ain't nothing wrong with that. I think a lot of folks don't want to be honest with each other on that. You know, just be honest. Like, if that's all you want is the box, you know, hey man, just be honest about that. Eventually, you know, you'll find somebody that just want to give it to you or just want what you got. No, that's it. They might just want your money. They might just want to jump on it and get the fuck off of it. Whatever, you know. But it makes more sense to just, people need to be honest with each other. And first and foremost, you got to be honest with yourself. What up, New? Shout out to New. Shaka Nulu in the building. Shout out to Uda on the go, also known as One Community. You know what I'm saying? Also here, man. Shout out to you, fam. Always adding good insight to the conversation. You know what I'm saying? Appreciate you, Uda. But yeah, people just need to be honest, you know, with one another. There ain't no, like, you ain't gotta lie to kick it, Craig. You ain't gotta lie to kick it. Like, you really don't. And you got a lot of folks in this space that instead of just admitting that they don't know what the fuck they want, and this is one of the reasons why I don't really fit in very well on these panels, is because I will call out this type of bullshit, you know, and I will call out the bullshit that people be trying to get across, and disguise that shit as a productive damn conversation. People will pretty much just admit, if you grill them properly, like, look, I don't know what the fuck I want. I really don't. Have absolutely no damn clue. You know what I'm saying? I have no clue. And if I'm lucky, maybe I'll find somebody that'll tell me what I want or show me what I want or whatever the case may be. But most people don't know. You know, people are looking for happiness and peace in other people. And the fact of the matter is, man, you got to get that within oneself. And shout out to all the veterans, by the way. Happy Veterans Day to all of y'all. And shout out to the one and only L. Nix, something to think about. You know what I'm saying? With the $10 holla. You know what I'm saying? What does L. Nixon say? He says, I really wish unmarried people would stop listening to the few married content creators telling you that if you're not married like them, you don't have a real commitment. Some of them are the worst. That's one of the things that we were talking about on that show earlier. Hold on, let me get this super chat symbol up there. You know what I'm saying? Shout out to L. Nixon with that one.
Witness the sea walk of the incredible. Keep it gangster, dog. Keep it gangster. 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 I wanna thank you all. I wanna thank you. I wanna thank you all. I wanna thank you. Keep it gangster, dog. Keep it gangster. Keep it gangster, dog. Everybody say that shit. The city is a lit. West side is a lit.
Nah, hey, L. That is some of the realest shit, you know, right there. And that's one of the things that I was stating, because you got to keep in mind, a lot of folks that aren't even on here creating content, but they're creating conflict. You know, and the fact of the matter is, these spaces are primarily for entertainment. You know, if you're looking for like healthy relationships in here, I'm not saying that you can't find it, because people are people. You know, and if you got some decent people skills, or if you get lucky, you might be able to find, you know, either your significant other or even get some decent advice, you know, from some folks in here, or just maybe be able to engage in a good conversation. But what a lot of people don't want to just admit is this shit is a space full of trolls, man. Like, that's it. People be on here trolling, you know, trolling and trying to incite conflict so that way you can get engagement in the chat, you know, and get people kicked off. It ain't nothing, man. You know what I'm saying? And just start up arguments, because that shit brings the views, and it's nice to be able to argue with people about shit and all of that other shit. But that's another thing that I wanted to discuss, because a lot of times you got to be ready for panel warfare when this shit be happening. When you on a panel and you trying to have a productive conversation and actually speak from a genuine perspective, an authentic perspective, Understand that there is usually somebody, especially if the link is just pinned, that shit just dropped. What up, Flip Mode? Flip Mode action in the building. I'm gonna read that super chat in a minute too. But yeah, if you trying to get things from an authentic perspective, or you trying to speak from an authentic perspective, somebody will probably try to come up there and derail your shit, or somebody's just going to ask you an extremely shallow question or give you some extremely shallow answer just to see what reaction they can get out of you. So there's a lot of different ways that you can handle that shit. Okay? There's a lot. What up, Gail at Night? Shout out to Gail at Night. There's a lot of different ways that you can handle it. Of course, you can remove yourself from the situation. If you're the creator, you're the host, you can remove the other people from the situation. You can do what you got to kind of do and, grill people. You can moderate things and make sure things stay on track. You can allow things to get out of hand. I prefer to kind of troll trolls. So it really just depends on what their goals are, what it is they're actually trying to do, and kind of force them to stay on topic and keep up with the flow of the show. So let me go to read this super chat real quick. What L. Nixon say? He said, some married couples have better relationships. Most don't even focus on a solid foundation. They think marriage will fix and hide the issues. That is a fact. That is a fact, man. Shout out to L. Nixon with that one. A lot of folks do believe that it's just going to hide issues. You've heard that from a lot of people on here that want to flaunt their marriage and their ring like it's some kind of badge of honor, knowing they're 10 times more fucked up than a bunch of the single people that be in this space. All they did was find a companion to go through their life of bullshit with them. And that shit be temporary. That should be temporary. That should be having a shelf life. But they think just by saying, hey, I'm married, that will kind of, hide that. And that's not the case. That's not the case at all. Shout out to May, the alchemist. She said, I get tired of never married marriage experts. More facts. Right there, even more facts. Everybody's the expert on it. They can't tell you how to stay married. They can't tell you how to get through bullshit, how to deal with bullshit. You know what I'm saying? When it happens. How about, hey, especially when I hear this question right here, when I hear a lot of dudes say this shit, they're like, yo, well, it depends on, how, because look, I've seen dudes come on here and literally just look at a woman, like they'll check her Instagram profile or some shit, or they'll just see her avatar, or she'll come on camera. They'll be like, oh, I would marry her. It's like, yo, you would literally marry somebody based on looks alone. Like, are you out of your fucking mind? Like, I want to know how a lot of these niggas would handle shit when other dudes, work husbands and shit, be trying to hit on your woman like every damn day. Every time you're not around. Or when you're just out with your lady or whatever, and dudes just, because every now and then there's gonna be a bold ass motherfucker that will come up and try to hit on your woman while your ass is standing right there. Like, I'm talking about no motherfucking respect, bro. What you gonna do? You gonna fight every nigga? Remember, you wanted the most attractive woman you could find. So this is something that kind of comes with the territory. Yep. A lot of these dudes are not capable or aren't even secure enough to deal with that shit. But yet they're talking about they want to be in a damn marriage and a relationship, or they think that they're husband material and all that other shit, but have no people skills. What up, Candy Kane? You know what I'm saying? Candy Kane, Candy Lane. What up? What up? But a lot of folks don't really just don't have a clue, when it comes to that, have never been through that shit. He said, if a girl I'm with ain't getting hit on, I gotta dump her. That's a fact, bro. That's a fact. Because I'm gonna be real, I don't ever remember even, dating women, being with women, whatever, marriage, all that shit. I don't remember Like dudes not trying to, especially when they find out I'm their motherfucking man. Oh yeah, in a heartbeat, they gonna try. They gonna try. But I mean, if your woman is attractive and she got all of them traits that attracted you to her, what you gonna do about that? And I would say the same thing for the women too. Like, what would you do? What are you willing to do? You know, when it comes to a lot of this stuff, like what, you know what I'm saying? You got an attractive dude that's appealing to everybody, because I be hearing a lot of that, or even on these panels, they be hearing how a lot of these dudes be talking and shit, and they be like, yo, I don't think he likes women. You know, that is what it is. He don't know how to talk to women, and then that. I'm like, okay, so I guess you're a little more attracted to guys where every woman is comfortable around him. Like, he just make every woman comfortable. He just super fucking nice and appealing to every woman. How the fuck do you deal with that shit? You know what I'm saying? When you got the type of dude that women are throwing their motherfucking drawers at this nigga every day. And real shit, so, hey, some of them might just look better than you. Now, they might not look better than you to him because you're all he wants. But hey, you might look at him and be like, damn, you know what I'm saying? She looked pretty fucking good. And she seemed like she got her pick of a bunch of different dudes. Well, guess what? She might have her pick of a bunch of different dudes, but right now she want yours. And so does this chick. And so does this chick. And so does this chick. What's up with your sisterhood code then? Yep. Do us women stick together now? No. And then what happens, like a lot of people just aren't ready to give up their options in dating to make choices. Like they're just really not ready to do that shit, bro. And a lot of people don't want to admit that. And that's why I say there's a difference between options and choices. Like it's a big difference. And folks need to understand that. Like when you're single, I don't give a fuck, you're a man or a woman, you're going to have options. You know, you can date this, you can go on a date on Tuesday, you can go on a date with somebody else on Friday, you can go on a date with somebody else on Sunday. You don't have to go on any dates at all. You can do all of that shit. But when you with somebody, you're gonna go out with anybody, it pretty much gotta be them. You know? And a lot of people are not willing to give up their options because they make a choice. So all of that stuff, why haven't you been chosen? A lot of people aren't in situations where they want to be chosen yet. They don't want to be off of the market. So I hear that too, that a lot of people just, oh, well, they haven't settled or they don't want to settle or anything like that. Like, nah, man, some people aren't ready to look, man. Death do us part is a long damn time. Like that is the rest of your life. What's up, B-Love? But yeah, it's the rest of your life. So you got to ask yourself whether that shit is going to be another 25 years, 30 years, 40 years, 50 years, or whatever. You really don't know how much longer it's going to be, but are you willing to spend it with this person just to be able to go out in the world and say, yo, well, I'm married now. At least somebody chose me, you know, like that. Believe it or not, there are a lot of people that are with people that they cannot fucking stand just to be able to say, I'm married. Somebody married me. Somebody chose me. Somebody's claiming me. I claim somebody. That's bad, in my opinion. In my opinion. And I know a lot of folks are like, look, you know, being alone. You know what I'm saying? Being alone. Hey, I'm gonna address this too, LA Project, in a second. Yeah, I did drop the link. I'm going to drop it again. If I'm on the vertical stream, I don't know if I'm able to drop the link on the vertical stream, it's weird. So I might have to like put it on the community tab. I'll drop it right here. But I know, I think it was Genesis that said on LA Projects panel earlier, she said that a lot of people just aren't good at being alone. Like they don't even want to be with themselves. So because of that, they got to bounce from relationship to relationship. Boom. Like some people ain't gonna leave somebody or even put themselves at risk to be left by somebody unless they got somebody. Like some people just ain't gonna do that. And I'm like, isn't that some funny shit? Like that's funny. You don't even like being alone with yourself. What makes you think somebody else would want to be alone with you? You don't even like yourself. Why would anybody else like you? And y'all would be amazed. I've gotten more pushback from well, not as much from the dudes in this space, but I've got when I tried to preach to a lot of dudes in this space that a lot of y'all need solitude. You don't need a woman. You know what I'm saying? All this conversation about what women want and their needs and their wants and expectations are too damn high and they need to lower their standards. Like that's a bunch of bullshit. That's a bunch of bullshit. Don't even worry about all that. You know what I'm saying? You need to focus on yourself, get your own shit together. And when I say get your own shit together, it's not so that you can attract the right woman. It's so that you can kind of know, or you can definitely know what's going to fit in your life and what's not. The fuck? Yeah. And so that you can actually know. That's what that solitude brings. You'll see what fits because you're a complete person, your damn self. So if somebody's gonna kind of take away, from your peace, your solitude, or disrupt you from your journey, like basically if you're headed north and somebody's trying to take you east, west, or south, you're gonna know it automatically off rip. But if you don't have any direction of your own, you know what I'm saying, it's easy to be pulled in another direction or even the wrong direction, by somebody else. So being focused on, the whimsicalities and what somebody else wants, and you don't even know what the hell you want. You don't know what the hell it is you will and what you won't tolerate first, that's a recipe for disaster. Okay, so let me go back to that because StreamYard now has a new feature where it allows you to simulcast on two separate shows, right? So you can do a landscape stream, you can do a vertical stream all at the same time. Okay, so I did just drop the link. So if you do want to come up, I guess you would have to be looking at that from the landscape stream. I don't know if you're able to click it, on the vertical. Yeah, on the vertical. I don't know. But I did just drop it. You know what I'm saying? Shout out to Gail at Night, you know what I'm saying, moderating properly. You know what I'm saying? She just dropped that too. But that's just the way it is. So even when people talk about, look, there's a loneliness epidemic, not really. I don't think there is. If there's an epidemic of loneliness, it's mainly because people don't want to get the fuck off the internet and stop talking about relationships and just go actually get into one. Like that would make the most sense. Like go get into one. Things happen. Most of them end badly. It is what it is, but it's part of life. You know what I'm saying? You kind of get up and you get back on it. I always say, like, look, socialization and communication, all of that shit they're both a skill and a muscle. I was saying this in somebody else's chat earlier today, right? You know what I'm saying? It's both a skill and a muscle. So just like any other skill, it requires repetition, repetition and some kind of, You know, just you have to hone that skill. And you hone that skill by doing it over and over and over and over and over again. I'm not saying you got to keep getting out of relationships and into relationships and stuff like that, because a lot of trauma can be traumatizing. But you actually have to be able to do the same thing day to day, every single day. And the same with communication. Like, that shit it's a muscle. So you got to work it out. You got to work it out, and no pain, no gain. So even if you're like me, you're a great talker, you like to hey, you don't have to practice listening. You have to practice comprehending. You're gonna practice understanding. You know, you're gonna have to ask questions to understand. You know, to understand. Try to find common ground in which you can agree, instead of just asking questions and waiting for the answer so you can respond. Because a lot of people have that issue. They don't listen to understand. They just listen to respond. You know, that's another formula for relationship failure. And that's any type of relationship, by the way. Friendships, business relationships, intimate relationships, situationships, dating, all of that. But shout out to Creative Solutions. We got Creative Solutions in the building. What's up with you, sis? What's good?
Hey, so I was like, I'm gonna come up and let me start it off because I gotta go pretty soon. So I'm just gonna answer your question because it is a good question. The reason why I used to be married. I got married when I was really young. I was like 21 at the time. And from that experience, it taught me the things that I don't want and what I do want. And I'm not so fast to jump into anything. And I'm finding it nowadays that people don't want to do the work to stay in a relationship. And they don't understand that it takes work and consistency. And yeah, I just haven't found that person who's gonna do that consistently with me. So
okay, so I'm glad you came up. So let me ask you this. All right. Because all right, before I ask, I'm gonna make a statement, then I'm gonna ask a question. All right. Because I believe that water finds its own level. So would you believe that you've done the work yourself to maintain that same consistency that you're looking for in somebody else?
I would say yes. That's a good question. Yes.
Mm-hmm. All right. Now I'm gonna ask another question. Do you think that a lot of people speaking with, because that's cool. If you can answer that directly just like that, cool. I'm not even gonna argue with you. But even when you hear a lot of these conversations about relationships, because you would hear, I've been hearing that for years in this space. Like, people are like, yo, consistency, that's what I'm looking for. Would you say that a lot of people are looking for consistency, loyalty, sacrifice, all of those things, but not willing to put it in themselves?
Yes. Yeah, some people talk a real good game, and I find the people who complain the most are the people that you don't want to be in a relationship with. It's like I'm staying away from those people. Because the person that complains so much, like, you could do everything right and they still won't see it. Because they already got a negative mindset. So it's like, why are you going to put yourself in that situation? They just told you how they felt about relationships, how they felt about women, just how they feel in general. They just so negative. It's just hard to build with somebody who's like that.
I mean, look, all right. So this is just after being in these spaces for years, right? I done found that most of these people are full of shit. Like, they're just full of shit. They might, dudes and women, like dudes, and that's why I don't even like the gender debates and topics, because the dudes and the women are both full of shit in this space in particular, and even some other sectors and spaces. They will talk about how women are the problem, or how men are the problem, and all of this other shit, and then behind the scenes, back chats, discords, you know what I'm saying, when they fly out and meet up and all of that shit, they're like teddy bears with each other. For real.
So you're saying that they talk a big game online, but in the back scene, they trying to get together, or what they really looking for is companionship, but
Hell
they
yeah,
don't know how to get it. Is what
hell
you're
yeah,
trying to say?
absolutely. Absolutely. Or I think a lot of folks have the first grade mentality where it's like, hey, um, I like him or I like her or whatever, and I'll just pop him in the back of the fucking head because I like him. You know, it's what was that show on Nickelodeon, that Hey Arnold shit? You know, Helga
Oh
just
yeah.
bullied the kid, but she was really in love with him. You know, bullied on. Like that's what they want to do. They really, especially the dudes. I'll speak for the dudes. They really just want a woman. They're hopeless romantics. They want a woman that they can actually buy flowers for and shower and get her a new bag, and she can be dependent, and that they can actually fucking take care of her and pay all of her goddamn bills. And then they on here on panels and shit saying they want to go 50-50 and all of this other bullshit. Yeah. I would have to say that.
Okay,
And
that's good.
same with a lot of these chicks. It's like, hey, black men ain't shit. You men. Is it the men? It's the men. They just want to be loved. That's it. And a lot of them actually want to be cussed the fuck out first and then be loved.
That's
It's weird.
true.
It's weird.
Some people do things to get a reaction out of you, and I still think it's true. People get turned on by pissing you off or getting a reaction out of you. They be in the back scenes doing some weird stuff.
And I get it. It's human nature. People are gonna they're gonna get together. People are gonna get together. People are gonna talk. People are adults. They can do that. I just think a lot of folks are just kind of doing things for the camera, or just doing things for the show and for the numbers, and we taking a lot of this stuff too seriously and too personally. You know,
Mhm.
I always say there was a question that was asked to me a while ago, like, what if everybody in these spaces were to link up for like a barbecue or kind of like a reunion or some shit like that, and it's food, it's music, is drinks and all of that shit. Would people actually be arguing as much as they do on here? And I think
No,
the answer is no.
no, right? Everybody will be so happy to be in the presence of everyone, and that argument stuff goes out the window because it's like, oh shit, this is her right here. Oh, she mad cool.
Mhm. Yeah, I think people would be able to kind of speak on, and it would be more about what people have in common rather than their differences. And
Okay,
people would be
so
able to
I
see exactly what it is they have in common. People would find things to have in common with each other. And also, I look, especially in a space like this where it's all predicated on relationships. Hey, after about the first maybe hour, 2 hours, 3 hours of that damn get together, a lot of those drinks would disappear off the damn table, and then so would a bunch of them people there because they be done ducked the fuck off with each other. Real shit. Mhm.
you're right. I'm not gonna argue with you with that.
Mhm.
But I was gonna say, so I do, so I am kind of like, you can say I'm into the whole Cinderella story, whatever, because I'm just not looking just for like a partner. I really am looking for like love, but like a real deep connection, something that's unique, that, I don't know how to explain it, but when you meet somebody, you just know, like, that person is meant for you. That's what I'm looking for. I can't be in no just because we get together or you look nice, or that just doesn't do it for me, it just doesn't. And I'm like, to be in a 30-year plus relationship, you got to find something that's real and solid like that.
Let me read this super chat real back. I'm gonna go right back to that. Let me read this super chat real quick. All right. So L. Nixon said, people typically date in places they spend a lot of time at, like certain occupations. This is a part of conversation, part dating app. That's a fact. That's a fact. Just like, you know what I'm saying, to people that are, people that work together and are workaholics typically, date. People are on here, they're gonna link up. Now, to go what Creative Solutions just said, right? All right, so let me ask you, when you said you're looking for love and all of that special connection, is that something that you've had before?
I did have that. But when I talk about this, people be like, "You're crazy." But I had that when I was in, I would have to say high school. But then I left and I went to the military, so that relationship went left. I went to the military.
Happy Veterans Day. You're a vet. It's Veterans Day today.
Thank you.
All right. So you remember that in high school, right? Because I think most people are looking for that, but they've never seen it. So I'm like, if you've never seen it, or you haven't seen it since you were in high school, like, keep in mind, you were in high school, so you weren't a fully grown adult, and neither was the person that you saw that in. So chances are, at this point in your life, you and whoever it is that you be dealing with, or that you be looking for that in, it would probably be something totally different than what you felt in high school, because you're a totally different person than you were in high school.
Yeah, but you just can't shake the feeling. We used to have like be on the phone for hours every single day. Like, you will walk me to the train station every single day. The small little things that we take for granted today is the things that, help the relationship sustain.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I mean, yeah, I get it. You can have that. You can have that. I think, all right, so you're looking for something that you haven't seen in years, and would likely be something totally different, or at least in a different form than it was last time you saw it. Because you don't have to tell us how old you are, but you're X amount of years older, now. So
yeah,
it almost seemed like, all right, I'm gonna use a comparison here. Don't be mad at me, but it sounds like a junkie that's chasing the first high.
Yes, you're right. You're right.
You're probably never gonna get that.
You think so?
The junkie never gets that first high. They just just keep chasing chasing until eventually they just end up in rehab and detox, or just end up strung the fuck out.
Yeah, I'm chasing that high. I don't care. That might sound bad, but yeah, that's the type of high I'm chasing. Like, I don't know. Like, I want to feel drawn to you. Like, I want to be in companionship. Like, I want us to build something together. I have your back, you have mine. I don't know. That's what I'm chasing. I might sound delusional, and people might think that, but I don't care. That's just what I want.
I don't think you're delusional at all. I think, yeah, you will find that, or you can find that. I just don't think you're gonna find it in the same form that you're looking for it. Like, you'll find the feeling, but it's not gonna come in that form. That would be my opinion on it. Just like that feeling, just like when you were a teenager, you were in high school, and you probably weren't even ready for that. It's just something that happened, right? It's just something that happened for you. You weren't ready for it, and bam, it was something new, right?
And I don't want to sound delusional, but I did find somebody that was similar like that. But that's just a weird conversation, and I don't want to, it's like a spiritual conversation, and I don't want y'all to think I'm crazy.
I'm gonna go to May in a second. No, what I'm saying, I don't think you're crazy. I think this is where a lot of people kind of make the mistake. When it comes to, like, especially when you've gone through these things before, and it either didn't work out or whatever. Sometimes you just don't find people at the right times. Like, your timing is just a little off. That's why things don't work. But you want that feeling again. I don't think people understand that, like, nah, you kind of you want something new. You have to be open for new things, because looking for the same old things usually lead to the same old things. You know, so you have to be kind of like open to something new, because chances are that that person that's going to make you feel, or that's going to give you that feeling, is somebody that you've never met before. Never met before, never talked to. Like, they're going to come in a totally different form than that last person did. But you got to be open to be able to receive it. What's up, May?
Hey, what's up? Hey. What's up, Aunt T? Hey, creative.
Girl.
Hey. Yeah, me and creative, we be having all kind of conversations about this type of stuff all the time. Um, and I don't know. I guess I'll go with what y'all were talking about already. I was gonna come here and talk about these old motherfuckers complaining, but
You
um,
can, you can.
I'll save that after this comments or whatever we're talking about now. But um, the creative, I think, I don't know. I get so nervous for women, and I do say women, when I feel like I don't know. I'm not. Don't take it the wrong way, but I feel like we get caught up in like a fantasy. You know what I'm saying? Does that sound familiar? You know what I mean by fantasy?
Yeah, I don't take it offensive. That's what I said. Yeah, I might think I'm in Cinderella story.
Right. You're not alone. You're not alone. I think that we're taught that, we're socialized that we're supposed to get this like, really high emotional feeling. We're supposed to stay in some kind of euphoria state. This person is supposed to be the answer to all of everything we ever wanted in one person. And it's supposed to just be feel good, feel good, feel good all the time. And I don't know, but I think we kind of set ourselves up. It's not our fault, it's society. But we set ourselves up for disappointment because, not because people are bad, but the world is just more like gritty than that. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, but I don't care. I'm chasing for that butterfly feeling. So if I don't find that, then I don't know.
Hmm.
Butterfly feeling. But you think you can keep that same feeling for 30 years?
That's a good question. But I feel like once you have that and you know that's your person, I feel like it makes going through the tough times easier.
Well, if the condition of the relationship is that as long as you make me feel butterflies, then I love you. Then what happens when you don't feel butterflies? You know what I'm
So and
saying?
that's what I'm saying. Like feeling that butterfly feeling, you don't get it from everybody. It's like is you could only find that within a specific people in the lifetime. You'll find lust a lot, but you're not gonna find like real authentic love and.
So is it love or excitement? When you say butterflies, I guess I'm thinking you mean
Yeah, that's like
excitement.
love.
Girl, let me tell you something. In 3 years, 4 years, you're not gonna feel excitement. It's not gonna happen. Nobody, no human, no, no. Because people get real. They have their flaws in their everyday life, and you have been married. You see the person. You see them. Their goods, their bads, their ups, their downs. You see them coughing, choking, sick, and lost, frustrated. You see everything about a person, and they become a lot more real, and then things become more grounded. I don't know how you maintain a high. You know what I'm saying? Even with drugs, you got to go get another fix. I don't know.
Yeah,
I
and
don't
that's what
know.
I was telling
That's what
Auntie. I
I
was
was
telling
saying. I just
I
sound
was
like a
telling
joke.
Auntie that I was married, and that's why I'm not. That's why I want to get married for love because I was married and I didn't like it. I didn't want to sit through years with this person, knowing that that's not my person. Like I felt like it was lust in the beginning. It wasn't authentic, and I could tell by the way he treated me and the things that he did. Like you could tell if somebody like really sees you like that or if they just have you there. That's just mine.
Yeah, the part about butterflies, that's the thing I was wondering. How would you describe when you say butterflies? Maybe I'm misunderstanding what butterflies is. What is another word, a couple of words to describe butterflies?
I guess you like, like when your husband is coming home, or you guys got something planned, or you got, you look forward to it. You can't wait to see them.
Well, that's easy to maintain, I think. That's not hard to maintain.
I,
Um,
I, I, I don't know, man. Hold on. Let me go to
Go
Gabe, and
ahead.
then I want to check
Hey,
about
Oh,
that.
Gabe.
hey,
Hey,
There go Gabe. What's up, Gabe?
What up, Gabe? You want to throw something in on that? Put something in on this man.
Gabe, are you muted?
He keeps going back. Yeah, he's probably having some technical difficulties.
Oh,
Um,
okay.
yeah, with that. Okay, so it's one thing that you waiting on them to come home. Death do us part is a long time, right? So what happens when you waiting on them to come home? You're in a great mood, and he's pissed because of what the hell he went through today. Like, he's just pissed.
Okay, then he come home and he sees me and he like, okay, then he can explain to me what happened. I don't know. I feel like when you find your person, life
Creative.
becomes
You don't want to
easier.
talk about it, and that's kind of like why I cut you off in mid sentence, because sometimes this is hey, I don't want to talk about it. I don't want to talk about it. I don't even want to talk.
hey, what up?
What up, Gabe?
Hey, I'm back for a second.
Oh,
Every
right
time I
there.
touch a
Second, because you got all good audio now. But yeah, like what happens when it's like that? Because sometimes you can be in a great mood, and then somebody else is not necessarily in a great mood, and that shit can kind of fuck up your mood. And how do you deal with that? Because you're dealing with another person here.
like a leader, man. Can you hear me still? Hello?
Yeah,
Hello,
we can hear you.
hello. Now I'm about to say, like a leader, I mean, shoot. I mean, nobody has feelings that are consistent 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. So when one person is feeling down or up, or you just got to manage it. I mean, just like any other thing, like a business, you manage those relationships, you manage all those feelings and things. I know business is supposed to take feelings out, but at the same time, it's just, I mean, somebody not feeling consistently the same should not be a deal breaker for a relationship. You know what I mean? Like just because they might be feeling up and down or might be affecting your mood, don't mean that y'all can't work towards something that works for y'all. If that makes sense. Is that making sense, or am I speaking a different?
I'm
Does it sound
actually
crazy?
gonna try to make sense of this, right? Let me come on camera.
Okay.
And say it. All right. So, like she was saying, she said it's like she wants those butterflies again. Like, but what's the average lifespan of a butterfly?
It's short. It's
I don't
short.
think nobody should get married for no butterflies. I ain't gonna lie.
No,
I ain't gonna lie. Because that's fleeting. Yeah.
Yeah, Clem, I agree. It's kind of like I know we've been seriously, y'all men, y'all may not know, but women, we've been indoctrinated, with all the Disney, the princess stuff, and everything's so perfect and it's supposed to be like this, and you get this one person and you're supposed to invest and they're supposed to be your everything, you're supposed to be their everything, and it's all romantic and perfect. They sell that shit. They sell it in books, they sell it in movies, magazines, the perfect everything. And they set women up to fail, in my opinion, because there's nothing like that, I don't think, in the real world. I haven't, I just don't believe in that. I don't believe that's possible because people are everyday people. We got ups and downs and all kind of shit. We're not ever gonna just like be. I mean, what kind of pressure that puts on a person to be like, I need you to make me feel butterflies all the time.
Okay, how about this? I would want somebody who chooses me. Is that
That's too general.
You,
Because if y'all
you know when
married,
you, cause
yeah.
yeah, but I be seeing men in these relationships and they be treating their wives really bad. And I'm not saying all guys, but it's like when you really choose that person and you ride for them, like you got that person's back. Like
So what you saying is you want somebody to be crazy about you,
not crazy
basically.
about me, but know that yo, that's my wife, that's my girl. Like
I don't
you
know. You
understand?
sound. I get it to some degree, but I don't. I'm like, when would a husband not say that this is my wife? I mean, I don't.
I
Like you
don't
get
know.
married to
Guys
have
say
each other's
that and
back.
then they do things behind your back and they say things to other people and then it gets back to you and then you become a joke. It's an
Oh
embarrassment.
dang. Yeah, I
So you
don't
sound
know.
like
Yeah,
loyalty. You sound like loyalty is what you're looking for. You
yeah.
want loyalty. Loyalty.
Yeah, you can say that, yeah.
Yeah. I mean, I think that's a normal thing to want loyalty, to know I got your back, you got my back. It's sincere. It's not a game. You're the same person in front of me as you are behind me, and I
Yeah.
can trust you. I think that's normal.
I'm
Yeah.
just like, I mean, I think people need to understand like it's gonna be bad weather and it's gonna be bumps in the
Yeah.
road and all of that stuff, and it's gonna be times when either that person gets on your damn nerves or just life gets on your nerves or life gets on their nerves and
Yeah.
you get on their nerves. Like it's going to happen. And I like what Brenda said in the chat. She was like, "Hey, sometimes you got to get that man his space, and sometimes fellas you need to give your woman her space." But how do
100%.
you do that? Because those butterflies and shit can go away at time, or they just flew
It
away
will
for
go away.
It
yeah.
It
does.
will.
It's gone. It's gone.
They, I mean, like
Y'all said
the
it's
whole
gone and
why
y'all
aren't you married
I
thing.
don't know. I don't see. I can't.
Yeah, well,
There's
people
a
ask that like, why aren't you married and all of that other stuff, and it's like, look, everybody ain't ready to be like it's a lot of different reasons, and then it can also just be a few reasons. I like Creative's honesty. She was just like, look, man, she didn't find the person that gave her them butterflies, or made her feel a certain way, so she just hasn't had that feeling. But some people just aren't ready to be with one person, and some people just aren't ready to be that one person for somebody
That's
else.
true. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I don't question people who say I like being single. I want to be single. They're clear. I don't see no problem with. I don't think everybody's supposed to be married. I think for me, what gets on my nerves, at least online, is people who condemn marriage, who are single, and I think it's just because they can't find nobody, so they got to come up with all these reasons why marriage is bad, relationships are bad, the opposite sex is no good. That is the irritating thing, because we have evidence in this world that plenty of people are married. How happy they are, if marriage is a measure, you can't know that. You're not in a relationship with them. They could look, happy, like with Nita Bynum, and you beating each other up at home. So you can't ever judge whether people are happy, and people are not always honest. But if you're single and you're clear, what's the issue? None. But I get irritated when single people come up with these crazy, crazy ideas about marriage and they have no experience. That drives me nuts.
Yeah, like that conversation we was having with BGS on your panel. He was saying that what he said 70-80% of arguments are started by women. And he
Right.
gave a study that really said that women are the first to bring up an issue in a relationship
Hold up.
where that's a disc.
Gabe, I gotta cut you off right there. Hey, look, I'm
What happened?
goddamn busy. Somebody send me the clip that said he did. This is the same dude that said he was.
I gotta find it.
He's the same dude.
Wow.
That said, I don't take nothing that dude says. No, I don't.
Well, he streams up
He's known
regularly.
in the space to be
Yeah.
like just hate women.
Yeah, well, he's known. He makes regular streams about his ideas and concepts of marriage. And to May's point, he's never been married. He's never been married, and it's not bad to have opinions about marriage, but I think it is bad to have such inexperienced. It's like he's giving advice about something that he's never experienced. And I think
You can't be.
that's what the biggest issue is.
Yeah, you can't be an expert on something that you've not followed all the way through. You can't be. how can you be an expert on certain things? I mean, you kind of have to play the humble role. I guess, I assume, I don't know, but that's not what people do online. Everybody comes online like they got all the answers, and a
I
lot of
mean,
people don't have the answers.
I, I've seen people dating and or just courting each other. Some of them have been dating for years, no marriage, no nothing like that, and they have more healthy relationship going than people that have been married for 15 or 20 years. Like for real, I know folks that are married, they can't talk to each other about different things. Just like she was mentioning, they can't come home and tell the other one how their day was, and the other one just understands. You know, so marriage doesn't. To what L. Nixon said in the chat a minute ago, um, marriage can't, just because you marry somebody don't mean that's going to cover that up.
No.
I think a lot of folks they kind of get that twisted. They think just like being married is the end game and goal. No, that's the beginning.
Mm-hmm.
Like that's literally the beginning. That's the easy part.
And in a lot of cases, you don't want to hear every detail of everything from your spouse every single day. That's, I don't know. You have to establish what that standard is, because sometimes y'all both could come home tired and y'all really ain't trying to. Y'all just want to go to sleep. Y'all want to get a little hug, kiss, maybe a little prayer if that's what you do, and y'all go to sleep and call it a day and talk in the morning or something. So you got to establish that standard for you and your spouse, because it's not just all cut and dry, and it's not a one size fits all. Scully size fits marriage out there. You got to just figure out what works for you and them. So, yeah, man, I think it's just a lot of practicality that's missing, and a lot of strong opinions online about what marriage is, and it's just I don't know. People got to speak from experience, or just don't speak at all. It can be difficult, man. It can be difficult. It can be difficult hearing a lot of these perspectives.
Yeah, and even to go,
I agree.
what Tom just said in the chat. I hear a lot of stuff where people even want to talk about the whole Aisha Curry, Steph Curry thing. I know we really can't celebrities, but I'm like, people don't be knowing what the fuck going on with these people being married. But I can tell you this much, just what I've noticed from the outside looking in on their relationship. I never hear anybody bring up the fact that Steph Curry got a golf addiction.
Yeah.
Like that dude is an avid golfer. If you ever been with anybody that got that shit, that shit can be kind of rough. So maybe she being neglected as far as her husband is concerned.
Well, basketball in general. I mean, 82 games a year. Half of those are away games. You traveling. He playing year round. I mean, if it's a Olympics, you got to play overseas. I mean, I'm sure that they can go with him in certain cases, but many times he doing 1-2 a days and sleeping and got to do interviews. He got endorsements. There is definitely a level of neglect that I'm sure that she's experiencing. And, she might just find an outlet in, I don't know, talking about it on podcasts. I'm not saying what she's been saying has been amazing or correct. I don't know. Some of it sound a little wild, or it lacks context. I think she says some stuff that doesn't give a lot of context, that leaves a lot up for interpretation. Yeah. And it's just not very media savvy at times. But it's whatever. Yeah. Mm-hmm.
I agree with you. That's why I'll be like, that's why Beyonce don't be saying nothing. Because people take every little thing that you say and they misconstrue it.
Yeah, I don't even know why we as a people, we're average everyday people. Why do we care about what celebrities do, or think that's any kind of model of what not to do? They have such a different existence. They have a lot more money than a lot of us do. They got fame. They can't go nowhere and have privacy.
Yes.
Everybody's got a camera in their face. They quote everything they say. Everybody they're with, they're like, who is that? Is that unfair? I mean, you have no privacy, and you have demands on your personal time and your public time. Like you just said, the guy is on the road all the time. None of us are experiencing any of that. So why do we compare ourselves to any celebrities? None.
And before I go to LA Project, I'm gonna let her get in here. Her show actually inspired today's show, because I wasn't even gonna do nothing today, but I thought this was a cool conversation to have. Just like Gabe A just said, even just being a celebrity or one of the top athletes in the world, then you got a golf addiction too. All of that stuff require practice and all of that other stuff. So where you got 24 hours in a day, where do you really find much time for your wife? So maybe that's just her outlet and being able to kind of either say what's on her mind or get some attention on the internet or whatever. I mean, everybody doesn't know what the hell is going on in these people's household. You know, he might complain about it, or he might be like, man, cool, whatever. You know, I know she ain't like that when she get home. But what's up, LA Project? You got the floor.
What's up, y'all? Peace to the panel. Peace to the chat. What's going
Hello.
on? Hey. No, I mean, I agree. So from what I heard so far, I'm just getting back to the house. But yeah, I think the celebrity world is a horrible metric. We kind of use certain individuals because, of course, nobody knows Jeremy from up the street. You know what I'm saying? So we use people that most people know, but at the same time, to compare the dynamics is not going to be realistic. You know what I'm saying? Because like y'all said, you don't know what's going on behind the scenes in these people's houses, and they know each other better than any of us do. You know what I'm saying? So if Aisha, you know, if she vents or she's, you know, going, don't you think that Steph knows that she's going to be on this interview? You know what I'm saying? Like, he probably knows what types of questions. They're probably fine with it. You know, it's everybody else, you know what I mean, that's making a big deal out of it or trying to interpret what they can because of their own biases, in my opinion.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. And I'm just like, look, this dude got a career that requires a whole lot of, you got to devote time into that. Like being one of the top damn 10 basketball players in the world, that requires time. Then you actually got to perform the job that they pay your ass $50-60 million a year to perform. That requires time. And then he got his own other hobbies on the side. Like I said, he was a pretty solid damn golfer, and he kind of into that. That requires even more time, effort, energy, and everything else. So this chick is at home. She's a wife. She's a mother. You know, she's doing all of these other things. So maybe she does feel a little neglected, and she wants to kind of vent to a microphone and a camera. You know? And she probably don't put none of that stuff on her husband. Nobody knows. So to even comment on that stuff, we don't know. You know, we don't know. But if you can say something, LA Project, to what what you were breaking down, I'm not gonna fair use it or anything because it would take too much time to find the clip. But the whole "why aren't you married" thing, do you feel like people try to like maybe throw that in other folks' face or use that as like a panel talking point or something to maybe give themselves a leg up because they are married and a lot of people in this space aren't?
Yeah, I mean, I definitely think it's possible. You know, online is a weird space in general. It's people are reinventing themselves, or at least projecting or putting out there what they want people to see. So, you know, if they're married, then of course they've got a complete handle on their relationship, and you know, the gender roles are perfect and this, that, and the third. And then they encounter a single person who is opinionated, me. And you know what I'm saying? I've never been married before. So yeah, they want to put you under the microscope a bit. You know what I mean? And I think it's partially to like, I don't want to say humble, but like, yeah, like just keep in mind, you know, who's got this and you don't have this, you know what I'm saying? So, but I mean, I'm a person who wants to get married. So it's like, I don't look down on anybody who is or try to scrutinize or anything. So yeah, it's a little weird, you know, when I get asked personal questions like that. But it seems to be, you know, if people are married, then they've got something up on a single person. That's what it seems like, when nobody knows that the actual quality of their marriage. So
That's what I was going to ask you when you were talking. I was wondering, because sometimes people assume, you know, somebody wants to be married, but you admit that you do want to be married.
mm-hmm.
Yeah. And so I think that's a whole different, you know, situation than people just, you know, sometimes people want to be single and nobody even asks them. They're like, shit, I want to be single. That's why I'm single. But in the case of people who do want to be married, and then you have conversations. I guess it is a fair question. Why aren't you? Not like a judgment, but why not? Why not? If you do want to be married, why hasn't it happened yet? I guess that's a fair question. You think that's a fair question?
I mean, at the time, like I said, I took it the same way that you did, but when I kind of like, I don't know, started paying attention to it a little bit, I watched it back, and it was just more about like how it was worded. Like it was a lot of build up. Like you're so, you guys are so beautiful, and you're so this, and you're so that. So how come a man hasn't chosen you yet? So it was kind of like the wording as well. Like I kind of just went with the flow at the time because I kind of took it the way that you did. But when I went back and listened to it, I was like, wait, like because beauty doesn't really have anything to do with it. You know what I mean?
Right. So it sounds like it was a judgment. Sounds like a judgment question.
I mean, Auntie heard it. What do you think?
I think it's a loaded question, and it's an unfair question because why you're not married. It's not okay. So they'll try to say this. Okay, men hold the keys to marriage. Women hold the keys to sex. Blah blah blah. No, like why you're not married. Yeah, you could be the best looking woman in the world, and there could be a bunch of dudes that want to marry you, but do you want to marry them? Like you might feel like you're ready to be a wife and all of those things, but the guys that want to marry you, do you actually want to be all of those things for that dude right there? Or this pool, just like Creative said, she's looking for the guys that give her butterflies in her stomach. Yo, that dude hasn't come along. Or maybe he didn't show the interest, or maybe that dude did come along, and yeah, he's not ready to be married. He's not ready to be the husband, or whatever. So all of these things kind of have to line up, and to talk about it like it's just a damn geometry equation, like. It's the Pythagorean theorem where A equals B and B equals C, so A equals C. No, it's not that simple. It's really not. And if it is that simple, chances are your marriage ain't gonna last that long. Or you were just lucky. And that's part of it too. You do have to, when you're talking about a monogamous till death do us part marriage, yeah, you do have to get a little lucky and find the right person. You're talking about finding your damn soulmate out of billions of people on earth, or even a few 100 million people in damn America. So yeah, you're gonna have to get lucky, and timing's got to be right.
Yeah, I don't think it's that simple. I mean, I've heard that it is in certain people's cases. I guess if it just makes sense or whatever. But like I said, I mean, I don't know, and y'all tell me how y'all feel about this, but like living in like a big city versus like a smaller town, you know what I mean? Like the different dating options and just the things that are available for people to do or to potentially get distracted by. I've kind of seen a difference in like people who are more small town, they get married pretty quickly, start having families pretty quickly, versus people who live in bigger cities who just, like I said, they got more options, and it's just like there's so many other things that kind of, I don't know, knock marriage down a little bit because they might be chasing money, or they might be trying to chase fame, or what I'm saying, a position, whatever, what I'm saying, they might be just prioritizing other things. Do y'all think that there's like a difference, especially like when people are trying to look for a mate, if it helps in terms of geography and things like that? Options.
I'll answer it. And they can answer that.
Huh?
Anybody else can answer. Oh, Creative Solutions, you still up here?
Did that question make sense?
Yeah, I'm still here.
Do you want to answer that?
Yeah, I can answer that. So I live in kind of like a city kind of, and I would agree with you. There are a lot of options, and in a small town, it's less options. So you exactly know who you're gonna pick and who likes you. So it is a little bit more easier. But I think if you have a goal to be married and you put yourself out there with the right timing, you will find the right person. So I don't think the location has anything to do with it. But in a small town, marriage is easier because everybody in the town. Nobody,
I guess. I mean, I don't know. Maybe it's because I brought this up before, but like I went to high school like a little bit outside of Atlanta. So, when I say that, people are like, oh shit, Atlanta, like no wonder, you know what I'm saying? Like, because if you're a
Mhm.
young man, there's bottle girls and strippers and, you know what I'm saying, models and there, music videos are being shot, movie, like everything. There's just so much stuff going on. You know what I'm saying? So like in my situation, I don't think, it was like a good space to, I'm not saying that you can't find anybody, but like, that's why when I went to college, like I was already engaged. I was like, okay, this is going to be it. Like, I don't have to look for anybody else. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
But it ended up like that. So technically I was moved out to a small town. Maybe like what I was in, if anybody's familiar with Georgia, it's just like 45 minutes away from Savannah. So it was in a small town. But at the same time, like when I went back to the city, it was that's when I realized, oh, all this shit is going on. Like, no
You must
wonder
be you must be
it
talking about
was.
Fort Valley.
No, I went to. I'm talking about Statesboro.
Oh, Statesboro. Okay, gotcha.
Mm-hmm.
Mm.
I got a quick
Yeah, well,
question. I know you was
I
talking
can.
about butterflies in people's bellies and butterflies in the stomach. Online, there are a lot of different characters, and this person who's in my avatar, his name is AB Media. He's very opinionated about women and their selections and food and child support. Does this gentleman's picture does it do anything for you
Ah,
here?
Gabe is Gabing.
No, I'm just saying this gentleman.
BGS cool coming over here. Come on
This
now.
is one
This
of
is
the
not your
Listen,
conversation.
he's one of the BGSites. I'm just saying, like, it's very difficult when you are getting opinions about women and marriage and about standards from a gentleman who it's hard to get the butterflies here. I'm just saying that's all I gotta say. I'm just saying I feel for y'all ladies out here. That's all I gotta say. That's all I go back. Sorry. Just got my troll moment and I'm off there. I'm off it.
But
But you
Gabe,
guys are
look,
being
that
productive.
they
Yeah.
Gabe, thank God dudes like that are just online for the most part. Hopefully we do not, as women, run into these dudes in real life. And I think if we did, we know how to get the hell on, I hope. I hope. But I want to say about Atlanta. I live in Atlanta. And so you said geographically, yeah, when it comes to, if you ask somebody who's in Atlanta why they're not married, it's probably because we have a plethora. I don't know if y'all know this, but there are so many successful black women overpopulating Atlanta. I mean, it is fucking ridiculous. We talk about putting them on planes and sending them out of here sometimes. And I would say not only is it like a whole, and I love the black women, they're beautiful, but I'm just saying its competition is high, very high. And so it's very difficult dating in Atlanta, probably because most men can have three, four, five different women in rotation. And not
Mm-hmm.
only that, keeping a husband is even more difficult in Atlanta because these women absolutely love an established man with a wedding ring on. They do. They
Yep.
love them. So you're gonna, yeah, geographic. It's lots of blacks here, and then I should mention we have a lot of gay men. So for some black women, you have these DLs and all kind of other, black men. They're here, but you don't know what you're dealing with. So that makes it difficult when you have a high black gay male population. So geography absolutely does matter. Yep.
Okay. I appreciate that. Yeah, I wasn't sure. Like, I know it's not the same everywhere, but it's just I don't know. Like I said, my mom lives in a smaller country in Ohio, a smaller town in Ohio in the country, and like my nephew went to high school out there and stuff like that. So I'm kind of familiar like with what his friends was doing and what I'm saying, stuff like that. And they was getting together, you know what I'm saying? Like and they was just worried about getting a good job, going to work, coming home and living simple life. You know what I'm saying? So like the priorities, it seemed to be a little bit different in my opinion. So I don't know. I might have been kind of doomed from the start. Like shit.
Well, okay, so I would say this. Yeah, location is definitely, well, you know what? I would say it doesn't play as much of a part as it used to.
Or they is.
You have the internet. I see, like, if you were to go back 20, 25 years ago, even 30 years ago, if somebody tells you they met somebody online, like that would usually be a red flag or something like that. And now it's common. It's common.
Mhm.
You hear it.
Yeah.
Just more often people meet online, they get together, and everything's good, you know, because not only is it easier to meet people, it kind of expands the dating pool, but also it's easier to blend lives now because so much stuff is done in the comfort of your own home, and so many things are just transferable. You're not necessarily stuck in the town or city that you work in, or with a profession, or something. So people can, more so like either pick up and move and kind of blend lives together. I think a little bit easier.
It's really common, like online, so I met my wife in person initially, but we continued our conversations online when Facebook was the thing, because we were geographically in different places. She was in Michigan, and then she was in Texas, and I was in North Carolina and in Pennsylvania. So we were doing a long distance thing, but online, like Facebook and just meeting up and everything. A lot of those additional, like the facilitation of our conversations and our relationships was, sharing funny videos or doing video chats and doing all types of little ways to communicate that online makes it possible to do. So yeah, it's just normal now. I mean, yeah. But it's also availability too. Cause I think it's a lot of ladies that I knew growing up that like, they were very much, they had a lot of wifely characteristics, but they was just in their house all the time. They weren't getting in front of the people that would want to choose them. So, having some type of active way of exposing yourselves to the audience of men that you want to choose you is really important too. Because some women just be indoors. They just be inside all day, all night long, and then be like, no man's picking me, because they don't see you. You ain't nowhere to be found. You chilling. I know that's you going to work, you going back home. Yeah.
I admit that. That's I'm like, I don't go many places, so so but I also have kids. My kids are getting bigger. So that's just another thing to kind of add in there. So it's like, at one point in time I was just like, you know what? And sometimes you got to take a hit, I focus on making sure they're good. You know what I'm saying? Making sure they getting attention, making sure they getting, everything that they need, versus trying to juggle them and trying to get to know somebody else and integrating them into the family. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's a lot. So
it's a lot. It sounds like, I've
accepted that if I have to.
I mean, and also like with this, the whole small town thing, I think it's just, if you grow up in a town where everybody kind of knows each other, or you just live in a town where people know each other, it's just a little bit easier. Like, I can remember just when I was younger, if I was dating a girl, young woman, whatever, my grandmother, my mother, the first question they would ask is, okay, she's pretty, but does she come from a good family? So like the families would kind of get together, like you don't just know somebody, you also know their family, similar upbringings, all of that stuff. You're just going to have a little bit more in common. Whereas, the city life, it's a little bit different. You can meet somebody, but you might be on totally different planes, like just totally different sides of the spectrum, if that makes sense. So I think, look, sometimes the more options you have, the tougher it is to make a choice. Like, people think it's easier to, when they mention, okay, a beautiful woman, for example, they're like, oh, well, you're pretty, you're beautiful, why aren't you married? That shit can make it a little tougher to get married and find the right person, because now you got all these damn suitors, and the same with the dude. When they talk about the high value men and all of that other shit, you know what I'm saying? You're tall, you're handsome, you know what I'm saying? You're in great shape, you got all your money, everything's straight. You got all these damn women. That can make it a lot tougher to make a choice.
You know what? Now I feel guilty because I have asked certain men, why aren't they married? But for me, it was just like, okay, you're a certain age, you're established, you don't have any kids, you live in a decent area, you got all your bases covered in terms of, housing, vehicles, whatever. So for me, it was just like, damn, like, with all that going on, like, why haven't you found somebody? That sounds like a catch. You know what I'm saying? So, but now I feel like I said, now I think about it, I feel guilty.
I
Because
mean,
I
if
know how it feels for me to
everybody-
be an actor. I'm like, shit, because
if everybody's trying to catch you, I mean, how does that? Okay, it's just like if you're hiring for a position for a job. It's one thing if you got 2 applicants, but what if you got 100 qualified applicants? Is that easier to pick? You know what I'm saying, the one person, or does it make it tougher? I would assume the more applicants you got that are qualified, that's going to make it a tougher decision.
yeah. I had to think about that because I'm like, damn, I do that. I'm just being honest.
I mean, I just think a lot of folks don't take all of those things into consideration. I would assume that just if it's just because a lot of folks, let's keep it real, in these spaces are just extremely shallow. They think it's all about looks or it's all about how much money you got or whatever. I would say it's the more mature you are, it's just going to be more to that. There's going to be more to that. You're going to be able to look past either what somebody's got in their wallet, what they do for a living, or just the aesthetics, or what you know what I'm saying, what they look like. You're going to actually be able to see the person for who the hell they are. But just the more people that are coming at you, and let's keep it real. Most people don't really want to give up their options to make a choice, because as soon as you make a choice, all of your options are off of the table. So most people want to have their cake and eat it too, if they're able. It is a lot easier to be single, and just like creators said, you got this one dude that gives you the butterflies, but you got this other dude that takes you to the damn fine restaurant. You got this other dude that's just nice as all hell. He's just nice as all hell. And you got this other guy that, you know what I'm saying? He looks good. He looks good, but at the same time, he's not really ready to settle down, but he may be ready to settle down one day with you. I mean, it kind of, I'm just assuming, I don't see how that makes it easier for you to choose.
I mean, no, that definitely wouldn't. I mean, considering all of that, but at the same time, how come that isn't seen? The whole concept of having your cake and eating it too. How come that's not seen as delusional? Because, like, I mean, yeah, it's technically possible, but like for how it's not sustainable. You know what I'm saying? Because everybody's going to get older. Your needs are going to change, and it's like you can't always have what you want. I think that's kind of delusional. How come that's not seen as delusional, but like wanting the butterflies is kind of seen as a fantasy? Does that make sense? Because like, I mean, regardless of you could be a multimillionaire, right? But like, you still probably can't have everything that you want. You know what I'm saying? So like, maybe you can in certain capacities or whatever, but you're dealing with a whole human being who has their own personality, brain, autonomy, all that stuff. So it's like, can you really have your cake and eat it too? You know what I'm saying?
I think that marriage is a practical thing. And I think that people who are impractical are not the best qualified for marriage. It's an institution.
Mhm.
And I think we assign in a lot of feelings and a lot of needs, and people filling gaps and all kind. We have assigned a whole lot of pressure for somebody to sign up to be our spouse. In the Western countries, we want way too much. And the truth of the matter is that in my opinion, marriage is a practical institution, and it's for practical people. And I don't think that people who are impractical gonna last very long, because you're gonna be disappointed. You know, a lot of stuff is gonna disappoint you, and that's when people say, "Oh, I don't feel like I used to because the first 2 years I felt high, and now I don't, and I want out of this marriage." So, if the conditions are tied to a lot of perfection and not practicality, I think that it's doomed to fail. I really do. And Western people assign a lot to marriage. You look at some of these people from other countries, they're like, are you male? Do you have a working penis? You got a job? You got a good family? You know how to act and you're respectful? Okay, we can work it out. That's my thought.
No, I feel you on that one. It's just funny, like, depending on like I said, just listening to some of these conversations. I definitely that's one thing that I notice that a lot of people want. They are chasing that perfection. And I'm just like, that's fucking delusional. I say that men are in Disneyland as well. You know, it's not just the women who got sold all the fairy tales and dreams about Prince Charming. You know, it's the men who got sold stuff too. And so like, yeah, that chasing that perfection and wanting that guaranteed sure thing. That's what I hear most people nowadays express. And it's just like, bruh, like, do you know what that's going to take? You know what I'm saying?
That,
Like,
that's a good point. You're right. Men have a lot of fantasy, and I hate to break it to people, but in my opinion, I think most married people are pretty mediocre. Most of them, most people who settle down are pretty average every day. They're not the walking around here as tens. That's not who you see married. Most married people are pretty average. You know, that's what I think.
I think
And
most people are
some of
pretty
some of
average,
them are
to be
actually, yeah,
honest.
some of them are actually ugly.
Damn.
Hell
You
yeah,
don't want to
hell
do
yeah.
that. You know, finna do that. You know, I think that most people in general are average. You know what I'm saying? Of course, we spruce ourselves up when we want to, but if we were just walking around, man, please, like I'd have a messy bun up. You know what I'm saying? Like it would be different. So I think most people are average, to be completely honest.
Well,
I
hold on,
agree with you.
let me go to Uda real quick, and I'm gonna step away for a second. Y'all got the floor because I actually got mature people on the panel, so I ain't got to worry about y'all talking over each other too much. I'll be right back. But Uda, bro, you got the floor. I'll be right back.
Salute, salute. I was just to say, man, it's a great conversation. You know, shout out to everybody on the panel in the chat. It's a great conversation. You know what I mean? Especially when I think it was Creative that was saying it. Like she wanted the butterfly feeling, which is good. You know what I mean? I think we all want that. We all would want it, or we probably some people experienced it, maybe at a young age. We've experienced it. But when we think about it as well, you know what I mean? Some people are, let's say people are in arranged marriages, right? And you don't even know this person, right? And they don't even have that feeling towards each other, but yet they gain having butterflies for each other. So it's not just an instinctive thing that could just happens on the whim, you know what I mean, or the spot of a dime. You know what I mean? I think it's something that can be gained too as well, you know what I mean, if you work towards that feeling.
Yeah, I don't yeah, but like that's kind of like when I heard her say that, I don't know, the first thing that came to my mind was the saying absence makes a heart grow fonder. So it's like I think that, I mean, I'm not saying that it's impossible, to have those feelings, especially around your person, if that's what you want, you know what I'm saying? But like, I think, if a couple was, focused on their own missions, busy during the day, you wake up in the morning, you individually take your showers, do your stuff, you meet in the middle for coffee and maybe a bagel or two, you know what I'm saying? You hit the separate road, separate directions so you can handle your business. Then as that buildup comes, and be like, baby, I can't wait to see you. You know what I'm saying? Like, I was thinking about having this for dinner and blah, blah, blah. You know what I'm saying? Whatever the case. And that's when the butterflies can start developing. But if you're expecting like majority of the time together, those butterflies are going to come and go. I don't know. The absence makes the heart grow fonder kind of just came to my mind. So I'm not saying like, I think it's possible. I mean, everybody likes that feeling, to get excited, you know what I'm saying? To go somewhere, do something, wear something, experience something. So I think that's cool. Go for what you want.
I agree with you when you say that you have to put effort to get I guess you would say, appreciation. I won't say butterflies, I'll say appreciation or the renewal of appreciation. So I could say in my marriage, me and my husband, we have a weekly date, like a lunch date when my daughter's off at school. So I usually am the one that picks the restaurant. And so I always look forward to that. And I may look like trash all week long, wearing, yoga outfits or whatever. But on
Looking
that day,
average. Come
yeah,
on,
looking
girl.
average.
Put your hoodie on, you know what I'm saying?
Right. Yeah. And it's like on those days, that's my day to shine. I'm just being real. We've been together 20 years. So that's my day to shine. He'll see me in my best light and all that on those days. So I intentionally do that and we set aside time for each other and we both look forward to it. And we have like adult conversations that's not focused on the kid. And it's like us again. And I like that.
Yeah.
It's carved out. It's carved out just for us. And so I like that. And that keeps it fresh and gives me something exciting to look forward to every week. And then the other thing is, me and my husband are both world travelers. So I don't travel as much because we have a kid now. And I don't like, as a mother, leaving her because then I have to call every 5 minutes. What is she doing? Let me get a picture and stuff like that. So I
Yeah.
let him go. I let him go. And he travels. And so my husband goes off like spontaneously because he works for airline. So he can fly anytime. So he will say, I'm going. And it's at any time. And he will go off for like 5, 6, 7 days, just open. He's retired, I'm retired. And so when he comes back, oh my God, the appreciation I have is back. Like, I guess that's me getting my butterflies back. I don't realize, like, I had to take the trash out when he was gone, and I realized I appreciate every little thing. The security I feel, I don't feel that when he's gone. I mean, when he's gone, I don't feel secure. Every little noise, I'm like, what's that? What's that? So I appreciate everything, not just, romantic stuff, but actually everything he is and does. I appreciate it. It's like a renewal. So that's kind of how I deal with that.
Yeah, I think that's beautiful that you guys actually like considered, you know what I mean, the totality of the time that you spent together plus your own personal needs. You know what I'm saying? Recognize what's going on in the relationship and hey, we need to get some sauce back. You know what I'm saying? We need to get some spice back. Like kudos to y'all, like seriously, because a lot of people they ignore those things. They don't want to have the conversations. They don't want to be vulnerable and be like, you know what, babe, I do miss us in high school. You know what I'm saying? The high school us. Let's have some rules. No phones, no kids, no this, no, you feel me?
Yeah.
Just us. Like
Yep.
I think this is beautiful. Like especially you said 20 years.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah. Keep it going, man. That's how you get to 50 right there.
Well, I'm
We
gonna
went
play
from
devil's
black. We went from black hair to gray hair.
I'm gonna play devil's
Everywhere.
advocate.
You feel me?
We want to say kudos for them doing that, but how you give kudos to people doing what they supposed to do? That's what's supposed to happen in a marriage. Okay, you're supposed to be doing things to keep that shit going and keep it spicy, because marriages are gonna be full of relationships in general. They're gonna be full of a lot of monotony and all of that stuff. So you should be doing things to surprise the other one, make the other one feel good. Kind of keep the spice going in there, not just in the bedroom, but just period. The same old shit every day is going to get old to somebody, to everybody at some point.
Yeah, I mean,
Shout out doing it the right way. I'm not saying there's anything wrong. It's only I can only give your butt so much kudos because that's what you're supposed to do, and that's why.
But on the previous stream, and what I'm saying, we mentioned that everybody's marriage is going to look different. So for us outside to be like, that's what you should supposed to be. What if they don't require that? In their point in their marriage, because some people spend more time together than others. And then, once they get to that 20, 30-year mark, they're just like, okay, I done been around you consistently for X amount of years. You gone, go play golf. You know what I'm saying? Go do your thing, whatever. So everybody's marriage is different. So you think it's really fair to say that's what they should be doing?
Yeah, that is what you should be doing.
Mm-hmm.
I think that's more than fair. But I'm not saying there's anything wrong. I say shout out to them for doing it the right way and not losing sight of that, because it's definitely the right thing to do. But like I said, that's what you're supposed to do, in a marriage. What up, Malik? I got Malik in the building. Shout out to Malik. 5-0.
What up, my guy?
We got some stamps on the deck, them old stamps too. We got the book.
So I just want to say a few words if you don't mind.
Go ahead.
Because I'm married, I kind of get what Miss LA is saying. The other lady who's been married 20 years, I get what you're saying about people are supposed to do it while I give kudos. And the guy up in the corner who was doing the little amigos whip, I get everybody's point of view. But the one thing I did when it came to marriage is we was friends first. So our friendship led to a marriage. And then I had to be mindful that just because you get married, the work doesn't stop. So like what I think the lady said, her husband flies away for days at a time because he's retired. He comes back and she's appreciative. All of those things help a strong, healthy marriage to me, because you get to miss her, she get to miss you. you done went off and did this and that, and y'all get a chance to catch up like y'all had never been apart. And that's because each one of y'all still got a marriage together, but outside y'all got your own little life. So I think that's the key to a healthy marriage. And I think the lady Miss LA was saying how she has all these things, and I don't know if she's married, but as a man, like when I was looking for a wife, which I really didn't look, you look for that average woman. You don't look for nobody that's flashy and flamboyant. You want somebody that's going to match you, because the key to it is if you don't have it, are they going to leave? Because if you meet somebody and you got all these things, just say when the time go rough, are they going to leave you because you don't have them? And I'm not saying that it's always like that, but that was always something I thought about. Like if you go into a relationship and you got all this to offer this lady or vice versa, suppose something go wrong, are they going to abandon you? Are they going to walk away? Because at the end of the day, some people get with people because of what they have and not who they are. And I'm not saying that that was the story for anybody else.
I'm not sure.
Real quick, let me read this super. Unk B Streaming, also known as Red Pill Ranger, he had something to say to May, but shout out for the $5 holler. He said, May, I've been married for 22 years. Me and my wife get a hotel once a month and have that dating hotel sex. Y'all should try that. Shit is fire.
Shout out to you, man. Shout out to y'all. Shout out to y'all. But what I take from what you saying and from what May's saying is that, yeah, it's that friendship, you know what I mean? Because I was going to speak to that point too. So even when Stamps came up, you know what I'm saying, and speaking to that point, what brings us in a relationship from the beginning is the friendship. When we get into a relationship, we begin to lose that. And then, you know what I mean, you got to be able to get that back, or, you know what I mean, be able to communicate and find that. So that's why I celebrate that. You know what I mean? Being able to withhold it that long and have the relationship that long and then find it and bring it back. Y'all set out time to communicate with each other. He's setting out time to oil up something. You know what I mean? He got a little date night on the oil ups. I'm not mad. But just getting back to the beginnings, getting back to the freshness of that, I think that's a beautiful thing. I think that's dope, man.
Yeah, I think so too. I ain't gonna lie. I think that's cool. And I can remember that time too. Like those are just what Unk B Streaming mentioned. Just being able to go out, get the babysitter for the Friday or the Saturday or whatever, and you ain't got to pick the kid up to the next morning or something like that. Hey man, y'all get a hotel room, y'all take a ride, whatever the case may be, and y'all just end up where the hell y'all end up. It's cool. That does kind of bring a little bit of spice. And yeah, every now and then, man, I have to, new positions, do it on the floor, all of that shit. It's necessary to kind of keep stuff going, for both men and women. Like that shit is necessary. So I don't think it's it's not a one size fits all thing, but you gotta keep that excitement in there. It's like, who the hell wants to wear the same damn pair of jeans every day for the rest of their damn life? At some point, you're gonna need to go to the damn store and you're gonna have to buy some new clothes. Like at some damn point, and the same rules apply in a relationship or a marriage or whatever. You're gonna have to do some new stuff. You're gonna have to surprise somebody. Like you just gotta have to do something. You gotta have to do something that's unexpected. It's important.
Yeah. I have a question. Have y'all heard narratives that people have had who are married or used to be married, and they sound like the person they're married to? As soon as they see them, they want to run the other way. Like that person irritates them. They get on their nerves. Have y'all heard people talk like that about their spouse? Have y'all heard that kind of stuff?
Yeah, unfortunately. Not
kind of like they
not in detail, but you can get the gist. You know what I'm saying? When like I've told me and Auntie, we've had conversations about, we both used to bartend back in the day, and me being as a woman at a bar, I see a man with a ring and I'm like, okay, give him his drink. I'm like, oh, congratulations, like how long you've been married. And it is just like the response was always negative. And I don't know if they was just doing because they thought that was going to be like a response that I would like to hear or something. I don't know, but I was, like I said, I believe in marriage and things like that. So it was just like, damn, like, why is the response always so negative when that's the person that you chose? And you know what I'm saying? Like, I get it. Everything ain't supposed to be perfect all the time, but like, why so down? I've definitely, I've heard stuff, but not in great detail.
Like, a lot of times, that's why old boy be at the bar. Come on, you bartender, you know. I know how that shit is, man. He's a bartender.
Hey, I'm sorry. I'm just, I'm you know how I be
drink
humble.
away the sometimes.
I'm humble over here.
That's why he said so. Bartender just gotta listen, like, for real, because sometimes that's what it is. They just want to get away. I understand that, but sometimes it can be negative. I've seen, I can remember even just listening to my uncles. Hell, the marriages that they were in, like when I was young, they couldn't stand their damn wives. Couldn't stand them. And growing up, I used to think that shit was normal. Like, okay. And then, we grew up and watching Married with Children and shit like that. So it's like, whatever, they just on their Al Bundy shit. Like, whatever.
Great example. Great example.
That's
miserable.
Yeah. Like, dude couldn't stand his wife. Like, for real. She had to pretty much hold him hostage just for him to go upstairs with her.
Yeah, and I wonder how do people get to that place? And that's kind of why I'm nervous when people have a lot of like butterflies, and I don't want to keep using that word, but just a lot of expectations, and they put somebody on a high cloud, and they want that person to make them feel a certain way and stuff. I feel nervous for that because I don't know if that's how you get to the point where you're just like, I can't stand you. You just disappoint me. You're never anything that I ever wanted. I don't know how people get to the point where I live with you, but I can't stand your ass. There's a lot of married people like that.
I don't understand how people can like say those things about their mate and not understand that they're talking about themselves as well. I don't know.
Well, no, I mean, look, I'm gonna spit out like one example. I can remember we were all, we're in the living room, we watching the game, whatever, and my aunt, what I'm saying, my uncle, wife, she's in the other room, and she, what I'm saying, she's got to speak loudly so he can hear it. She says something to him, and he just looks at us, and he's like, "You hear that voice? Isn't that just the most annoying sound in the fucking world?" Like, he was dead ass serious too. Dead ass serious. And I'm like, damn. Now, granted, that marriage is long over. It's long over. But there's a lot of people that are in marriages like that. They can't stand the other person that they with. Like, can't stand them. Like, the sound of their voice is like nails on a chalkboard to them. That's
But
a
I
shame.
mean, does that mean they changed during the course to get to the annoying part? You know what I mean? To now where the other person can't stand them, or did they already have this going on? Because that's what I'm saying. Like, when people, I don't know. Me personally, when you tear down your mate, you know what I mean? You ain't shit, and just really going below the belt. Like I said, I mean, this is a person that you sleep with, that you share a life with, that you chose. You kind of talking about yourself in one way or another. It's maybe not like as super directly, but like, this is a reflection of you. You represent kind of each other. You know what I'm saying? When people don't want to accept that, like, you kind of do. So when you tear each other down, unless you're saying this is how you're acting in this moment, but when you say stuff in general about your mate, to me, it's just like I said, it's kind of a projection of how you feel about yourself, or how you feel, you know what I'm saying, in the relationship. I don't think it's cool, but I get it.
I know what that's like. I know what that's like
I do too.
Sometimes you can't wait. Like, at first, it's like, okay, you can't wait to get home. And then other times, it's like, man, I pull in the driveway, sit in the car for a minute, and it's like, you know what? Reverse. I'm out of here. Maybe a little later. I'll circle the block, find something else to do. I think I'm gonna get stuck in traffic for an extra hour. And that's not that's not good. That's not healthy, but it happens a lot. And these are the things that I don't think a lot of folks talk about when they want to have these conversations about marriage in these spaces. Like, that shit is just the end all be all, and you've won as soon as you are married. Bullshit. Because for a lot of people, that getting married is like breaking into a prison, and it's not a gender specific thing. It's really not. You know, because I know plenty of women that are miserable in their marriages.
Yeah.
You know, and plenty of men that are miserable in their marriages.
Do you think it's wise for people to vent about their miserable times, even if they're just temporary to people?
No.
So, yeah, you should
Go ahead.
keep your marriage between you and your spouse. But at the same time, talk to the wall or something like that. Go in the car, but don't tell nobody outside, because I'm gonna keep it a buck with you. You got dudes, it's dudes that if you're talking badly about your wife, they trying to find a back way in. And you got females who doing the same thing. Because as much as you downplay what's going on, they want what you got though. That's just all you gotta do is watch. I'm not saying anybody on here has done it or seen it, but I see it all the time. It's just like two homeboys. The moment one says something about his girl, the dude trying to console the girl, trying to sneak in the back door. So you got to keep your marriage between you and your spouse. That's it. You ain't got to take my advice, but I'm just giving you one that works for me.
No, I know it sounds like I ask like stupid questions, but like really, this is how I see it though, because like, especially online with people who are married, when they do voice the negative parts about it, that's what I feel like they're doing. You know what I mean? And that's why I'm like, that part is like, yeah, it's kind of cringe. Keep that shit to yourself. You know what I'm saying? Because you're supposed to be in a loving relationship, and this is not what, you know, like you said, if that's what's going on at the time, just keep that shit to yourself, you know, because like for the rest of us who's listening, it sounds crazy, but.
Do y'all see what just happened with JD Vance and his wife? Did y'all see that? Did y'all catch that?
Mm-mm.
Okay. JD Vance, the vice president, he got asked some questions, and he threw his wife under the bus, and he said it's not her fault she's not a white woman, she's an Indian. And he said, you know, and he was like, I know she's a Hindu and I married her Hindu, but I really would prefer her to, you know, move to Christianity. And the whole world has been condemning him because they said he should have been on code as a married person. He should never, you know, speak aloud something that could embarrass or humiliate his wife. So I think it's just code in general, you know, like good practice to keep it to yourself. And even your family, I'm an event planner, so I deal with a lot of family dynamics when I do wedding planning. And honey, your best friends, your cousins, your sisters, the auntie, it's so many people who are contrary and don't want to see you happy. So, you know, even within your family, you would think you would be able to, you know, say certain stuff. They'll cheer you on to divorce. Like a lot of family members, they be hating. So yeah, therapy. I think therapy and each other is best.
Yeah, well,
because
one
ahead.
second.
I wait.
No, I would think that's why it's important to have the right friends, you know, the right friends, the right family members, the right support system, you know, around you. So that way you can vent to them, but it's not going to get out in public or whatever. And they're going to give you the best advice to keep your shit together rather than to tear it apart. Because just like Malik said, some people are looking like let's keep it real. Unfortunately, some dudes are trying to get up with your woman, you know, or some people just misery loves company. They want you to be miserable like they are, so they're gonna give you the worst advice in the fucking world, you know, as far as, you know, keeping everything together. So it's important that you you got a support system and you got a group of friends, family members, whatever that you can talk to that are gonna give you the best advice for keeping your stuff going. So I don't think I don't think it's healthy to just have to keep things between you and your wife or your husband, or just between you and a therapist, or between y'all and a therapist. You should have at least one or two friends that you can talk to, and you don't have to worry about it getting out. Now, as far as just speaking at a press conference in front of a microphone and a camera to a billion people, that's not healthy at all. That type of embarrassment is likely going to breed contempt. So I'm not fond of that right there. But you should have a couple of people that you can talk to and get it out, and then just listen to you. And because a lot of times you don't, situations like that, because there's going to be ups and downs. You don't even need advice. You just need an ear. And the other person might not be the right ear at the right time. You know, so because some people might take the way you feeling or whatever as an attack on them. I think we've all probably been in those situations where yeah, you want to tell the other person how you feel, and then it just turns into an argument. And it's like, Shirley, I didn't need you to listen to respond or rebuttal. I just needed you to listen. Period. That's it. You know, because and same thing. Well, with fellas, like you got to understand, like you don't always need to listen to respond, rebuttal, or solve a problem, because every problem can't be solved, and every problem can't be solved by you. A lot of dudes think that they're Superman and they're capable of solving every damn problem. And when she comes to you with a problem, something's wrong with her because you can't solve it. No, every problem can't be solved. And sometimes all you can do is simplify it. And you simplify it by listening more often than not.
Somebody named It Man in the chat, he said maybe he has no one to vent to about his wife relationship, and this platform helps him so other men can relate or help him release his frustration. What y'all think about that?
No. No. And without holding the long story, because Auntie know me and I think he knows how he knows me. No, that's a total disaster. That's a total disaster. That's the one thing you do not want to do. You or your spouse do not want to vent to social media, because it will turn into, pardon my language, a total shit show.
Yeah. Like I say, I compare it to the fights back in middle school or second grade or whatever. These two kids don't want to fight. But now that you got a crowd around you saying fight. Now all of a sudden these kids got to fight. And that's what happens when you vent into a bunch of strangers that really have no skin in the game. They have no stake in this. They just want to see a wreck. That's all. So yeah, venting to social media, that's I don't think that's healthy at all. You know, that's not healthy at all.
Yeah, and I've seen couples where they both are on the same social media platform, together, separate, but fighting publicly. I've seen that too. That looks really crazy. But I don't know. I agree. You don't have an investment from those people, and you don't know what their intentions are. They don't have your best intentions at heart necessarily. It depends though, because I've seen some channels, particularly for women, where they have these older women. They always cooking and stuff and baking, and they always give marriage advice. But it's not individual advice. They give blanket advice. They're two old, really nice ladies, and they kind of like give wisdom, and you take what you can, but they don't offer you, the opportunity to tell your story. That's not how they do it.
Okay, so ma'am, are those two women married?
Yeah, they've been married for like 50 years. They're very old, these two ladies.
Okay, so now, in that case, because of how that platform is constructed, they are married people giving married people advice. But on social media, you have a whole ton of single people who are miserable trying to give married people advice. And if you don't pay close attention, it becomes a shit show. And I'm telling you personally, firsthand, how it will become a shit show. And at the end of the day, like Aunt say, they want to see it end tragically. That's all they're going to do. They're going to keep pushing until it ends tragically. And at the end of the day, it's the one thing I tell anybody. If you are on social media or your spouse is on social media, don't visit the same spaces, because it's going to take your marriage. It's going to really test your marriage. I mean, I'm giving it to you firsthand.
And everybody can't take that test sometimes.
Let me thank Stacy for giving me that suggestion with your mic settings. I think we fixed it, Malik.
Yeah, you just disconnected me from my earphones to the phone. But I got
Yeah.
don't
No,
worry,
I
don't worry, I
just
got
cancellation, but it stopped gurgling, burping. That's all I did was cut off the echo cancellation or cut it
okay,
on.
thank you, brother. But yeah.
Yeah.
So Miss LA, I'm telling you here firsthand, no. Because at the end of the day, it's one thing that people don't realize. When you decided to get married, it's a different ballgame. And as much as they try to peek and pry and say all these things, I'm not speaking for the other lady, but I'm gonna speak for myself. It's a difference in what I'm gonna let you do towards my wife. Point blank. Period. It's only so far you gonna go, and a lot of people don't realize that when you get to getting into people's personal life, all bets is off. And when it get ugly, some people they want to play victim and not realize that it got ugly because of you. So I'm telling you firsthand, it got ugly for me. It got ugly to where people wanted to get into my personal life. They wanted to come at me, and then when I had to show them, you got the wrong dude. It was ugly, and I couldn't fault my wife. I had to realize, you shouldn't have never went on that same platform. So I was like, nah. Because what it did was it gave the trolls and the other people who she thought was cool, it gave them ammunition. Oh, he ain't nothing, blah. And it was terrible, Ms. Atman. I mean, it was terrible. But it took me to tell her, look, check this out. We're gonna either go this route or that route. But we not gonna let nobody determine the route we go. And that's how I had to go.
Yeah, let me jump in there for a second, and then I want to see if Uda's still up here. But so yeah, I would think that's the healthiest way to go, especially, you know what I'm saying, if you got a social media platform where you actually socializing, you're not just uploading videos, you do live streams, you connect, you collab with people and stuff like that. There's gotta be some rules of engagement between you and the person that you with. Y'all gotta establish that ahead of time, and you still gotta do things as you go along. So pretty much I would recommend, just like Malik said, the mission statement pretty much gotta be, look, this is gonna succeed or it's gonna fail on us, not on them. Okay. Not on them. Whether we can't guarantee nothing else, but what we can guarantee is it's up to us where it goes, not these randoms on the internet.
No, I totally agree. Like, I don't know, forgive me, y'all. I have a journalistic background, so I like to ask questions in general. It's not because this is what I believe, or that I would ever do that. I think it's a horrible idea to share your personal business, but I feel like I said, when I listen to these people, they might change the names up, or they might try to not personalize it, but I feel like they're talking about their situations, and I'm just like, bruh, like, keep that shit to yourself, seriously. Because it does, and I know firsthand, like I agree with what you said. Your name is Malik. I'm sorry, the other guy.
Yes, ma'am. Go ahead. Yes, ma'am. Go ahead.
Yeah, like
on deck, he's selling these stamps. He said 85 cents on the dollar now.
Okay, inflation.
Up for the stamps. Stamps on deck. 85 cents on the dollar, but it's all free.
Yeah, I'm not even taxed. I'm willing to go 50-50. I ain't even gonna tax you.
Oh, damn.
Oh shit. Yeah, sold.
Right. What the hell? Sold. No, but I know firsthand what it feels like as a woman to have ammunition given to other people. Like, I don't even know who this woman is, and they know how to contact me on Instagram. Like, that's scary. You know what I'm saying? That's disrespectful. It was that's bad. That's bad. But glad you guys are over it now. Yeah. Did everything work out, or?
Malik, she was talking to you, bro.
Yeah.
Oh yeah. I was reading something in the chat. Stacy, leave me alone, Stacy. Yeah, see, it worked out.
How did you fix something like that? Like, because you kind of said that you kind of maybe said something that you shouldn't have said, right?
Well, I fixed it this way, because I think you know the story. I was personally attacked, and when I mean it got ugly, like
say
folks started.
Say what you want. Yeah.
What you say, Ant?
I wasn't gonna say nothing, but I'll let you say what you want. I get around. So
Yeah, I'm sorry.
Yeah. So,
Again, you don't have to answer anything.
oh no,
but-
no. I keep it a buck all the time, Miss Ellie. So when I mean it got personal, like they came directly at my wife on all these threats. So me being me, I was like, so if this what we gonna do, let's skip all the bullshit. Let's make furniture right. We can fight it out, bang it out, however you want to do it. You niggas got my address. Let's take furniture. And one day Ant was like, this is how first we kind of met. He was like, yo, you like, it's not that serious, but I get it. And a couple other people was like, yo, this is what the internet is. And I had to sit back and realize, and I was like, dude, like, this is my family. Yo, we get that. But it's folks on here who have nothing to lose. And their goal is to see you lose it all. So, Miss Ellie, when I'm talking like, I wasn't playing. I came on here with the joints. Niggas knew I'm from my hometown. Ant was like, yo, this nigga's not playing. And a couple other dudes was like, yo, calm it down. Because at the end of the day, it's my wife. You're not playing with my wife like that. So if this where we going, because when it got serious, they had addresses. They was trying to follow her around through different shit. Okay, we gonna make furniture shit. And two dudes, I'm gonna say only Ant was like, yo, come on. And that's how I started to realize, because she brought it here and all they did was played off of it. So when it started to knock home, and I found myself having to let you know, like, okay, if this is really what you want, this is what you're gonna get. I had to realize that, yo, you ready to throw it away, protecting your family, but at the same time, you gotta log off and realize that these motherfuckers, pardon me, some of these people don't have the same thing you had to lose. So I just started to make her move totally different. And I just started not to say anything. I started going in spaces to where grown-ups was grown-ups. Like, Ant knew my story. He wasn't going to tell it, but that's how it was. And that's why, to me, certain platforms, you can have real live conversations with people who are not going to be making you try to crash out. They're going to, they're going to give you a vague viewpoint of their perception on whatever it is. And that's going to be that. I've met some men on here who don't overstep. They always keep the man code, and some women who understand the same thing. So, but it got bad, Miss Ellie. I mean, it got real. So once we got through that, I was like, look, we can't move like this. Because at the end of the day, somebody gonna think it's play until it go past play. And then I'm gonna have to look back and be like, yo, did you have to do that? And that's the one thing I never wanted to have to question.
Now, people don't be understanding, like, when you mess with a man or even a woman's family, for example, people don't know what the hell people are about to do. Like, for real. You know what I'm saying? Look, motherfuckers be ready to catch charges. Some, like, a woman might just run up on somebody. Like, we done seen some women run up on other women in other sectors and spaces and literally drag a bitch up and down the street by her damn edges. Like, beat that ass. So I've even, some of this stuff, it might look like it's good for content and all of that other stuff. And I'll get on my investigative journalism stuff and you start getting some more information. It's like, you know what? We just going to drop this topic and leave it alone because there's so much more to this story that I don't even want to know no more, let alone report on it. For real. Now, there are some people that are just so damn, messy and so starving for content and new content and stuff that they will, just try to keep shit going, and perpetuate stuff. But I don't believe in that. It's not worth it. It's too many topics out here. Just find a new one.
Yep. Pretty much. That's why, like, even if I do use something like, as an example, to review, I always try to still tie it back into a more generalized, topic that we can expound off. It's not about the clip. You know what I mean? Like, I can use it as an example, but at the same time, like, that's one thing I liked about our conversation earlier, because it wasn't focused on necessarily what was said, by whom and this, that, and the third, but it was more of the concepts and questions. So, I don't know. It doesn't always have to be drama, man. Or the topics don't have to be that. It doesn't have to be anything current. It could just be something that is, in general, relevant.
I think if we were to like focus on the next show, and I think this is a cool segue because a lot of folks they're on social media, so people go and socialize on social media. Some people meet up online, some people bring their relationships online, some relationships start online. It's gotta. There are going to be people that kind of get up in your shit, and a lot of people don't want to see shit succeed. People want to see shit fail. That's what's going to bring the views. If everybody's sitting on panels and holding hands and singing Kumbaya, success stories don't bring views.
You don't
They
think
don't.
so?
No, they don't.
Not even after after a whole bunch of drama?
It's okay. If you watch the news, do you see more stories show up on the news about successful plane landings or plane crashes?
The crashes on the news. But
Crashes ratings,
our
not
movies not made about what was the one that Denzel was in? I don't know.
Flight.
Yeah, and what was the other one? Shit. I can't remember. My memory is horrible right now. But it was basically like, it was a crazy situation with the pilot and they had to figure the shit out. You know what I mean? Like, I'm being devil's advocate. Don't mind me.
I mean, I would recommend.
I can't hear. I feel like I'm talking too much.
Now you want to be you want to just try to, just like Malik said, you want to either, if you're going to deal with somebody on here, you want to make sure that you got to be mature yourself, but you also want to deal with somebody else that's mature, somebody that's not concerned with just having their entire life on the damn internet, because people will report everything that they do all of the time. I call them good morning world people that as soon as they get up in the morning, they got to type good morning world on every damn social media platform because social media is their world. I don't think those people are really built for actual relationships with people. Their relationship is with everybody else. So it's going to be really tough to have a real connection with one human being because they're too concerned with everybody else.
So before I leave, Miss, go ahead, Miss Ellie. I'll wait till you finish.
Oh, I was about to say something real quick. I was gonna say, Auntie, there are people. I think because you're a dude, you don't know about it. But on social media, there are people who have their relationship and their family. It could just be their relationship or their family or both, and they do it like a, what do you call it? A reality show, and people
Vlogging.
tune in. Yeah, vlogging. And so there is I would say there is a place for, and most of the time they're happy, and well, at least they're presenting happiness, and people watch it. But the people that's watching is all women, to be honest. They'll show themselves like, oh, look, we got a new dog. It's always something. Oh, we're exploring. Pretty positive, but it's not really about the relationship. It's more like watching and living vicariously. So there is a market for people who want to live vicariously through you. Yeah, absolutely.
So, Miss LA, what the lady just said is right. If you do it the right way, you can, or you and your spouse or mate can have a successful internet career. However, you're going to have to block out the BS. Like, y'all are going to have to stick to the script, meaning stay on topic. Don't let other things deviate y'all from what y'all discussing. And those people who I guess in your chat that you get familiar with kind of like have like a round table, so to speak, but I'm just kind of paraphrasing. But it can work. It's going to take y'all to stay on that topic. because they want me and my wife to drop a channel, and I refuse to because it's just so much BS I would have to change. But one day I may decide to change it. But listen, thank you for letting me over, Ant, as always. I hope I'm aware of the next time y'all gonna rap. I would like to come back. But for
Good thing,
now, look, anybody who want the food stamps, hit me at 1-800-SCOTTEL8 555-4321. Tell the
What is
operator where you at.
He threw it back.
Tell the operator where you at. I'm gonna pop up. I'm gonna hit you from 1-800-MCI. All right, y'all have a good time over here, man. Thanks for letting me over, man.
All right, salute. And hold on, I'm gonna go to Hood Servant because I was just about to use Hood Servant as an example. Now, the algorithm that not just Hood Servative is in, but for the most part, most of us are in. Healthy, successful relationships are not going to drive or fit into that damn algorithm, because all people do for the most part is talk about the fucked up parts of relationships. So people are kind of hardwired to find issues in any relationship that they see. Naturally. So people are going to find that. They're going to try to sow dissension within the ranks. I just don't think, I'm not saying you can't, just like May said, yeah, there are algorithms for that. People have channels and they're extremely successful with it. But the algorithm that we're in, no, it's not for that. Keep your shit off of here. That's what I would say. But Hood Servative, you can add in, because I was going to use you as that example, because before you go, I would just say, and I think you know this, most of the people that tune into your channel and the algorithm that you in, they ain't trying to hear nothing about no successful damn relationship between black people. They're going to find the flaws before they find the good things.
I think because most people right now are single, this is the type of content that is just, most prominent, most prevalent, because, you're reaching a wider audience. When you really do marriage content, you're reaching a smaller audience of people. And I just don't think people want to know why people are happy. People want to know why everybody's miserable.
Misery loves company.
So you're going with the narrative, Hood Servant, you're going with the narrative that most of these single people are coping. Is that what you're saying?
Coping, yes, but what do you mean by coping? I don't know if we're saying the same thing, but I do think there is a lot of cope happening.
Yeah, when I say coping, I kind of mean trying to figure out how to feel better. And that's for people who want to be in a relationship. I won't say that everybody single is not trying to be in a relationship, clearly. But those who want to be in a relationship and they haven't either found somebody or they keep having a hard time keeping somebody, I guess coping in that case would be trying to explain, why it doesn't work out. It's something wrong with so-and-so. It's not me. It's globalism. It's modernism. It's feminism. I feel like that is coping. That's what I call coping.
Oh, no. Yeah, this is why I asked you to elaborate. I wouldn't call that coping. I think that's just pattern recognition. You're trying to observe the world around you to see what connections are really holding and which connections don't hold. And so this is why they can start to point to different ideologies like feminism or the economy or whatever. But when I say coping, what I think is happening is that a lot of people, well, not a lot of people, the people who are earnest about wanting to be in relationships, men and women, we don't really know how anymore.
Well, for one, I mean, you can talk and your mindset can't just be thinking, you're going to fuck me over, you're going to fuck me over, you're a horrible person, you're a horrible person. Like, that's not really how it's going to start. You have to have a positive mindset and actually want to be in a relationship and then just talk and take it from there. I mean, I don't understand what you mean by we don't know how to do it anymore.
Well, it seems like the easiest thing in the world, right? Like, this thing is shaped to go inside of that thing, but somehow we just can't get the, like, people just don't really get what they're supposed to be doing anymore.
Do you think
I would say, I wouldn't say it's the easiest thing in the world. I would say it's one of the simplest things in the world. But that just because it's simple doesn't mean it's easy. It would still require
Right, you get me.
yeah, it would still require work, but it can be extremely simple. This is why you see so many pretty much simple-minded people that have successful marriages and relationships. But before you go into that, I wanted to kind of bring up to LA Project. There was somebody in her chat. I'm not going to mention who they were, but the dude's a little younger than most of us. You know what I'm saying? Talking about he's not in a relationship. You're a 20-something-year-old virgin, and you're in this space talking about relationships. And I'm like, bro, this is likely not healthy for you. Just even being around a bunch of miserable fuck ups when it comes to relationships, chances are you're going to be next. If you really want positive, healthy relationships and you've never had any before in your life, this space is not the example that you want to have for one. Not in this day and age, because most of these people do not have healthy, successful relationships, have never had one before in their lives. And just like you said, conservative, they don't know. They can't tell you nothing except how to be fucked up, unfortunately. You know?
Okay. Were you asking me a question?
Yeah. I mean, I pretty much made it
about it.
I mean,
I know what you're talking about. Yeah, I kind of agree because it's a lot of negativity, a lot of pseudo knowledge, more anecdotal stuff or just things that they heard or want to believe because it makes them feel better. It's not a healthy space for that type of individual. Not my opinion. Because I mean, you can, your thoughts can become things, but it's you still have to be conscious of what you feed your consciousness. You know what I'm saying? And if you're always around certain conversations or certain people who are just talking negatively about something that you actually want in your life, yeah, that's going to be a problem.
Facts.
Now, at the same time, I mean, we can say, hey, like, just don't come back. But I can't.
Yeah, I mean, I wouldn't say that. It's still a public platform. 1 second before you go, man, go to Big J because he just hit the panel, so I don't lose his thought. What's up, Big J?
Hey, what's going on? So I like to ask a question though, and maybe y'all had asked it already, but who do you blame? The content creator who's making money off of the misery of pain to others, or is it the people who's watching the content? Who's more at fault in this?
Y'all can answer. I'll answer that one last.
Well, with that specific situation, like I'm not even monetized, so I don't even really get that much, in terms. I don't do the bounties and do all that stuff. You know what I'm saying? But if you're speaking in general, I guess if there's a situation where people are whether they getting booted off and they're making people. What's the situation? I'm sorry, Big J.
Okay, you got men, and one of them is on this panel, makes content about Keisha bashing all day, and not knowing that, and then you got a 20-something-year-old guy who's never been in a relationship. He's following along with the talking points. So who do you blame? The content creator who's doing this for views, counts, whatever the case may be, or the person who's watching it, who's consuming the content?
In my opinion, it's always the content creator. They got a responsibility. You know what I mean? Regardless if people want to, acknowledge it or not, you do. If you got a following, you got people who, just have that type of dependency on your content or whatever. Regardless if you believe it or not, you do have a type of responsibility. So I would blame the content creator.
Okay, I would agree with you on that.
I would say it's both. Because if there wasn't a demand, then nobody would be able to supply. So I would say it's both. The content creator is responsible for whatever content they create, and the audience, them being present feeds it. But I don't necessarily judge people for creating communities around what they have an interest in. I don't really blame people for that. But I think there also needs to be some authenticity and some logic to, some of the stuff they create. It should be. So one thing I can say I found very interesting in these spaces is that, like you said, you brought it up. You said Keisha bashing. There's a lot of men who obsess about Keisha. They talk about Keisha hours a day, and most of their content is driven by Keisha. But they say they don't want Keisha. So it's kind of a strange thing too. People tend to kind of focus on what they say they don't like, and I don't know how you make logic out of that. So that's interesting.
Yeah. I mean, I don't know. Like I said, I understand, but the question I have is like, which comes first? Like, it's almost like the chicken or the egg type of stuff. Like, because I've never really heard anybody like say out of their mouths what type of degenerate content that they would like to see. You know what I mean? They just happen to stumble upon something and, oh, well, it kind of fits my. But I've never heard anybody actually say that that's what they wanted to see. I've never heard anybody who wanted to see some type of, like when Jackass came out. I've never heard that people wanted to see this type of stuff, so that's the only reason why I think I put it onto the content creator, because I think that they're more paying attention and honestly, in a certain way, taking advantage of, people's comments in the chat, or, just paying attention to what's current, or, through AI or whatever, you know what I mean? And they're taking those ideas and running with it, putting their little spin on it. And, for the confused and misguided, they gobble it up. But I've never really heard people vocalize or verbalize that that's what they want to see,
Okay.
like before the content is created. Does that make sense? Like, I wish that people would do this, that, and the third, and the next thing you know, the content creator is delivering. I see the content creator delivering a certain message, and then, people kind of stumbling upon them based off of stuff that they've already looked for or whatever, but they didn't ask for specifically this. After that, it's on the content creator.
And the reason why I'm saying it, right, because I blame it on the content creator, because they should know that there are teenagers watching these panels and this part of YouTube, and these guys are barely, they're still in their parents' house, and they're out here thinking that every woman is the enemy, and vice versa. I think every man is the enemy, according to some of these divestors and stuff like that. You be hearing them talking. They already poisoned the minds of those who not even 18 years old, those who not even driving age, and they don't seem to grasp the concept that their rhetoric is actually poisonous. It's toxic. So, yeah. Anyway, I keep it moving. Go ahead.
Uda, you want to add to it, bro? I see you just came back up, and then I'm gonna let Hood Conservative say something because I know he wants to. What up, Uda?
Nah, I'm just listening in, bro. I'm just here. I'm listening in. Y'all all making good points, though. Y'all all making good points. I'm never going to. All making good points.
Hood Conservative, what's up? Okay, he just came back on another one. Conservative, you good? You got audio?
Yeah, no, I just came back in the show, so if you were saying something the last minute or two, you gotta run it back to me. I couldn't catch what you were saying. I lost my signal.
Well, before you do that, I guess I'll add something. Big J was asking if it's on the content creator or is it on the people that support the content creator that gives a lot of the either he called it Keisha bashing, or even I think somebody mentioned he also mentioned like the divester content, and the shit saying that men are bad, and then this saying that the women are bad, and and this and that. Like, who do you really put that on? I would agree with what May said and what New said in the chat. That look, it's two sides of the same coin, and you know, if there weren't a demand, there wouldn't be a supply. And I mean, as content creators, I think it is really. I mean, at the end of the day, it's going to fall on us because we're supposed to be burdened. Well, like we're supposed to embrace the burden of being creative and coming out with something new. So even if that's the content that kind of brings people in, it's still up to us to come full circle. Well, it's just like any other storyteller. There's going to be, you know, a conflict. There's going to be a climax. There's supposed to be a resolution. There's supposed to be a moral to the story at the end of it. But if all we got is conflict throughout the whole damn thing, and that's it. You know what I'm saying? Show's over because I'm tired now. I think we're dropping the ball as creators right there.
Let me address these things. Right away, let me say thank you to the ladies on the panel for not immediately reacting to me as if I'm their enemy. Because a lot of the question that you just answered was subliminally aimed at me, and that's fine. But now I'll own it, and I make no apologies for the content I do. I am the bad guy, and I will continue to be the bad guy. The show I just did earlier today was it wasn't my show. I was commenting on somebody else's video, but the conversation that they had on the podcast was, why do black women vote for the Democrat Party so heavily? And they got into, you know, reasons and explanations, but that is actually the point of it. Reasons and explanations. A lot of people want to know why things are going the way they're going. And I provide reasons and explanations. If it makes somebody look bad, tough. If it makes you feel some type of way about the relationship that you had with your mama, not my problem. If you get offended and you feel that you have to jump in front of every bullet aimed at Akeisha, that is your decision to make in life. Go forward, walk with God on that one. But the content is the content. I make no apologies for it. And if I didn't have so many real world examples that make people feel some type of way, I wouldn't be able to do what I do. I don't use AI. I use real people.
Well, I'll say this to you.
People for what?
Hugh Hefner, right? He had a purpose. And Jerry Springer had a purpose. You know, there's people that create all kind of things out here. What is that guy with the Jewish guy with the big hair that did the radio show with his crazy ass?
Stern.
Howard Stern. You had, you know, Wendy Williams. You got shock jocks and people who do all kind of different stuff, and they're not necessarily people who are trying to save the world. So we have to acknowledge that does exist. You know what I'm saying? Some people might call it negative, divisive, controversial. There's a market for it. That's all I can say. Somebody gonna feed the market.
And then honestly, I don't even think of myself as a type of shock jock. You know, maybe a little bit because I like to make people laugh. I tell jokes, and you know what? Most of what I do is intended to make you laugh. Now, at the same time, I will get deeply philosophical about I will get deeply philosophical about that weird relationship. What do you call it when a dude wants to sleep with his mom? Like, that's kind of the relationship that black men have with black women. And you gotta talk about that kind of thing. Nobody likes to really get into that. The Oedipus complex, that's what it is.
Thank you. That's what I was gonna say. I believe that's called an Oedipus complex. And we're gonna go to Uda right after you finish, or as soon as you land.
Well, no, that was pretty much the gist of it. Like, I talk about things like the black man's Oedipus complex and all that. And it's not just, you know, about making so-called Keisha look bad. It's really deep diving on the whole concept of black culture.
Uda, you got it.
How do you feel about the content that you produce? I don't really see much. I think I've probably seen a few of your videos. It's been a while ago, a long time ago, though. But how do you feel about the content that you produce? How do you feel about it? That's what matters the most.
You asking me?
Yeah, how do you feel about the content you produce? That's what matters.
I enjoy it. No, I enjoy it because I mean, I wouldn't do it. I wouldn't defend it if I didn't. But I enjoy it, and then, honestly, bro, I feel honest. I don't feel as if I'm gassing. I'm not gaslighting. I'm not unfairly picking a side. I actually try to find the truth in it. So I feel righteous about it.
This nigga said
I, I,
righteous.
I guess we can call it the self-hate industrial complex. It's a good market. It's if we're just looking at making money and getting the views and clicks, there's definitely a market for it. The self-hate industrial complex, no doubt.
I mean, I don't. I mean, look, I didn't want to get into the whole like blaming the creator for what it is that they're creating because he has the right to create whatever content he wants, and even if he stops, somebody else, there's already other motherfuckers doing way more divisive shit than him. Like for real, like it doesn't make sense to really call out,
Well, the issue I take with it, Ant, though, is like there's always a big J Triple X who's going to show up on a panel and just make conservative the bad guy, and I will be the bad guy. But we only do this to each other as men, and this is why the problem will never go away because there's no man or woman who's going to stalk some crazy feminist channel, some weird left wing chick, and then constantly tell her she's the bad guy for promoting homosexuality and abortion, and I don't need no man. You only want to stalk me, and you know why? Because it's easy, and you're afraid to stalk the women.
Wow. That was deep. That was deep. I would just say this. Look, it's a bunch of dudes on here and women on here too, but we can talk about the dudes for now. I mean, look, when we go back to like the topic, the whole why aren't you married? I mean, a lot of motherfuckers in this space are not married because they consume black men ain't shit content all fucking day, and they've actually made that shit their reality. And it's a bunch of dudes here. Hold up, and there's a bunch of dudes on here that ain't married because they consume black female fuckery content all fucking day, and now it's their reality. Okay, and the fact of the matter is, if that's the content that you consume, it ain't just black women that you're not gonna want shit to do with. There's no woman that's gonna want shit to do with you.
Preach.
Because chances are all you do is look for the flaws in other people. You're not going to look for, I'm not talking about anybody on this panel or any one person in particular or none of that shit. I'm just saying if that's the only thing that you're going to be focused on is the negatives in folks, chances are the only people that you're going to attract is somebody else that only sees the negatives in folks. So even if you are lucky enough to even get into a relationship, it'll probably be a negative one.
No, I agree with what you're saying totally. You said earlier, and I love that you said that. When you said water seeks its own level,
yeah.
we'll assume that a lot of people, hopefully, when they come online, they're not looking for a spouse necessarily. They're here for entertainment. We'll assume that. But I do agree that psychologically, male and female, the gender war stuff, if you consume a lot of that stuff, like when I hear that men who are married are into certain kind of content, I say, ooh, how's that going to affect their interpersonal relationship and their marriage? So where the mind goes, your reality will follow. So you have to kind of either take it with a grain of salt. Some of this stuff is entertainment, And I'm sure there are people, just in Hook Conservatives' defense, I'm sure there are people who come on there for shits and giggles. There's this other guy, I think his name is CT or something like that. I can't remember his whole name, but he has a chaotic truth. That's it. He has a coon type show, and you have to go on there with a sense of humor. If you go on there serious, I just mean, watching it, you will, if you're black and have decent self-esteem, you will get mad, And I tried really hard to get on there and just laugh. But after a while, my laugh turned into a frown. I was like, wait a minute. When the white folks start talking, then I'm like mad, So I think that requires some judgment on our behalf. If you consume a lot of hateful, negative stuff, it could be anything, it could be racist stuff, too woke, to anything. It's going to make you an unattractive person. So I think you're right. What you consume can damn sure affect your outcomes in relationships, for sure.
Or people can just take this shit for what it is, and that's entertainment. You chew on the meat, you spit out the bones, or whatever. But I mean, I think we've all kind of been on panels and seen channels that no matter what you say, people just gonna try to either gender war that shit up, no matter what. I've probably been on in maybe even thousands of different panels and said, look, the shit that y'all are bitching about, none of it's gender specific. and people still try to throw that. Oh but you're not giving it. You're letting the women off the hook, or I think you hate women, or something. You know, like it's always everything you say has to be a men versus women thing. So by that logic alone, everything becomes competitive rather than complementary. Whether it's competitive to see who's above who, or it's competitive to see who's the biggest victim in it, whose fault is it all of the time. So we can blame women for voting Democrat, you know what I'm saying? Or we can blame dudes for not building anything. But what the hell does that solve? It just turns into a bunch
You know,
of
hey, I don't blame women for voting Democrat. I blame men for voting along with them.
I mean,
I'd like to throw this out there. What do y'all think about people in their age, barriers to marriage? What do y'all think about that? Because I think that's one thing that causes people to be less marriageable, is age. I don't know what y'all may think about it.
I talked about that on my channel before. That theoretically, no, ideally, rather, marriage is for the young. You want people 18 to 25 locking in between 18 and 25. And it's not even for like the weird reasons feminists come up with and all that control, but as a simple practical matter, we both have to be relatively young and stupid enough to tolerate each other for the next 30 years. You can't come into that in your 30s. We built up too much intolerance for one another by the time we hit 30s.
Wow, brother, that's the first time, me personally, that I have completely every single word you said. I agree, said perfectly. I think that you're right because when you get the older you get, the more baggage you get, and you start pulling out charts and graphs, and you start getting real serious and worried and anxious and stuff like that. And then you also have a lot of things to reflect on that have happened already. And I think people, by the time they're a certain age, they're carrying a lot. And I think you're right. Some about being young and dumb really helps you get along in marriage. It does.
look, I mean, I've been told that in a lot of different aspects of my own life, both with working, dealing with the content creation space, and even in relationships. Sometimes you better off just like what they say, ignorance is bliss. Like that shit is
And
bliss.
that and
You know,
that's the
not
problem right now. We are as men, we are no longer ignorant. Like I think women don't really need a red pill to understand men because we're not that mysterious. We really aren't as clever as women are when it comes to the romantic dynamic. Men apply their cleverness to building shit and blowing shit up. We're clever like that. Something needs to get built. Somebody got to get wiped out. We're clever as hell. But figuring out a relationship, that's girls got that on lock, right? But as men, we have kind of learned that women are clever to a detriment. And this is what you were talking about now. We've just all seen too much. Like by the time you're 30 and you've been with a bunch of, well, like not a bunch, but like you've had a marriage or you tried to have a family once or twice, you realize that women kind of are problematic at a certain point. It's just hard to escape that, and then you have to live life to get to that point, though.
I mean, as far as the age thing, I wouldn't say that marriage is just for the young. I mean, I would say you probably have more chances at do-overs and you have more opportunities to make mistakes when you're young. But I don't think it's just for you just because you're young. You just have to understand that when you're a little older, hey, the rules kind of change a little bit. It's still the same game, but the rules kind of change a little bit. You don't have as much time to get it together. You don't have as many chances to do that shit all over again. Failure is failure is less of an option as you get older. So it's important that you get it right. That's it. You really don't have the time and the extra chances to keep fucking up, the older that you get. And I think that's where a lot of people are kind of missing shit, especially in these spaces. You got a lot of folks over the age of 35, 40, some of them maybe even in their 50s that are still talking that shit, and it's always somebody else's fault, rather than realizing that, look, if you're going to date, you're going to have to date to the point where, hey, if you're dating for the purpose of marriage, it shouldn't take you 3, 4, 5, 6 years to decide whether or not you're going to marry this person that you've been dating. You ain't got that much time anymore. You had that much time when you were 20. You don't have that much time when your ass is 52 or when you're 45. You really don't. So you're gonna have to start naming that tune in 3 notes. You don't have 15 notes. I don't think a lot of folks want to admit that shit. It's just easier to blame somebody else because they don't have what it is that they want, rather than to just look at themselves and just realize, like, look, I got this experience. I done been through this. I've seen this. I know this. So this is what I won't tolerate. And I can see this shit coming a mile away. So let's go. Boom. But also you got, like we were saying, the creative solutions up here. You also got to kind of be receptive to new things. Because I think a lot of people, I compared it to folks being, junkies. They looking for that first high that they had when they was in high school or whatever with a relationship. And if your ass is approaching 40 or you in your 40s, you're probably not going to get that feeling ever again like you got when your ass was 17 or 18 years old. So it's going to come in a new form. So are you open to receiving that like that?
Yeah, and I was gonna say the dating pool changes too. You have your best options available, men and women, the younger you are. It's like the world is your oyster. And as you get older, it just changes the dynamic. Some of the people that you could have married, they're married. And then you got people they've come in for round 2, so they got a lot of stuff they carrying with them that's, not necessarily good stuff. Some is good stuff. But I was gonna say I have a couple of friends that are older and they never got married. They were teachers, and I can tell you now they would be a complete turnoff to a man, because they were so rigid. They got all these rules. I don't do this. I don't do that. I only do laundry on Saturday. They create so much structure and have a lot of barriers and just not malleable. I don't think that there's any way in their not 30s, I'll say 40s and 50s, that they could ever blend their life with anybody. A lot of people have done it. You've been single so long, you've carved out yourself a single person's mentality. And to adjust to becoming one with somebody is not easy to do. It's not. It's easier to be married at a younger age and grow together and create together than 2 grown ass people who've lived their whole lives single, trying to, this is hard. It's hard, I think.
And I think we've kind of hit like a weird 1-2 punch where, women in their younger years can play and say that I don't need a man, and, I don't have to do this and I don't have to do that. I'm working on my career, da 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 da. And that's great and all that. But then men in their later years wind up saying, I don't need a wife and all that. And it creates the same problem. People are kind of getting left out of the game, but we both kind of have to be in the game with each other. And so now everything is just screwed up. Everything is out of whack. Everybody's miserable. Most people can't seem to figure it out anymore. This is what I was referring to earlier, was like people have just forgotten how to make things work. And it really is, like Ed said, it's a simple thing, but it is complicated.
Yeah, yeah. I think people are so concerned on either what it is that they want and what it is that they don't want, and they could really care less about what the other person may want or need, or what it is that the other person wants or doesn't want. People are selfish, which a lot of times is the reason why they ass is single right now. And it's probably why they're going to stay single. It's because people selfish. Like, people selfish. Like, a lot of folks just aren't even capable of seeing that shit from the perspective of the other person. Like I would say to a lot of dudes when they're like, "Oh, well, what do you want?" "Oh, well, she got to look good. She got to have her own hair, and she can't be too dark. She can't be too light. She can't be a black woman. She got to be Latina. She got to speak X amount of languages. She got to do that." And the chicks be like, "Oh, he got to make this amount of money. He got to be this tall or whatever the fuck." I'm like, okay, what if have you ever like got with anybody that just tells you that the only like that they're concerned with what it is that you want? Like, to hell with what you don't want. They're just concerned with what it is that you want, what it is that you need, and they just really want to give it to you.
I think they call that love, bro. Let me know if you find stuff. I'll follow you if you find stuff.
I'm just saying, and that's likely not gonna come. That's why I don't like the stats and all that other shit. That's not gonna come from a majority of people. For a majority of people, you're gonna be lucky if you find that shit in one person. But what's most important is that I know this was a conversation that LA Project and DJ Witch Doctor and Chanel and Bomb they was having on that panel the other day. They said that a lot of people settle, but that's a problem because as soon as you settle for the wrong person, there is no room for the right person anymore.
Settling is what people tend to do, bro. Very, very few people are the dream girl who married their dream guy and we're just dreaming together forever now. Very few people are ever going to find that. And I think attempting to sell that to people is like selling fairy tales to little girls, which is why we kind of have this problem. A lot of women seem to have a fairy tale vision of what a relationship should be.
Yeah. And I mean, that doesn't exist. I mean, it may exist at times, and that's why they try to say, "Oh, you can't have everything you want." I think you can have everything you want. You just can't have everything you want all at once. No.
I think the issue with so-called settling, though, is that fundamentally it's a deal. And this is where I get beat up, but women are going to break the deal more often than men. And then now when you get the laws and the child support and the family court into it, they have motivation to break the deal. And so now settling gets weaponized against you.
And I'm not even going to disagree with you, but as men, shouldn't we know that women are just going to have some extra escape clauses in that damn deal, like they just are in this damn society. So you still got to kind of move a certain way. Like, I mean, the other option is to stay on the internet and complain about it all day and not advocate for anything. But let's keep it real. Most of these dudes don't want to be alone. They don't want to be, they don't. So I'm just saying, if we know that women are going to have more escape clauses, they're going to use that shit as an excuse. When I say that shit as an excuse, but I'm a woman. They're going to say that shit. As a man, if you have never heard that from a woman, you ain't dealt with enough women in your life, or fuck that, you haven't dealt with any fucking women in your life. I'll tell you that, she's going to use that for a reason for something at some fucking point. Oh, but I'm a woman, which means your basic rules of logic just will not apply today or in this conversation or this argument or whatever. So you just got to know that shit and move accordingly. That's all I'm saying. You can't complain about it. I mean, you can complain about it, but nobody's gonna give a fuck. Shout out to Coffee. I'm gonna read this super chat. I'm gonna go right to you, bro. He said, half of these things people want, they cannot match. Both men and women are delusional, especially online and on dating apps. Not even your money can make you eligible where you don't match. Coffee need me. You know what I'm saying? Appreciate that. Shout out to Coffee with the $10 ball. But yeah, what you want to say about that, Hood?
I think both parties, like I was saying before, I got a lot of complaints for women, but I can honestly admit both sides have issues to work out. I just think that when we talk about the female side of the issue, it just gets talked about a lot less. But both sides are screwed up in a lot of ways.
And at least you can admit that. I mean, I think both sides. I don't think it's a men versus woman thing. I mean, the whole why aren't you married? I hear like when I'm listening to these conversations, because that was the thing. I think somebody asked LA Project. They said, okay, and I think Rogue C was on the panel as well. Like, okay, well, you guys are pretty, and you know what I'm saying, you're beautiful women, and you got things going for you. Why aren't you married? I'm like, it's a loaded question, and it's not that simple. It's really
Well, this
not.
is where it becomes a gender war right here, because the implication, without any words, the implication is that there's something wrong with the pool of men, and unless you're actually willing to stand on that, then you have to start to question, well, what's going on with her? And then nobody wants to do that. It becomes offensive and it gets awkward. But ultimately, what I would come to believe is that young women don't want to settle down as much as they claim. And then when they get into their 30s and 40s and later in life, it's a lot harder to get with people. In general, we just talked about that. But I really do think it comes down to, like, when women are young, that is the time for them to be angling for the marriage. And the simplest answer is they didn't want to do it when they could have, for the most part. Like, I was just talking about this. There was an article came out recently, like, having a boyfriend is embarrassing. Like, you should hear the way people are talking right now. And it's really easy to just dump on the men because men are always supposed to be perfect no matter what. But have you heard what the women think about getting married? Like, it's literally slavery.
Yeah. I mean, look, I don't like, okay, even that question right there, when or that topic, what people mentioned was okay, as you get older, it becomes tougher for people to be with you. I don't think that's a bad thing. Like, I don't even think that's a bad thing. God damn it. Because it's important that you get it right, because you don't have an extra 20 or 30 years to waste, just finding the right person. And you don't want to, go through 5, 6, 10 years worth of marriage and then get a fucking divorce because your ass is, you're going to be pushing 60 fucking years old by the time you get out of it. You'd be lucky if you can get out of that shit alive. So no, it shouldn't be easy to fucking be with you. That shit should be reserved for the one person that's able to, or the very few people that are actually able to go through it with you. Because you're a special person at that point. When they say you older, you stuck in your ways, or you're a little less moldable, you're a little less adaptable. So like it's got to fit for the right person. I don't think that's a bad thing. Like, people talk about that shit like, oh, you're difficult to be with. That's a bad thing. I'm like, no, the fuck it's not. It's a great thing for me, because people that ain't meant to be with me, they ain't gonna be around here very long. When I was younger, the wrong person might stay around for 7, 8 years. They ain't gonna be comfortable around me for 7, 8 years now. Trust that shit.
I think about that sometimes, the whole being difficult to be with part. I don't know, I think I got to disagree with you to a certain degree. Like, you should have your guard up, in the beginning, maybe, because you got to filter and select. You don't want to just let anyone into your home, your life, or whatever. But I think at a certain point, it should become easier. Like, why should it be difficult? Like, all right, if I like her and she likes me, why would I want to make this harder for her? Shit's hard enough as it is. So after a certain point, I don't necessarily want it to be difficult, and I don't want to be the party that's encouraging difficulty.
No, I'm not going to disagree with you. What I'm saying is, it shouldn't be easy for everybody. Like, even at my age, I wouldn't want a woman that it would just be easy for any man to fucking be with her. No, that's got to be something that's specific for me. I'm the man. I'm not just a man. Like, if I could just be any fucking body, then that means I'm easily replaceable. Like, I would want a woman where, any man would be lucky to have her or be with her, but any and every man ain't capable of being with her.
Do you think that's like a weird part of what's happening right now? The whole, like, replaceability factor. Like as men and women, it's like both of us are equally replaceable in the eyes of the other.
Well, I look, just be just about anybody should be able, like you should know that, yeah, you can be replaced, and it's possible. But I'm just saying you shouldn't be able to be replaced by just any fucking body. That's what I was saying on the panel earlier. I'm like, I understand, like, you know, a typical marriage or a typical relationship, or when they say, most women or most dudes ain't like this. I'm like, yo, luckily for me, I'm not most dudes, and I don't like most women. I'm not dealing with most women. And if you're the typical type of woman, chances are you're not going to be very comfortable around me. I'm an exceptional dude, and I would prefer that my woman be exceptional too.
I'm thinking here. Like I feel like I might be about to get mushy, but I was thinking about something here. You know that Beyonce song, to the left, right? And then one of the refrains in that song is, don't ever think that you're irreplaceable. And then, like, I guess my emotional response to that line is like, well, damn, I guess I thought you loved me. I guess that's not what love is. Because the way I'm looking at it, if I love her, if we get to that point where I feel like, I love her, whatever that shit really means, then she is irreplaceable. And if she does leave and I gotta, fuck it, I gotta do what I gotta do and get on with it, there is never another her, right? That's what irreplaceable means.
No, there is never another her. Understandable. But if it gets to the point where I gotta replace her, god damn it, there's a better her. Or something better than her. And I'll just find that. Or something that's better for me than her. So I would agree. I mean, we're individuals, like, for real. I understand that I'm exceptional, but it doesn't mean that I'm the best man for every woman out there. Hell no. Most women are not supposed to be able to be very comfortable around me. Seriously. Like, it's just not supposed to fit. Like,
I don't take any issue with that. There's a girl in the chat. She asked a question I want to respond to real quick. And sorry, I can't just read the chat because I'm driving, but I just noticed it. It says, do you think marriage is a good and productive thing, and why or why not, from my perspective? I absolutely do. I'm not even like a romantic and all that. Like, but I do believe the very institution of marriage is irreplaceable. Again, to use that word we keep using, I think marriage as an institution is irreplaceable, and our attempts to replace it and redefine it are only making us worse. It's only making us dislike each other more, causing more chaos and more frustration. Ultimately, though, I think it is the more desirable setup between men and women. Because without a marriage, we're just gonna be out here humping forever, and that ain't really fun either. I mean, it's fun, but it gets old. It does. It really does.
Because look, even when I hear like a lot of, I hear it thrown in a lot of dudes in the space. It's like, okay, he must not know how to talk to women or whatever. It's like, just because somebody doesn't say what the hell you want to hear, all of the time. A lot of times, a lot of these dudes do know how to talk to women, and they just realize that you're not the type of woman that you're just not the woman for them. That's why they're not over here pandering to you like some of these niggas do. They just say blanket shit that appeals to 85% of their viewing demographic, and they're like, yeah, he knows how to talk to women. Yeah, because he's full of shit. He's full of shit. And I don't think a lot of people understand that, So, I mean, I could say this much, fellas. When you find the right woman for you, she's gonna be unlike anything that you've ever met in your life. Like, you're not gonna be able to say little stupid shit like, I used to know a woman like you. That's chances are that's not the woman for you. Or I used to date a woman like you. That's not the woman for you. She's gonna be something. She's almost gonna be like an alien in a human woman's body. It's gonna be like something that's not of this fucking world. You know, she's gonna likely understand shit about you that you don't understand about yourself. She's gonna be able to finish your sentences. She'll probably know what the fuck you're thinking before you. She'll be able to interpret your thoughts better than you can interpret your thoughts. And I would say, I would say the same thing to women. You know, when you meet the right dude, the right dude, it is gonna be something unlike anything that you've ever seen or met in this world. But I think a lot of people get caught up in what they see that someone else has, and they want that for themselves. And that's a problem when you ask a lot of, well, I would probably now this is something I would put on most of the women in this space, and then I would put something else on the dudes. I would say that a lot with the dudes, if you ask them to describe their ideal woman, they're going to describe some imaginary shit that doesn't exist. You know, great looks, cooks, cleans, never argues, is never in a bad mood. And she's extremely young, no children, you know what I'm saying? Her own hair flowing down her back, but it never sheds on the furniture or any of that other shit. Some shit that just doesn't exist. All right. And then you ask these women to describe their ideal man, they'll likely just describe somebody else's husband.
You know, I tend to disagree. Just because dudes are notoriously not only practical, but thirsty, starving, dying in the desert if it was. A lot of dudes take whatever they can snatch. You know how like when you're out fishing, sometimes you just whatever fish happens to bite, that's what we're eating tonight, bro.
Hey, I think you're right in real life. Yeah, in real life, it's just not what these niggas say. It's not what these niggas say when they're on panels and shit. Like they'll say that they don't date overweight women when in actuality they will lose their shit and fall in love with a woman with a few extra pounds in the fupa. Or I don't date single mothers or any of that shit. But you have even a bunch of these single mothers in this space show some of these niggas attention, they will lose their shit. Just the same way they'll be ready to buy Coach bags and send plane ticket, all that shit, man. You know, move them in and her kids, everything. You know? So, but they tell you other things. You know,
So where did this conversation come from about why aren't you married?
Okay, so I guess that question was asked to LA Project and a couple of other women on DJ Witch Doctor's Women on Wednesdays panel, and she just did the show of reviewing that stream earlier today, and she had opened up a panel and we were discussing it. And that's what she was asked by the Chanel's reality chick. Well, why aren't you married?
Oh, Chanel. I know Chanel.
And I said,
Bless her
look,
heart.
Chanel trolling, goddammit. She trolling. And Chanel, if you in the clouds, I'm going to tell you, listen to me. Your ass was trolling. I know a troll when I see one. Your ass was trolling. And it's cool. It's cool. You're lucky I wasn't on that panel because I'd have helped you. I'd have helped you to put your foot in your mouth. Like I'd have helped to bend that motherfucker. Probably put some ketchup, a little extra salt, and some paprika on that motherfucker and let you eat that shit for real. You know? Because like I said, that's a loaded question when you ask somebody why they're married.
You see, if people get upset with me because like I take a particular tone or whatever sometimes, but like just like when Chanel poses a question like that to a bunch of chicks on a panel, you know you're lobbing a grenade into a golf course. You know what I mean? And so like when I talk to her, I know what the fuck you're doing. I just refuse to play cutesy games about it. But now when you do that to a bunch of other women, you see the drama that shit caused, right?
That's all I'm saying, man. And I'm like, yo, y'all be falling for it, man. So I think I might have to do another show just going over like the rules of engagement when it comes to panel warfare. They be saying little shit to gaslight and cause drama and conflict in conversations, but come on. You know, and to be honest, the one that caught it on that panel when I was watching it was none other than Bomb Cherry that wasn't having that, you know, and she decided to troll right back, you know. But like Bomb
So is that
Cherry,
where that was the show where Chanel and Bomb Cherry had beef? Because I remember they came on Witch Doctors and continued some of that beef.
yeah, that I think that's one of them where it started out. Well, I don't even know, but I can understand where the conflict come from because you got two trolls colliding. So what do you expect? You know, it's just two trolls colliding, and they have different styles of trolling. So that's what the fuck is supposed to happen. So I'm just like, I think a lot of folks don't understand when they are being trolled. They think that, you know, they don't understand just the different forms that trolling comes in. Like, I think, like me, you, Big J, even Coffee down here, we done seen it in so many different forms that we kind of, we know. Like, we know. You know? We know, and it's different ways to handle it. Like, there's ways to get them back on topic. It's ways to kind of match the energy, exceed the energy. You know, you can remove yourself, or you can kind of just ask them the right questions or make the right points to make them put their foot in their mouth. It's so many different ways to handle it. You got to be well versed in the strategic, you know, the strategic side of panel warfare. What up?
Speaking about trolls and Bomb Cherry, you know what? I'm gonna leave that alone because you and I know what we were talking about. What happened on Bomb Cherry's channel? I ain't gonna go on that.
Yeah, but I mean, look, like, who the fuck takes this shit seriously? It's like, come on. It's just I think a lot of people get caught up thinking that these are like real conversations and stuff. And I was listening to it. And I think even you know, DJ Witch Doctor was saying little things to kind of you know, gaslight the whole troll and shit too. There was a question with that was posed to LA Project. She mentioned something that, okay, she was with somebody and it ended up, she was with him for a while and ended up not working out, and then of course they didn't get married, and then not long after, the dude was married to somebody else. So the question that Witch Doctor asked was, well, do you think that she just looked better than you or something like that? Like, I'm like, that's a little trolling right there. Like, come on, that's like, come on, that, like, questions like that are designed to kind of incite a little bit of chaos and riot. Like, you got to know when that shit's coming. So, and have some kind of quick, witty comeback for shit like that. You know? Like, you just got to know. Because, come on, I mean, as grown-ass adults with common sense, we know that there's more. And I don't care if you've been married or you haven't been married. Who the fuck in real life is that shallow to believe that marriage is all about how the fuck somebody looks? It's plenty of ugly people that are fucking married. Plenty of them. You know, plenty of ugly people that are married to good-looking people.
Were they ugly when they got married, or did they get ugly during the course of the marriage?
Both.
Look, we all know stories about people that we would consider good looking by just societal standards that got dumped for somebody that wasn't nearly as good looking by societal fucking standards. But to even ask a woman if she thought that her ex dude's new chick looked better than her, that's a gaslighting question right there. Come on. So sometimes you just got to read the room and understand where the fuck you at.
You know, since we're talking about people who are married in on YouTube panels, right? Do you think though there's a thing called marriage sales? I believe a marriage sale exists.
And I'm like, look, but before I even, I'm gonna let you ask that question again. Because I mean, look, Witch Doctor said over and over again, like, his channel is for entertainment. Like, it's not about a message or anything like that. So that's the purpose of a question like that, to kind of incite some entertainment. So I ain't knocking him, but I think a lot of folks that either are listening or even on the panel don't be realizing that shit. And they still trying to come from a space of authenticity when they're being fucking trolled for entertainment purposes. Like, you got to know that. And say whatever you want about Hood Servative. Hood Servative know that shit, man. Big J know that, and I be knowing that, and we all three of us. It's actually a pretty good. We're pretty good examples because we all have like different ways of handling the shit when it happens. No, I'm just saying, hood conservative.
I was explaining to somebody else about this, bro. If you're
Go
gonna
ahead.
bring your feelings on a panel, then you might as well just be a listener, bro. Stay in the comment section, be a chat room gangster. Because once you get on a panel, if you get too angry, too emotional, too upset, it's gonna be hard to properly respond to whatever. Like anger makes you stupid, basically.
Basically, no, they say people's IQ drops when they're angry. What was you saying, Big J?
Well, not only that, but men's IQ drops when women come around too. So there's that.
They were talking about that too when I guess the Mooncakes chick came up on Chaotic Truths the other day. You know what I'm saying? And she had a push-up bra and shit on, and I guess she was looking cute under some bad lighting, and these niggas was losing their shit.
Oh, yeah, but
So that's one time when I can actually agree with Sharon. Broken clock is right twice a day, but I did catch a little bit of Sharon's show last night, and I did agree with what he said. I'm like, yo, y'all niggas is funny when it comes to that shit. Yo, they would lose their shit.
yeah.
I mean, it's funny you mention him because he's literally guilty of it. And you know what's crazy, bro? Because I was playing a segment about this on the show. This happened on Witch Doctor's panel the other day. Dudes will be married, and the woman herself will be married. And you will use all of your married man authority to send for another nigga wife on a panel. Like, what the fuck is going on here?
And this is what I call the Mary sale. This is what I'm talking about, the Mary sale. Because how can you sit there and talk about show me your girlfriend, show me your wife, and yet niggas married? Why should any other man show you their wife and their girlfriend or whatever the case may be, and yet you to a married man? Married man's asking you to show him another man's wife. Who does that? See, and then sit there and call every other woman a queen. You're a queen. You're a queen. But yet though he won't call his own wife a queen. Now, I think I might know.
If every other woman is a queen, what the hell is your wife?
Right. See, this is a prime example of what a Mary sale is. That tells me right there, you ain't getting nothing at home. You ain't getting no excitement at home. But you are lusting after somebody else's relationship. It's almost though you get your kicks off of other people's relationships.
Well, that's what I told you. I mean, I said that before you came back up, Big J. I was like, look, a lot of dudes, you ask them to describe their ideal, woman for marriage, they're gonna describe a woman that literally does not exist. And IG thought that's submissive, has her ass out, her titties out all on the camera and all of that other shit, never argues, has very little of an opinion, probably speaks very little fucking English, has this long flowing natural hair down her back, but like I said, never sheds on any furniture or anything like that. Hell, the woman probably don't even blow up the bathroom. You know what I'm saying? After, when she done. And you ask these chicks to describe their ideal dude, and they will describe somebody else's husband. Some nigga that's taken. That's how far we've come on the internet.
Boom.
You ask people to describe what's ideal, they're not going to be realistic, and they damn sure won't describe what's actually available or what's available to them. So I would agree as far as the whole marriage sale, but this is why you have some people that are I hate to use the term slow, but some people that are so goddamn slow that they'll just meet somebody and get married just so they have something to talk about on their next panel.
Right.
Well, this is what I discovered though with the whole dudes caping for somebody else's wife, because like it happened on a panel and I called it out immediately. And then what it was revealed, bro, and this is so fascinating about like niggas, bro. He did it for a pat on the head, for a digital pat on the head, bro. That's all niggas really be wanting. They just want, pat me on the head and tell me I'm a good man. That's all dudes be wanting, and that shit's so lame when I realized the depth of it. Like that's all it is. They will stab another nigga in the back for a pat on the head from a random chick who's already married to a different guy. It's diabolical, bro.
Yes, a Mary sale. That's a Mary sale. They ain't worried about their own wives. They ain't worried about their fiancés. They ain't worried about their own girlfriends. But yet they want strange women that they never even met. Oh, he's a good black man. Oh, I like how he called me queen. Not knowing, and I'm still on this. I'm sorry, cause I hate this motherfucker. I really do. Cause if I see him, I'll knock his fucking lights out. How the fuck can you sit there and say everybody is your queen except for your wife? And what's so stupid? These women are so damn stupid. Oh no, well actually, they're not stupid. They're on some diabolical shit too. They know he disrespecting his wife in front for praise online. That's why I told Bomb the other day, stop fucking playing favorites. Cause I see that shit. I see that shit right there. I see that shit right through his ass.
I mean, they gotta keep
like a book. I read that bitch nigga like a book. But everybody else can't see it. They can't see that shit. I'm looking right through him saying that shit.
I mean, people got to keep up with the narrative and shit like that. Look, I would give this advice to a lot of the single women that shit is like that shit kind of resonates with them. You know what I'm saying? Them dudes. Trust me, you're not gonna be very comfortable or happy with a dude that every woman on the internet is just comfortable, that he just makes feel comfortable, where he just makes them feel so damn good. Trust me. So a lot of these motherfuckers that be on here spewing that shit all day, their marriages are not all that they're cracked up to be. Trust that.
Yeah, marriage flexing. They want to flex on their marriages. Like, oh, your man's supposed to be like this. A man's supposed to be stoic. Well, nigga, if you so stoic, you should be stoic with your wife. You should be stoic with don't come online trying to offend another man's wife or lust after her.
That's why they can't be stoic with their wives, because they have to come on the internet just to get away from her ass, because she's either annoying as fuck or he's annoying as fuck or they're both annoying as fuck. That's why they spend so much time on the internet. And then they have to use a 12-year-old picture of themselves, you know what I'm saying, as an avatar, to show the good time. To show the good time, because they ain't had one in 12 or 13 years or some shit like that. Trust me, man. I question the health of a marriage of anybody that's on here flaunting that shit, like, all day, or just like you said with the marriage sale or whatever. I would question the health of that shit, man. You're just on here talking to a bunch of single people, all day and making them feel good about themselves and projecting yourself as the man that they want to be with. And I mean, I can understand, and I'm just speaking from a man's perspective, I can understand why a lot of these women have the attitudes that they have, toward men, but yet they don't want to change anything, because these same dudes that they sit up in them chat boxes and fall for the pandering, these be the same dudes that they actually go for and that they're talking about when they say niggas ain't shit. Because these be the same niggas that got 2-3 fucking baby mamas, 2-3 baby mamas, and likely a fucking wife. Now, like, they ain't had no relationships that work. They might be in one now, but that's only because this new chick done took. Hey, she done took over. She's in charge now.
Oof.
Like in charge now. You know. So I'm just saying, and hey, and I ain't mad at these dudes. I know that people were getting on, you know, Andrew Wilson with the Coach Greg Adams thing. They kind of opened up his file and saw that he got a few baby mamas and some exes, ex-wives or whatever. One of them's a black woman and some other shit. And I'm like, hell, if anything, that should make that motherfucker a little more relatable. You know? Because that just shows you that this dude actually done went through some man shit. You know? But when these dudes come up here saying that they have all the answers and like they got everything fucking figured out and they just understand women, no, they go through the same shit with women that everybody else go through. The same way a lot of these chicks that say, oh, these niggas ain't shit and I can spot bullshit a mile away and this and that. They going through the same shit with dudes that they claim they can't stand.
That's what kills me on the internet, bro. Half these niggas swear they him. I don't have these problems y'all be going through. I don't know. Every bitch love me. Every nigga swear they him, bro. And it's just like, how could you all be him? If you were all him, these women wouldn't be unhappy.
Well, no, I mean, there I got to kind of disagree with you, hood conservative. You know, a lot of women will find a reason to be unhappy at some point. You know, like they'll find shit to complain about. So there's doesn't matter. You can actually be him. She's gonna be pissed at some point.
But that's my point. So don't tell me that you're so cool that a woman has never misbehaved or gotten out of pocket or any of these things like that. This is a posture. It's like, I'm him. Women don't do that to me. Stop lying, bro.
Yeah, I mean, hey, yeah, we had that I'm not gonna mention old boy's name, but we had that we had that conversation over and over again about a dude that was in these spaces. You don't really see him much anymore, but he used to say that shit. Oh, I'm him and everything else, and I don't deal with these things because I got money and shit like that. I'm like, bro, you know, it's dudes out here with fucking $100 million, $200 million motherfucking contracts worth hundreds of millions of dollars, going through shit with women. That does not exempt you from a damn thing. Nothing. And you know, there are a lot of women, even because they're a little bit better looking than the average woman or whatever, or they got some extra degrees or, you know, some more money in their pocket. They assume that, oh, well, I don't deal with the same shit that a bunch of you other motherfuckers deal with or whatever. And you find out that they done, you know what I'm saying, flew across the country to go get fucked on the floor in a broom closet or something, by a dude that got 8 baby daddies, 8 baby mamas already. 6 kids. Yeah, 6 kids, 5 baby mamas. Yeah. So it's a lot of cap, you know, in these spaces, a lot.
Well, do you think if men had better access in certain areas that his outcomes will be more better than what he's receiving? I mean, talking about when it comes to with more access to the world, the better outcomes when it comes to dating is what I'm saying, or the abundance of women. Do you think that would solve some of these men's problems?
No, I think it would add to a lot of these dudes' problems. Yeah, I think more access would add to a lot of these dudes' problems, mainly because a lot of them lack people skills and lack just skills as a man, you know, and don't know how to say no. You know, they'll fall. Like, look, I know you got the little tag right here, anti-manosphere. Mm-hmm. So I would have to say that I think the manosphere has kind of bred more marks than it has astute dudes. The word is already out on the streets. I've talked to women both in these spaces and off of these spaces, and if you looking to come up to find a lick, you know, like a dude, a lick, something to come up off of, this is where the fuck you come. You find this algorithm. Mm-hmm. Because all you got to do is study the talking points, listen to them shits, regurgitate those and think I'm not like these other modern day women and shit like that. When in actuality, you're not much different, or you got a set of your own problems and all of that other shit. And some nigga on this bitch will fall for it. Multiple niggas will.
I mean, hell, you gotta sell me the dream I want to buy, though. I mean, that's the way the game is played.
I'm not talking about you in particular. I'm not talking about you in particular. I'm talking about a lot of these dudes will fall for it because, like I say, they just assume that, okay, this is the way these women are and they're bad and everything else. So as soon as some woman comes and projects the opposite, they assume that they found the diamond in the rough. So it's like, look, no, somebody can just tell you what the fuck you want to hear and then you fall for it. And the same rules apply with a lot of these chicks too.
So, and that actually defeats the meaning of the term red pill, because red pill supposed to mean reality, and it's see, I see over and over again. You know, it's kind of like I remember when the manosphere used to say used to talk about the wall of silence, right? No women on panels. We ain't want no woman. We ain't talking to women on panels. And then all of a sudden, it took a British woman to change all that. You know what? I'll be quiet. I'll be quiet.
You think it was her? I don't think it was her to change.
Hold on. I hate when people just go overboard. Like, was she the first woman to ever be on a panel? Really? Are you really, nigga?
No, I'm using her as an example, but yeah, I know there was other women before her and before the red-headed white cave beast. Before those two, but there was other women. But
pasty things. I call her pasty things.
Yeah, pasty things. Yeah,
pasty things.
But and even unless you use pasty things for a prime example, it's sad to see a bunch of Negroes protecting a white woman who Me Too'd another black man, but yet y'all said that black women are destroying black men. Yet she destroyed 2 black men's lives while y'all was protecting this woman. Oh man.
Well, you got to protect her at all costs. That's kind of what that was, you know.
She's a tool, like just like the master teacher said. She's a tool to be used. Come on, really? She Me Too. 2 black men lives got destroyed by her, but she's supposed to be a tool to be used against.
There will be casualties.
I mean,
look, damage.
So no, I talked about this on the Sunday show. I'm like, you had Anton Dan, him and Q were going back and forth about Anton's calling dudes simps and all of that other shit. And I'm like, I can remember not too long ago, you tried to use that as like not you, but Anton tried to use that as leverage, that you flew Six the Goddess out, flew her out first class, put her in the fucking hotel suite, and then a few months later, she's got your ass in queue waiting to talk to her on her show. Like, they didn't even put you to the front of the list, but yet you calling other motherfuckers simps. This is the cap that you have in these spaces. I'm just saying. You know? No? No, that's the cap. Like, she literally left that nigga in queue, made the motherfucker wait, and then pretty much just ignored him when he came up there and said, "Hey, motherfucker, I don't want to talk to you. Why didn't you call me back? You didn't return my call. You didn't return my message and shit." I was like, damn, bro. Did you call another dude simps and flying out class, business class, hotel suites, and all of that shit, and bitch won't even return your motherfucking calls.
That should have destroyed his.
Won't even return your text message.
I remember that. Yeah, I remember that. But that should have destroyed his YouTube career. I don't know how man he got out of that one. You know,
I just changed the subject. That's it. or just went the conservative route and just put on a fucking MAGA hat, you know, and talk shit about why you shouldn't vote Democrat, you know, and boom, that's how you get out of it. You know?
Ain't that what he did though?
Yeah, that is what he did. That's what I'm saying.
Oh, okay.
You just changed the subject. You know? But I'm just saying that's the cap that you have, you know, in these spaces. You know, so I mean it is what it is. That's why it's like, yo, let's just see this shit as what it is. It's entertainment. Have fun with it. And when somebody asks, why aren't you married? Just say, fuck it, man, because either I don't want to be, or don't nobody want to marry me because I ain't the easiest motherfucker to marry. When I find, you know what I'm saying, when I find the right person or the right person finds me, maybe I'll get married, maybe I won't, maybe we'll just link up and just fuck every month, a couple of times a month or some shit, and that'll be it.
I'll be telling people
are honest.
I'll be telling people, listen, man, I'm aged out. I'm in my early 40s. When I pass 40, I ain't getting married. I'm already past 40. What's the point? What point getting married?
You say that, bro. You say that.
No,
As soon as the right woman come along, bro, you're gonna be like, man, you know what? Shackles, man. I'm wiping this one up.
What's the point? I'd rather be married when I was in my 30s or my late 20s and 30s. Why be married when I'm in my middle age? What's the point?
Why not?
Kind of what we were talking about earlier. There's less practical reason the older you get, and the more time you spend single, the less you have to be in that way where, like, I'm willing to, you know, accept her shit so that we can get along.
I mean, I would say all right. So if you're doing it the right way and you're mature, it's gonna be less shit when you get with somebody at this age. Because you're going to have a clear idea of what it is that you will and what you won't tolerate. And more than likely, she will too. And y'all are going to be on the same wavelength.
Theoretically, yeah. But practically, everybody has this shit. We all have weird things about us that make another person uncomfortable or something like that. Everybody has their shit. And so as we get older as women, it's just a lot harder to make these things mesh together.
I mean, I would just say people need to put away the laundry list of shit. They just need to put away the laundry list, get that fictitious, delusional idea of what you think Mr. Right or Mrs. Right is going to be, and just accept that shit when it comes. Be ready for it if it ever comes, and get off the fucking internet and go have a date. Like most relationships end badly, and believe it or not, most relationships don't even get started. They don't. And I think a lot of folks are either scared to get their heart broke, or they scared to get embarrassed on social media. People are just scared to for things not to work, and I think that's bad. And I think that's probably something that we've lost over the years. I think more people were just like willing to, or people were okay with being, you know, it possibly not working out. People were willing to take that risk. Without risk, there's no reward. So, but sitting on the internet, growing old, you know, by yourself, if you can sit up here and say, I want to be married, I don't want to be alone, I don't want to die alone, then you're gonna have to get up and do something. Now, Big J, if you saying, hey, cool, I'm cool with just being alone for the rest of my damn life, or, hey, I'll get with somebody, but there's no marriage. You're gonna do the Coach Greg Adams thing. You're gonna live the free agent lifestyle or whatever. Ain't nothing wrong with that. You know what I'm saying? If you're a functional dude, bro, you'll find somebody that's on your wavelength, or somebody will find you. You know,
I'm just saying though that there's a point. I mean, it's kind of like every man should know his own limitations, and I know my limitations. I think everybody should know what the limitations are, and go and go, and put yourself at your limitations, and stop having these wild ass dreams and that these fantasies. And it goes for men and women though, but I'm speaking as a man. I think some of these fantasies, some of these guys need to let go at age 31. As soon as you turn 31 or 32, you should let go of some of these fantasies. And that's why some of these people are complaining about women in online, because they still trying to hang on to these images that doesn't exist. And I have these Hollywood images, I should say.
I'm like, look, that should be a hell of a dose of reality, right? When you got your dream chick, she fine as hell, she say all of the right things, and then one day he just farts and it blows up the fucking room. That'd be a dose of reality I think a lot of these niggas ain't ready for. It's like, yeah, bro, she farts. It happens. It happens. No. And I don't think you got a lot of dudes on the internet that don't understand that women are human beings. Like, they're people.
You know what? I think it's actually the other way around, bro.
And I was gonna say that too. On the flip side, I think there are a lot of women too that don't understand that men are human beings as well. Men are human beings too. And emotions are human nature. He's going to be pissed at times. Sometimes he's not going to want to talk. It's not always going to be about you, or it will be about you until it's not. He's going to piss you off. He might even tell you to shut the fuck up from time to time. Or he's just gonna ignore you. Like, it's going to happen. He's probably going to leave the toilet seat up. At times, like, for real. He might even fucking lie to you about where the fuck he was yesterday evening. Doesn't mean he was cheating on you. But hey, he might have just wanted to, go play some pool or play some cards with his homies. But if he'd have told you that, you would have fucking bitched and complained and shit. So he just told you he was working late, and you might not find out about it the next month.
Mm-hmm.
So like that's what I'm saying. Like a lot of people are caught up in the fairy tale, and they don't realize that people are human beings, and people are gonna make mistakes. They're gonna do shit. I think, like I said, I think a lot of dudes don't think that their ideal chick is actually going to have emotion. She's going to feel. She's gonna have problems that you can't fucking solve. Even if you're the number one problem solver on the fucking planet, she's going to have problems that you can't solve. And I think ladies need to understand the same thing. Like, he's gonna have issues that you can't solve. That thing between your legs isn't gonna fix them shits. No, they're gonna be times. Even the most confident man in the world is going to have times when he doubts himself and what path he's on. And he's going to need, I think Brenda said this in the chat earlier. She was like, hey, sometimes you got to get that man his space. Because I asked Creative Solutions that earlier when she was like, oh, I just want to be there and be waiting for him to get home and all of that other stuff. I'm like, okay, so what happens when he comes home pissed off? And she's like, oh, well, he can talk to me about it. Yeah, but he doesn't want to talk. And I cut her off right there just to show her exactly how that shit is. Because sometimes he's like, look, I don't want to talk about it.
Yeah, but she should still be there, though, quietly.
Of course, yeah, she should be there. But I'm like, what are you going to do when it's like, yo, he doesn't want to talk about it right now?
Literally, just be there. Like, whatever you would have been doing in the house when he wasn't home, do that now.
But look, I've been in these situations, and sometimes that shit is not easy on anybody from either side. Like from either side, when you come home and hey, she's in a bubbly, great mood. She can't wait to see you. All of that stuff. And you're just pissed, man. You ain't in the fucking mood. Work was hell. Yo, whatever. You planning your damn exit strategy. And she's like, oh well, you can talk to me about it. I don't want to fucking talk about it. And that's just, but how does that make me feel? It's like, God damn, I just came home with all of these fucking problems, and now
I used to have that.
Hold on. Now I got another. Now you're a fucking problem too. Like, what the fuck? And now you got this big ass argument about all of this extra shit. And it's like, damn, now that I had this day at work and pissed me off, and I done came home for some fucking peace, and now I gotta argue with my goddamn chick, and now I don't want to fucking talk about it. Now I got an argument about shit I don't want to talk about, and I gotta talk about what I don't want to talk about, and that's annoying as all hell. You know? Like, what?
No, I used to have that kind of shit, bro. Like, you know what's the worst thing, though? And this is like totally happenstance. Neither party can maybe help it. It is weird. When you get older, you can understand things like this better. Sometimes I come home and I got an attitude that has nothing to do with you. And then I get home and you got an attitude that may or may not have anything to do with me. It might be my fault, it might not. But now we both have an attitude. And now we're just in here. Attitude.
There you go. I agree. And that's what I'm saying. Like, people gotta understand, like, I think we kind of talk about it in a lot of these in most of these spaces, like marriage is the end. And I'm like, no, that shit is like getting married is the beginning. There's a bunch of shit in between getting married and death. Like, it's a lot of shit. And it's not just about, you know, the butterflies and how much sex you're having and getting the bills paid and all of that other shit. A lot of times it's about, you know, just kind of just getting through that shit together, all of the shit, because life is full of shit. And I'll be real, it's nice to have a companion that's willing to go through that shit with you.
It's kind of like what I remember when Bill's what's that actor name played on that Zorro movie, but he said something that was profound. He says everybody want the wedding but not the marriage. And I think that's what you on. You know, everybody wants the marriage, but nobody don't. Everybody want the wedding, they don't want the marriage part. You know.
Yeah. Well, I mean, look, I even broke it down with the Kevin Samuels shit. I'm like, look, Kevin wasn't telling people how to stay married. He was telling women how to get married. And at times he was telling dudes, you know, how to attract a woman to get married. But how much advice did he really give motherfuckers on how to stay married? He wasn't. I'm not even gonna say he wasn't qualified. He didn't do it.
Like he failed twice.
No, he didn't do it. So, you know, and the reason why you get so much advice in these spaces on how to get married is because what these people won't admit is that is the fucking easy part. That's the easy part.
Yeah, if it were easy, everybody be doing it, bro. Remember that commercial? So easy a caveman can do it. Like literal third worlders are outperforming us in that regard. So I think there's something else going on here, bro.
Man, look, asking somebody to fucking marry you and getting them to say yes is as simple as timing. Of course, you gotta meet. You are gonna have to like either leave. Yeah, you're probably gonna have to leave your fucking house at some point. And you're gonna have to meet some people. So sitting on the internet all day is not conducive to even getting married in the first place. But getting married is, I mean, like I say, it's as simple as timing. But you know, staying married, that's gonna require a lot more patience, communication, knowledge of self, knowledge of the other person, consistent adaptation, like for real, it's compromise, knowing when to shut the fuck up. You know, like, I mean, it's just so much that goes in on that. What up?
See, people hated me when I asked them, you know, tell me what's one thing wrong with a chick who shuts up. Everybody screamed, but nobody could tell me one thing wrong with it.
Well, there is a double-edged sword. I mean, what's wrong with it? What's right with it is you're getting peace out of it. But on the flip side, when a woman ain't saying anything, you probably are in danger.
Hey, I would agree with that, Big J. I appreciate you saying something with that shit, man. Because a woman that give you the silent treatment, bro. That's some shit that'll drive your ass up a motherfucking.
You gotta threaten me with a party I didn't want to go to.
I understand, but when you actually want a response and you don't get trust me, women ain't as stupid as you may think they are or whatever. They know just the right time to give you that's why they say be careful what you ask for. You just might get it. So you think what's wrong with a woman?
That's not even what I'm getting at.
Fuck up just when you want a response, nigga.
Nah, Big J, and this is textbook. This is what people do. He literally took a concept that was simple and pure and then overblew it into an absurd unreality. I mean, because unless you have ownership in a duct tape company, you're not gonna get her to just shut up, But what we're asking for is, could you have some discernment about when and for how long you decide to throw all these words at me? Because just like you said before, I'm coming home from work, I got this and that on my mind, and here you come now with all of this blah. Can you maybe not do that? But now when I describe it as, what's wrong with a woman shutting up, here come Big J making it sound like a problem, even though he literally wants exactly that because we just talked about it.
Yeah, well, it seems though you're not using. It seems like you're not comprehending. I was agreeing with you, Hood Sir, but then I was also talking about the flip side. There is trade-offs, Hood Sir. So I don't know why you think I'm on some blue pill.
That's what. No, I understood what Big J was saying, dog. It's like, yeah, you might want to shut the fuck up, but
but you just made it as if she's quiet permanently plotting against you. It's like, no, could you just not be mouthy every time I walk in the door, But you took it to such an extreme. That's my point.
It's not an extreme. That's not an extreme. Some of us have been through a woman not saying anything. And when she's not saying anything, there's either two things happening. Either she humbling her, being humble, or she's plotting.
So think about the situation you're describing, right? I have to accept indefinite chaos and emotional manipulation, or you're gonna secretly plot to destroy me behind my back? No, this is not gonna work.
No, I would say this. No, it's really about compromise. So even though it would be nice to hope that I had a woman that just shut the fuck up whenever the fuck I wanted her to, I understand that that's not realistic. It's just not realistic to do it whenever the hell I want her to. So I would rather have a woman that just says what the fuck's on her mind rather than a woman that just holds that shit in and doesn't say anything.
But everything's on her mind, bro. Literally everything. Shit that you couldn't even conceive of existing in your reality. That shit's on her mind, and you got to hear about it now.
Yeah. Yeah, that's
sounds miserable. I don't know how you guys do it.
It's a trade-off. Now, granted, that's why I would say, look, exceptions are made for the exceptional. I'm an exceptional man, so I would need an exceptional woman that understands how powerful her words can be and understands the value of good timing, tone, inflection, and all of those other things. So it's not just what she says, but it's how she says it, it's when she says it, and all of those other things. Yeah. But I can't expect that from somebody if I'm not going to give it myself. So
that's different. Your job isn't to give quiet. I don't think your job is to do that as the male or the husband. What I want from her is nothing like what she wants from me. That's what the trade-off is. Not that you just get to run your mouth until I bleed out of the fucking ears.
Yeah, I understand that, but that's why I would say, hey, that's probably when you're at an advantage, either dating or looking. What up, Fighter? Shout out to Fighter with the 499. You know what I'm saying? Salute, bro. But nah, he all right. So that's why I would say you're probably at an advantage, dating or looking for marriage, being a little bit older, than when you're younger, because you can tell the difference. You can tell the difference between somebody just venting and needing to get some shit off of their chest as opposed to noise. So as a seasoned man that's been through some shit, when to just, she's going, just let her go. Just let her go. She'll run out.
Right, and I totally agree with that too. Like there will be times where it's like, because look, women are people too. Remember, so there will be that time where it's like, you just gotta let her get her shit off. But I'm asking for something a little bit less extreme than the options on the table.
And I don't think in these spaces we kind of just preach that a little bit. Like you kind of float through that shit. But it requires people skill. Like it just requires people skill. And it's not. I mean, if you can get with somebody when you're young and do the whole till death do us part thing, it's gonna be a lot of OJT, a lot of on the job training, and what I'm saying, hopefully you'll build up, patience and the skill and the knowledge of the person you with, and they can understand you and kind of understand where you can go. But I don't think you're necessarily at a disadvantage just because you get a little older. I think you can. What we want to say is a disadvantage because you're older. I think it could be used as an advantage more so than anything.
That's the paradox, bro. You're old enough to do it better, but you're too old to want to do it anymore. Life is so paradoxical like that.
I'm gonna say not even necessarily better, just smarter. Like you can just be smarter with it. Like, just being older than I was, I don't have to waste any time anymore. Like for real, motherfucker, know this ain't gonna work like on the first date. Second date, 1-2 phone conversations. I know this shit ain't gonna work. Before you had to go through a lot of hell and high water and a bunch of other shit, and then you fall for the acting and everything else. And there's certain shit that you did put up with. There are red flags that you ignored. It's like, nah, bro, you see shit as a red flag when you get older that you didn't even notice when you was younger.
It's so funny. I remember like this was a couple of years ago. I met this chick, and she's like a little older than me. So technically, she's an older woman. But like it was like a year and a half, nothing crazy. But she's a little bit older than me, right? But the thing is, like, there isn't a lot of extra maturity that comes with age, really, because we were sitting at her kitchen table. We were just sitting there talking about stuff because like we were still like getting to know each other, and I don't even remember exactly what it is we were talking about, but it was something like relationship context, sort of like the conversation we're having tonight. And I forgot exactly what I said to her. But when I said it to her, like we were sitting at the table, like smoking or whatever, and she threw the lighter at me, and that shit whizzed by my head. And I looked like, how some whiz by your head, you turn and look a second, and I looked back at her, and she was like, "Oh, I'm so sorry that I'm apologizing or whatever." And I'm cool, I played it off, but mentally in my mind, she just died right there at the kitchen table. There was nothing I will ever do with you beyond this. And right there at that moment, it was just over. And she had no idea I had just sort of buried her.
I can't blame you, man. She just snapped, bro. Yeah. That would have been a get the fuck out of here real quick moment for me too. Cause that's not gonna stop. Like if she'll just throw shit at you, yeah, bro. That's not gonna get better. That's only gonna get worse. For real. Ooh. Yeah, that's oof. She just threw a lighter at you, bro. Eventually that shit's gonna be a stiletto. The chances are she'll throw a fucking knife at your ass, bro.
And this is a weird thing too. Like we were sitting like at the table, and I don't know if you remember this, but we were sitting like at the table, and she was like, "Oh, I'm so sorry that I'm apologizing or whatever." And I looked So
What was in her hand?
theoretically, if you wanted to hit me, you could have easily hit me. So I'm like, did she miss me on purpose, or was she just a girl and she couldn't throw? Like, it was so funny, but I was just looking at her like, oh damn it, now I gotta ask you out. It could never be anything now.
Shout out to L. Nixie. He said a majority of us have different levels of trauma or habits we need to actively work on. However, a lot of people want you to accept their brokenness and blame you for not being able to fix it. Man, you just typed a motherfucking mouthful, and those are facts, man. Shout out to the show sponsor, L. Nixon. But nah, man, he's right. A lot of people expect, another person. I'm not even gonna say to be their therapist, because a therapist ain't even gonna fix your trauma. A therapist ain't gonna fix you. A therapist is gonna help you come up with viable solutions to fix yourself. Because at the end of the day, you got to kind of do that work yourself. But a lot of people don't want to do the work themselves. They just like what you typed in here, L. People just want somebody to blame. They don't even want their trauma or brokenness to be fixed. They just want somebody to blame for the shit. And trust me, even in my old age and shit now, I've been able to spot that shit a mile away. People that are not really looking for people that are just looking for just somebody to blame for bullshit. They don't want to fix bullshit. They don't want to avoid bullshit. They just want somebody to blame for bullshit, and they're content with bullshit. And that, believe it or not, that's a lot of people.
I don't think there's any real fix to this thing. At least not from like a having conversations on a panel perspective. It's too big. It's too complicated. Frankly, it's a little bit too personal and emotional. But a lot of this a lot of what has been done can never be undone. Let me just say that definitively. Like, there's no real turning back the clock. But in terms of a fix, like I keep telling people, this is not a romantic problem. It has nothing to do with you loving him better or her loving you better. This is almost completely about structure, rules, laws, and incentives, right? Like the laws and the incentives have hollowed out the structure that the typical relationship stood on. And now we're attempting to kind of stand together in this relationship that has no foundation anymore. And like earlier, yesterday when I was talking about it, I laid out the idea of like, in the modern world, women don't really have a proper need for men. And so because they have no proper need, there's very little consequence to like disregarding a good man or just being a bitch in general. And so like, on the flip side, if you could sacrifice the idea of having a legacy or a family or whatever, if you just want to fuck bitches, get money for the rest of your life, I have no need for you as a woman. And so now we're both coming from this area of extreme lack of need for one another. And I just think it's baked into the cake, bro. You're not gonna fix this teaching game and teaching women how to be domestic. You need a little bit more of a fertile soil to garden in.
I think though, right? I think it's going to take an existential threat, right? I don't know what it would be, but it would have to take an existential threat for people to drop the foolishness to the side. To know what is important. I don't know what this threat would be or what it should be, but I know it would have to take something big, something massive, something that's that's terrifying to make people drop the foolishness to the side. That's what I think what's going to take for people to be in more of a healthy relationship, or be more in a community minded, or even in romantic relationships as well. I mean, it's going to take something big and nasty to happen to Western society for that to happen.
Like, look at what happened during the crisis, bro. Like, dudes are, mocking the crisis, and women aren't exactly humbled by it either. It's gonna take something big.
Right. Because like winter, everybody talking about winter's coming. Well, winter's hitting everybody. So I don't know why everybody wants to talk about winter's coming for women when everybody's getting hit. You know, um, so you know,
I mean, oof. I like what LA Project says. Folks that walk away from good people live with regrets. That's a consequence. I don't think so. Um, good. If I'm not a good person, my damn self, or if I'm not good for that good person, I don't even see why I would regret walking away from a good person. I should, like, let's keep it real. A lot of people do good people a favor by leaving them the fuck alone. Because I'm not gonna lie, it's been some chicks that have done me a favor by not fucking with me.
but you know what though, Auntie, what you just said. I'm glad though, man. You said
And
it.
I probably done some few women a favor or two by not fucking with them too. I ain't gonna lie.
Right, but
'Cause it would never
I'm
end
glad
it.
though. I'm glad though you said it, Auntie. I'm glad you said it because for at least well, I ain't gonna tell it to my personal business, but I'm glad somebody left my ass alone. Right? I'm glad somebody left my ass alone because I see it. You know, I'm glad you said it because at first I thought it was me, and then the person said it wasn't me, but then I find out that was a good thing. You should mourn when people decide to leave you alone, decide to break up with you. But anyway, that happened to me like last year and a half ago. I ain't gonna, I'm gonna leave that one.
I think you kind of talking about just casual relationships. It becomes way more. It's way stickier once children and finance and property and legacy and everything else gets involved. It's like earlier I was talking about this. Like men, kind of like we women don't need men in the same way anymore because all the provision part is kind of taken care of. But men still need women in terms of like family and children and legacy, right? So it's like
Right.
we want to be needed, though. And it's kind of the thing. We want to be needed as men, and so now we have this imbalance in the dynamic. And women get to play into that stuff as much as they want, and then as soon as they're not ready to play into it, it's over. But the thing is, we have to kind of both need each other once it comes to like the family and all of that, and that's really what it comes down into. It. If it's just two people having sex with each other, yeah, then they did you a favor by leaving. But if you're having a family and then it's that type of deal, I'm not gonna say you did anybody a favor by blowing a family up.
Oh well, no. Hold on. Let me read this super chat for a second, real quick. All right. So shout out to L Nixon, our show sponsor for the evening. He says, "Simple-minded people come online to have people pander to their pain while keeping them there for cash apps. When views and money are more important than well-being, the lies become more accommodating." Damn.
Oh,
Shout out to L Nixon. That's damn. And drop the truth bomb on us, dog. And drop the truth bomb on us.
That sounds like someone. You know what? I'll be quiet.
Well, that sounds like a lot of folks believe, but I can't even put that on no one person.
I hate that like the so-called manosphere has to carry all of that like by itself. Because think about this, like when the girls were up here earlier, one of the girls made this point, and I was gonna throw it back at her, but I decided to play nice. I didn't want to blow up the panel just yet. But if all these men are listening to all this bad content, and that's what's making all the men single and miserable, well, what the fuck are the women listening to? Because I know they're not watching red pill content from the manosphere.
Yeah. And that's why I said what I said earlier. Don't think when I said I'm anti-manager, don't think I'm just against y'all. I'm also against the other side too, though. Because the other side, they want broken men, right? Because it's easy to control a broken man rather than a stable man, because they can't control a stable man. You see, and the sisterhood, I'm gonna call it. I don't like to use that term sisterhood, but I'll use for the sake of the conversation. But the sisterhood want broken men. That's why they catered to bums. They would mammy themselves to bums. They would support these stereotypes. But when a man is stable, they don't want to support that man if that person's stable. And I see this all the time on these female channels.
Now, Big J, you came in, waving your Thor's hammer at me, but you see the exact same thing I do that I'm talking about. And when I do content, all I do is highlight that kind of stuff, right? And it doesn't even have to be on some hateful. I don't have to dunk on a chick every time she does something, but like it's out there, and people don't understand the psychology that's motivating a lot of their misery, bro.
I mean, I would say this, right? When Big J said it's easier to control broken men, I don't think so. I don't think it's easy to control any fucking body. Like, people can't be controlled. They can't. And that's why you see so many folks that are miserable. It's just, it might be a little easier to get the illusion of control when you're dealing with somebody that's broken. I would say the same thing for dudes too. Because a lot of these dudes come on here saying the same shit. I done heard dudes say, yeah, I could date a single mother, but her baby daddy either number one got to be fucking dead, or he got to be a damn deadbeat, or I got to be able to hit on her kids, or some shit like that. Or they would prefer a woman that doesn't make her own money, really has no purpose in life other than to make them happy. Like, they really believe that'll make things, easier to control. And it's like, trying to control any other human being is like trying to catch spilling water in your hands. You can't do it. I don't give a fuck if that's a whole person or a broken person.
This is why leadership isn't for the masses, bro, because you can absolutely control people. That's literally what the art of governance is controlling people.
Well, the reason why I said it, right? The reason why I said it because
I would disagree. But go ahead, Big.
Well, I disagree with you, Auntie, because I read this book called The Manipulated Man. If you're not a manosphere, know nothing about the red pill, y'all might want to read that book because of
Esther Villar. Yeah.
Yeah,
there you go.
Yeah. So I read that book. I read that book front to cover and back and forward. Yeah, and this is what women do. They will find a broken man, and I'm gonna use this nigga who me and you was talking to over the weekend, right? He's a broken ass nigga. I ain't mention his name, but look at how the women try to coddle his ass. Even though he beats on women, whip women's asses and shit, yet to still coddle him because it's easy to him to control him or give the illusion of control. While men who are upright or seem to be upright, they want to ignore him because they try to quote unquote fix this broken ass nigga right here when he's fixed.
Well, this is what I've been pointing out lately. Like, as much as I'm difficult with women, because I don't like to give them an easy time most of the time, but women aren't really the problem. Girls are girls. It's just fun talking to them, but it's really the dudes who are the problem. Dudes give so much cover to so much bullshit. I can't really blame women. I'm just upset, but I can't blame the women. You make it so easy for them. Like, I would be a bank robber if you made it easy to rob banks. You know what I mean? It's that kind of shit. Like, can you really be that mad at them?
That you heard it from Hood Conservative here first. All right. Nah, but that's why I would say, look, it's the illusion of control. So leadership is not about control. You know what I'm saying? It's about leading. And you don't have to control your followers. They'll willingly follow you.
There are many schools of thought on leadership, but I don't think you can ever have any proper leadership without a level of control. Because if you have no control, you aren't leading, you're merely suggesting, and that suggestions aren't commands. And only leadership and authority can give commands. And so I think we're having a conceptual problem from the jump. You cannot separate the two. And that being said, though, historically, like we didn't always have democracies and voting and everybody's equal and we're all special together and you get a trophy and you get a trophy. We didn't have that historically. You know what we had historically? Do what I tell you or you and your people die. That's where leadership comes from, and it really hasn't changed all that much since then. Like look at the government shutdown. You don't think the government? I mean, you don't think the Democrat Party was flexing its muscles on its army of hungry baby mamas just now? That's leadership. Listen, y'all better stay in line, or you'll be hungry forever. Fuck around with me. I'll let this orange nigga starve all you bitches. Like that's the Democrats sending a message to their people. Don't ever confuse leadership like that, bro. You cannot have leadership without authority. And not only that, your leadership will rise and fall on how you use that authority.
But hey, leadership and authority, that's when that word that kind of triggers a lot of people comes into play, but it's also misconstrued, which is submission. And people will have to willingly submit to leadership and authority. They will rarely forcefully submit.
I mean, force is the absolute base of any type of power, bro. If you're not willing to use force, you don't actually have power. You're just another nigga making suggestions.
Well, that's why I always said, like, okay, when they say, all right, when you want to talk about politics, they say one side is trying to take your rights away, and the other side kind of just wants you to willingly give away your rights. You know, so either way, your rights are fucking gone.
Not necessarily. This is why I'm so like hard right, because I think a lot of black people just have misconceptions about government. So like when they say take your rights away, they're talking about what's a gay right? You know, what's a woman's right? These are privileges that they've carved out for special groups of people. These can't be properly defined as a right. But if I convince people with a struggling IQ that I'm taking something away from you, well, now I got an army of angry, dumb people willing to kill for me. Like, this is how dirty the game is, but that's what we're up against, bro. Nobody's taking your rights away. You've been gassed into thinking that two dudes banging each other is somehow a right that you get to have.
Well, people, two women going at it or two men going at it, usually those people have been ostracized out of the community or worse, killed. Oh, I'm sorry, deleted. I'm sorry, deleted. So your argument is a bad argument, Hood to Assertive. And also, Hood Assertive, when you talk about privileges and so forth, can you please explain about women's rights or LGBTQ rights? Can you please explain that about rights being given?
Well, a right is supposed to be a universal thing that like all the citizens of the country enjoy under the doctrine of whatever their founding papers are. Like we have the Constitution that guarantees us rights. Now, within the Constitution, the rights are a universal thing. Now, you can't have universal women's rights. Only women can access a women's right. So therefore, it's not technically a right. It is a privilege.
Okay, then by that logic, since though you said you on the hard right? So there's this argument of we need to repeal the 19th Amendment. So are you in favor of the repealing of the 19th Amendment of the Constitution?
Oh God, I was just having this conversation with somebody else on a different panel, and it kind of blew the panel up because black folk are very emotionally attached to this idea, and I'm just not. But I don't think as black men we have gained from black female suffrage. I think black female suffrage has kind of handicapped us more than it has set us free.
Really. Then therefore, what is the history of the 19th Amendment, then, sir?
I don't know. You tell me, but make the point that you want to make after you tell me.
So you said that black female suffrage has ruined black men. Then how come you never understood Ida B. Wells? Because Ida B. Wells was a black feminist, and she was for women's suffrage. But then she tell every black man about black men need to uphold the Second Amendment to shoot down the white men if they come at them. So you can't sit there and say that black female suffrage is destroying black men. You can't have it both ways. When it was the black suffragist movement, female suffragist movement that actually helped black men in the process.
I mean,
What are you
giving
talking?
advice isn't giving advice on a particular thing isn't necessarily purely helping. But I would say this. Hold on. I would say this in terms of like what women vote for, what women believe in terms of politics. Like you are their enemy. You understand that, right? As a straight black man, you are her political enemy. Everything she does politically is against you.
Well, by the logic, aren't you the enemy of your own self because you support fascism? You support white supremacy. I mean, if you sit there, you sound like the black version of Ramaswamy. The way you're talking. Look how they're treating Ramaswamy in Deja Danuja and them.
Yeah, I'm not a fan of Vivek either. Not.
Right.
Yeah,
But
the Patel clan is out of style right now on the right wing.
yeah, but the problem is the argument you're making is these women are against you because you are a man, rather than telling, you know what, I'm gonna leave that alone. Go ahead. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
That's literally the strategy, though, and this is how it works for black men. This is what literally happened on a panel I was just on. So I brought this whole thing up, and there was a couple of white guys on the panel. Imperius was up there, so he fucked the whole thing up. But this is literally what happens. Black guys will be trying to determine their own individual goals and values or whatever. And then the threat of racism will always be brought up so that black men don't ever contemplate their own individual values and goals. And we now have to have our values and goals rolled into whatever goofy shit the women want to do because you niggas is over here fighting racism. I swear to God, it happens all the time. I first noticed it under George Floyd, and now it's just a pattern that holds over and over again.
Okay, then what? Okay, what you said individual goals, right? You said individual goals, right?
Well, not individual. Let me explain that. Not individual. I said that wrong. I misspoke. But goals as black men, not as a part of the group, but individually as black men, not connected to black women.
Okay. Then what is it? The goal for black men should be then?
That's the conversation, isn't it? Like, do we have our own special interests, or do we just want everything that the women want? Because if we want everything the women want, we could just let them do all the voting. We can bake fucking cookies.
Now, the thing is, though, Hood Assertive, y'all have 15 years to create a political agenda. Myself and Mr. Research, Mr. Research, because O'Shea brought up Mr. Research earlier. The mind frame is you get power first before you worry about pussy. Y'all's issue is we got to control the pussy rather than attaining power. That's my problem. That's been my major problem with the black manosphere in these black red pill spaces. Y'all sitting up here worrying about pussy rather than getting power, while the women are smart enough to understand what power is. Black women know where power is where power goes.
And why do you think I blame the men? Because all they want is pussy. They don't get no respect.
No. I blame y'all over there for taking the mindset of we got to control Keisha rather than trying to control the economics and the economics and the social dynamics of society. That's been my number one problem I have with you red pill Negroes. Y'all been doing this. Y'all want to bash. Y'all want SBE all the time. SBE is not a power move. Shane Blame explained it's not a power move. It's an argument from the position of weakness. And that's what SBE, that's what you niggas be doing. Y'all arguing from the position of weakness, and it's getting tiring for the last 15 years you Negroes been doing that. That's not a power move. That's why I've been embarrassed listening to you Negroes talk. If you want power, you got to go where power is at. And Free Zone said, yeah, you can't care for. And it's like what Free Zone Lou said, and I'm glad Free Zone Lou Free Zone Lou, quote me in the chat room. You can't terraform the bitch. You got to terraform the environment. So start terraforming the environment. The bitch won't be there no more. There'll be better groups of women there. You have to worry about Keisha. Once you terraform the environment, Keisha won't be there. You'll have a better form from a female. But everybody, all of y'all think I'm sipping for women and shit. Oh, bitch, you sipping? Fuck that shit. I don't give a flying fuck. It's not about women. I've been saying that to you Negroes. It's not about caping for women. It's getting y'all's mind right. What should be the mind frame should be on. They're worried about the wrong things. And then y'all vote for Donald Trump in hopes that because Donald Trump complained about DEI, and since those black women are being quote unquote fired from DEI when DEI is really for white women, but yet y'all still gonna stick on these talking points, right? But y'all think that was a punish to black women when y'all also punching y'all damn selves along the process. Y'all making yourselves look stupid, and it's very embarrassing. That's why I yell and scream at you niggas, because y'all are fucking embarrassing with some of y'all's arguments. That sounds stupid. Y'all sound ignorant doing that. And I know I'm hated. I know why I'm hated, because I tell the truth about you Negroes for the last 15 years I've been on here. And I see the same old talking point over and over again, and yet y'all not talking about, well, let's get politically active and let's worry about, why they're feeding young black male students Ritalin. That should be the most primary goal about black men. Worry about the educate. What about black boys? No, you ain't worried about black boys. You worried about Keisha over there. Keisha, who would not allow you to sleep with 15 years ago. You still mad? You still mad about prom date in 1986, Obsidian? You still mad about your baby mama that like you created in 1982, BGS? You still worry about the Moynihan report from 1965, BGS? You see what I'm saying? You worry about things that you should have had, that you should have gotten over. But no, you instead of helping young men and young boys to accomplish a goal and talking about, we got this meetups about the manosphere. Y'all ain't produced not one damn political policy to help young men out.
Big J, who hurt you, brother? Who hurt you? Tell me. I'll fight him for you.
Y'all being an embarrassment for black men. See, because of y'all's rhetoric, y'all's Keisha bashing rhetoric hurts other black men who on some other shit. So now every other black man is grouped in with you Negroes. I can't sit there and check somebody while I be calling a red pill. All other black men is grouped in, or let me say, just scratch that. All other men. Hold on, and do not bring Dr. T. Son Johnson. Dr. T. Son Johnson. Let's tell the truth, because somebody gonna bring. Well, what about Dr. T. Son Johnson? Dr. T. Son Johnson never went to not one congressional hearing. He ain't went to not one legislative hearing in California, Texas, Florida, and any other state. When the last time, though, if Dr. T. Son Johnson was actually was about something, he would have been in Sacramento, he would have been in Austin, he would have been in Tallahassee, he would have been in Albany, New York, he would have been in Springfield, Illinois, talking about men's rights. But guess what? Professor Scott Galloway is there. Paul Elam is there. See, when I mention Paul Elam and when I mention Scott Galloway, those are white men. Where are you niggas at? When they're talking about boys' rights and men's rights. Don't come to me about Dr. T.C. Son Johnson. Oh, he's doing talking about and that whole Dr. T.C. How you gonna be saying, well, I'm against abortion? I want black men and the black woman need to stay together. How you gonna be saying that in that 20-point plan at the same time you want financial abortion? Oh, I'm sorry, wasn't that you, Hood Sertive, who wanted financial abortion?
Damn, stop saying that.
I wasn't pushing that. I wasn't pushing that. Somebody else came up with that whole platform, but I agree with the concept. Yeah.
See, but you won't yet though you want black men and a black woman to get together. But at the same time, see, I wish you was Anger Man. I wish you was BGS because them niggas keep running from me.
That's your problem, BJ. You kind of want to use me as an avatar for the people you really don't like. I'm not the guy that touched you, bro. Stop yelling at me.
No. Those are your leaders. Your leaders need to be pranked down, and they need to be like in a bunker with Adolf Hitler. I want them to be in a bunker. I'm the Russian army. I'm surrounding Berlin. And I want y'all in the damn bunker putting a bullet in y'all damn head. Because I'm coming for y'all. Y'all need to go. Because you're being hypocritical. Y'all's arguments hypocritical. And then y'all back this white red-headed bitch named Pearly Things. And then look what y'all do. Oh man, we're here to defend Pearl. When she meet two black men got fucked up behind her. Yet y'all still want to support her because she got to be used. Like in BGS used to say, she can be used as a political goal when you can't even do a political goal for your own damn self. That's why shame, blame, explain is an argument from the position of weakness. Assertive, and your leaders got to go. Your leaders need to be in that bunker when I'm.
Ain't that what you're doing right now? Ain't you just shaming, blaming, explaining? You're emotionally dumping like a woman right now.
Because your ignorance is rubbing off. Your ignorance needs to die. All right.
Are you saying I made you a bitch? Is that how that works? My ignorance made you act like a bitch?
No.
I had no idea. Do you see how powerful misogyny is? You gonna respect my misogyny, you bitch ass nigga.
How can you call me a bitch when y'all been just Pearly Things bitch? How can I be a bitch when y'all been Jessica X bitch? How can I be a bitch when y'all Tommy Sotomayor's bitch or BJS Igmore's bitch or Anger Man's bitch? Explain it. Or Obsidian's bitch. Explain it. I'll wait.
Well, I asked you if you were emotionally dumping like a woman, and you said yes. I rest my case, bro.
I ain't made no answer to that. I'm not answering your question because you're avoiding your own responsibility in this. So why would y'all?
You want to yell at the niggas that touched you, bro? I'm not one of those guys. You're gonna have to find your real bully and yell at him, bro.
Well, you're gonna have to accept the responsibility of it because you're here and they're not here.
This is fatherless behavior. This is literally fatherless behavior, bro.
Really,
I'm gonna take my anger out on you because you're here and my dad isn't here. This is fatherless behavior.
Those are your daddies. And hold on. Let's talk about this fatherless behavior crap. Yeah, I don't see you telling that bullshit to Angry Man when he pops off. Talk about he come from a fatherless home. I don't see you telling that to BJS. When he talk about he want to put his dick up another man's ass, yet those niggas, you ain't telling him that's fatherless behavior. When all them niggas do have fathers in their life. So quit that Republican right-wing narrative.
Why do you want me to fight your battles, BJ? Why do you suppose I should be fighting your battles, bro?
I'm not telling you to fight my battles. I'm telling you to be honest about how you going to judge me, yet you won't judge them the same way. If you, don't tell me that.
Do I follow you around telling you things? You follow me around saying shit to me, bro. You literally find me so you can tell me how you feel. So why should I be doing that to other dudes? You want me to be a stalker like you, bro?
I don't follow you around.
You want me to be a stalker like you?
I don't follow you
You
around.
This is like the second or third time in 2 weeks that you've joined the panel just to pick on me. I'm not the nigga that touched you, bro. Find that nigga and beat his ass, bro.
When y'all act like a gang, I'm gonna treat you like a gang. When you act like a gang, I'm gonna treat you like a gang. It's like it's RICO charges, nigga. So if you said you're part of it, I'm gonna treat you like what the leaders do. It's RICO, nigga. Now y'all follow a white girl who me too a black man, and y'all has said nothing but form Voltron to protect this bitch. But yet she me too a black man. How many times I had to say she me too a black man? How many times Ramil had to say she me too a black man? How many times oh my God, I forgot the brother's name. You know, Uncut Underground said she me too a black man, and there's proof of her me too a black man. But instead of saying, wait a minute, she me too a black man, oh my God, let me stop supporting her. Y'all went.
Damn, Studio, that's real shit, Studio. Studio, that really happened. It's crazy because I was just kind of being funny about it, but now I don't know, man. Listen, I be having strong instincts. I don't even know how we got here, but Studio, that's crazy. I always trust my instincts, bro. Who touched you?
No, who touched you with all that SBE? Who touched you? Don't look for support in the chat room.
It's crazy. I've been throwing that at you for like 20 minutes, and you just now caught it. The nigga was really wrapped up in his own bullshit. That's crazy.
Who touched you? Who served him?
You need to find the niggas that you really mad at, bro.
No. Y'all as a movement, y'all are a hate group. It's both. See, my issue is not just a personal one; it's also a political one. It became a political one first, then it became personal. So, for you, between me and you, it's political. For them, it's personal. But at the same time, you are a hate group, and y'all need to be treated like a hate group that y'all are.
How can you have a personal problem with somebody you don't actually know personally? I'm struggling with this, bro.
Don't worry about it. If you don't know what happened behind the scenes, then don't worry about it.
I got an idea what happened behind the scenes. I'm like, listen, bro, find that nigga and beat his ass, bro. Get that shit off your chest, man. Tell him how you really feel. You up here trauma dumping on me. I don't know why you trauma dumping on me like a woman, bro. I don't know what this does for you.
You are a hate group. You're part of a hate group, and it needs to be addressed. That's why Google and Facebook need to be breaking down to need to be breaking down into to 1,000 different pieces to address the hate speech shit, because they don't want to address these terms of services and the community guidelines. Y'all routinely sit there and violate all the time. So
go tell, bro. Go tell. If we doing something illegal, go tell on me, bro. Go snitch.
So again, you Negroes are a hate group, and y'all need to be addressed.
Yo, Street said you got caught flirting with a transmission. That's real.
Don't worry about that. You need to worry about what I'm talking about.
That's real or not? The Street said you got caught flirting with a transmission. Were you working on your transmission? Were you trying to fix a strange transmission, bro? What was going on there?
Don't worry about no transmission.
Why are the streets saying you got caught working on the transmission? What's going on there, bro?
Why you need help from the chat room? I'm talking to you man on man.
Nigga, you talking to the ghost of the nigga that touched you. Stop that shit. Were you fixing the transmission or not?
No, I ain't fixing no transmission. Now back to the point, right? How come you think SBE is supposed to be changing things for men?
It won't. I don't know why you're trying it.
No, I'm talking to you. Why you think SBE is a good option?
It won't. I don't talk about SBE. I don't know what that even. I don't know where you come from with that. That's not my my strategy. You're gonna
He
shame men. Shame men into doing what? You're gonna shame them into being better black men? That's stupid. That's not gonna
no,
work.
Negro, you know what SBE means. You bashing Keisha all the
Yeah, you're
time.
shaming,
That,
blaming, explaining to black men right now. How's that
no, I'm
going for
not.
you?
No, I'm not. No, not because I'm not arguing from the position of weakness. Y'all
You're
argue.
arguing from the woman's position. How are you not weak?
No. I'm not arguing from
You're
women's position.
literally arguing a woman's
No, I'm not.
position. How
No,
are
I'm
you
not.
not
No,
weak?
I'm not
How are you
arguing from
not weak? What is
because
strong
I
about
don't
arguing a
care
woman's position as a
because
man?
because
How is it
y'all
silent? How are you
support
being strong by
y'all
arguing for the women
support
as a man? What are you
you
arguing?
support you support a white bitch and her Nazi ways because you were mad at Keisha. See,
All
you
my
bring
niggas
down your
hail Hitler, bro.
manhood
What are you
down.
talking about? I'm
Y'all
supposed to be
bring
afraid
down
of that? All my
you bring
niggas
down
hail
your
Hitler, bro.
manhood.
What you talking about? You just
Listen,
got so many feelings. You don't know what to do with them. This is why I treat you
no.
like a girl, bro. I can only talk to you as you are a little girl because you have all these feelings and you don't know what to do with them. Just like
So
one of my kids,
so
bro.
Shout out to Bridget. She said everyone take a chill pill, so she decided to give each one of y'all 10 minutes. I'm assuming. Correct me if I'm wrong, there, Bridget. Yeah, that's a bounty on both of them because she did say everyone. So since we got $1 a minute, each one of y'all could take 10 minutes. So, panel is still open. You know, if anybody wants to come up and say anything. If not, I may just end this in a little bit, get myself a little something to eat. But that wouldn't be fair to just drop everybody and just end the damn show. So yeah, everybody stop fighting. Yeah, that's what. Hey, I just work here. All right. So yeah, we got until the what the hell, the 8:37 mark Eastern time. That was wild. I mean, I would say that's a different. I mean, it's not the relationship topic. It's still kind of, I don't know if it's the men versus women, argument, or the Democrat versus Republican, the liberal versus conservative argument. I don't fucking know. I don't know if that has to do with the whole marriage thing, why people aren't married. I don't really think there's a reason why, like, a lot of people aren't married. When you ask that question in these spaces, I think it's really just a loaded question. As I stated earlier, I don't even think it's because a lot of people say, well, I just haven't found the right person yet. As I was stating earlier, I think a lot of people don't want to admit that they're not the right person. Like, they're not the right person, which is likely one of the reasons why they haven't found the right person. And I think that's okay to admit, that you're probably not ready to be married. Or most important, what a lot of people don't want to admit is that they're not ready or equipped to be married to the person or the type of person that they want to be married to. That's something that, hey, you're not going to hear that shit on these other panels because there's a lot of, as Big J would say, there's a lot of shame, blame, explain. I just call it straight up just finger point. It's a lot of that shit. A whole lot of that shit, just a whole lot of finger pointing. So it's easier to, the women got to blame the men, you got to blame the men, but the problem is you men and the dudes got to blame the women. They got to blame feminism. They got to blame the laws, and the ladies got to blame. I mean, I've even heard even more. This is something that I heard on Bomb Cherry's panel last week, and I didn't get the chance to address PH Diva on this because she was the one that said it. She said that it's the issue that it's not just the men, it's that these young boys are coddled and some other shit. So my pushback on that would be, look, I don't think, anybody's really coddled in today's society because people got to go out here and deal with the fucking world. I think that a lot of our children, boys and girls, are raised in delusional bullshit that's not real. And unfortunately, they go out into the real world and they get a real dose of reality. And then when it comes to either marriage or the work world, entrepreneurship, whatever the case may be, just kind of building something, they get a rude awakening that shit just, it ain't everything that people told you that it was. You know, shout out to Frida Green. What up, Frida Green? But yeah, a lot of people just get a rude awakening when it comes to that shit, man, and they don't. Then they're not prepared for it. And unfortunately, a lot of us millennials then got hit with a rude awakening too. You know, we grew up, listening to 80s music and 90s music and all this R&B, Jodeci shit. You know what I'm saying? A lot of the dudes thought that, hey man, all you got to do is just say what the fuck, you know what I'm saying, these damn R&B singers and shit we're saying, and listen to what that bullshit that they talking about on Ricky Lake and everything else, and things are gonna work out. But nah, bro, they wasn't no romance without finance. Like after a while, that romance shit wore off, where your ass just got older, you got sick of that shit, or you ran out of money and the shit ain't fucking working. And then a lot of women were told, hey man, just get your education and get your degree and you're strong and you're independent. And then a lot of these women, they got strong and then they became independent, and motherfuckers just left their ass with their independence and their strength. And because of that, a lot of folks are fucking alone. Like that's really what it was. A lot of folks are just alone. People thought there was a magic pill, there was a magic formula, and at the end of the day, I understand what both Big J and Hood Conservative are saying, and they're both right. If you ask me, society has given people a bunch of bullshit, and these spaces keep perpetuating both sides of what up, Shree? Shout out to Shree Bad in the building, but yeah. Society, well, these spaces have helped perpetuate a lot of the same bullshit from both sides of it, and nobody wants to just admit, look, man, you done been bamboozled, you done been bullshitted to the point of no return. Like there is no coming back from that shit. And by the way, those fellas, they both backstage still. You guys got 3 minutes, that's it, and then I'll bring you both back up. But yeah, this kind of like Ant's evening rant for a second. But yeah, from the point of no return. So it's important that people just kind of just take the blinders off, understand that the world has taught you a bunch of bullshit. And if you want, or if you actually want to get out of this, you're just going to have to see shit for what it is. Like you're going to have to actually become red pill, not what the internet told you red pill was, but you're going to have to see the world for what it is. Not what the fuck society has told you it should be, and damn sure not what your favorite content creator told you it should be. And all of that shit about it's not your fault, it's the fault of the men, or it's the fault of the women. That's a bunch of bullshit too. It's not just your fault. It's also your fucking parents' fault. It's your teacher's fault. But it's primarily your fault. If you're a fucking grown-ass adult and you haven't realized this shit by now, and you're still doing the same shit over and over again, expecting a different result, you're a goddamn idiot. Like you just are. There's no job, there is no degree, there is no amount of money. And believe it or not, fella, there's no amount of fucking reps that you can put in the fucking gym, and there's no amount of logic that you can spew to fix whatever it is that you're going through in life. Whether that's the fact that you broke, whether that's the fact that your ass is out of shape, or you an ugly motherfucker, or you just lonely, or it's a combination of all of that shit that has led to your own unhappiness. Or same thing with the ladies, if your ass is ugly and you're overweight and you can't get a fucking man and nobody wants to fucking marry you, but yet you want to be fucking married. Like there is no magic formula to this shit. You're gonna have to go out and learn some shit about people. Like learn some shit about people. And before you can learn anything about people, you must first learn about yourself. And that's what they say. So before I bring them back up, because they got 1 minute left, somebody mentioned you got to terraform your environment before you can control anybody. But trust me, mastery of oneself is essential to mastery of one's own environment. Mastery of oneself. So just like they say, even when you point in all of them fingers, there's always one finger pointing right back at you. So people don't want to look in the mirror because it's easier to blame other people for you fuck ups and your issues than it is to actually work on the things that you can control, which is what you can control. And you cannot control somebody else. You can't control politics. You can't control the government. You can't control people's perception of you. You cannot control a goddamn thing other than what the hell you can do. And in a lot of cases, you still can't even control the results that you're going to get. Sometimes in life, you can do everything right. And shit just turn out wrong. That's life. It's just like a card game. You can be dealt the best hand and still lose because you played the shit wrong. Or play the shit right and still lose. That's it. Your opponent can just get lucky. Yeah, it is what it is. But I think the mistake as far as like, why aren't you married? A lot of these folks, especially in these spaces, the issue is they've just checked out of the game altogether. They don't want to play it. They don't want to play the number. It's a numbers game. It's a contact sport. So you got to make as much contact as you possibly can, or make some goddamn contact if you want a chance of winning. But fellas, y'all got the floor. That's what's up, man. They both stepped away for a second. But yeah, man. I think that's really what it is. But it's a game, man. You gotta play it. You know? So I know some people tried to say, oh, that's your mentality and you gotta alpha your way through it or none of that shit. I'm like, nah, bro. I think even I get a lot of pushback from a lot of the dudes, especially in this space, because they're like, oh, well, no matter what the fuck you do, you know what I'm saying? The chick's still gonna do what she wants. Yeah, bro, that's true, bro. She's going to do what the fuck she wants to do. Like, you can't make her not do anything, or you can't make her do anything. She's either gonna want to do the shit or she's not. That's it. So I think once a lot of people just accept that, I think life will be a lot easier. Go ahead, Big J. I saw you came off mute first.
No, go ahead. Go ahead. I mean, you know, everybody say I'm acting like a woman, you know, but I'm not here trying to support, put myself under a white man. You know, that's some female shit, because you mad at black women. You want to seek to a white man to fix your all's problems. You know, so who's acting more like a woman, me or you? You know, anyway.
We was having a productive conversation amongst men for a little bit, and then it kind of just fell into the same old shit. But I mean, I get it. That's like the premise for like both of y'all's content, and I don't have a problem with it, man. I personally don't mind the conversation, man. Y'all are allowed to have it, you know.
You know, funny thing, Ant, for and I play into it. I play into it, so I own being the bad guy. I accept my role as the heel in this wrestling federation. However, if you notice, I don't always. I almost never come in with smoke. You know, I come in with quiet contributions to the conversation, and sooner or later, there's always a person that just they can't help themselves. It's like they just have a thing that it's not even about me. That's what's really weird about it. Like when I just go quiet and I listen, I realize that people aren't always talking to me. They're talking through me at somebody else that they really hate. And like these conversations start to get muddy because like I'm not your problem. Like nobody on these panels can say that I've said or done anything that hurts their life directly. Yet people respond as if that's what's happening. And you got to understand, like psychologically, people are often in dark places, and it's not even about you.
But are you in a dark place? The way you over there speaking, aren't you in a dark place? Aren't you in a sunken reality? Hood, Hood, I'm talking to you. Are you in a sunken place? Assertive. Right. Crickets. It's crickets. So you can't accuse nobody else of being in a sunken place when you are in it too.
You know, I was on I don't know. Did I tell you about this? See the whole pat on the head thing, bro.
I mean, you alluded to it earlier. You didn't tell me the whole thing.
Well, it's a little much, but I'll just give you the gist of it. I realize that a lot of the behavior, especially when it becomes like a co-ed panel, like especially because that's how it started out a little bit, but you know, there's always the idea that the women are watching anyway, so you don't necessarily need to have women in the room, but there is a phenomenon, like we said earlier, like men's IQs go down when women are in the equation. And even still, like on top of that, when you're on these panels, I realize that because I'm always trying to figure out like why do dudes get so animated? Like what is on the table? Because people typically fight for a thing, even if it's a stupid thing that other people can't understand or relate to or see. It's a thing to that person, and I'm trying to figure out what the thing is. And then I realized it on a panel. I'm arguing with somebody or whatever. It wasn't really a real argument like this shit was. It was just like, you know, back and forth jabs and banter, nothing like personally serious or whatever. But at the same time, I'm still in that same moment of like, what is it that you're arguing? What is it that you're after? And then I accused the dude of like wanting a Scooby snack from the women eventually, and then it went from the Scooby snack to basically a pat on the head. And I realized like a lot of the men, they desperately want to be patted on the head by the women and told that they're good and that they're good black men, that they've done it right. You know, I respect you. I see you, black men. Like this is what a lot of dudes want. They really want that psychological pat on the head. You know, a hug really is another way to look at it. You know, but that's really how I see this now. Like, because dudes ain't really getting no box off these panels for the most part. And so if there ain't really no box really at play here, then what's really in play? And the only thing left is the digital head pad, bro. But I don't know. Like, I mean, I'm not gonna lie. I've been patted on my head before. That shit feels divine. But like, dudes are really going hard just to have their head patted, and it's actually like sad to watch, man.
But save that for Brownsville and Sherrod, right? I'm not here for no pat head. I don't care about these women like that. For me, is about the future. What y'all put in the heads of the young people and how they're going to victimize the opposite sex. That is my problem. I can care less about these bimbos online. Now say that shit for the heifers on Bomb Cherry channel. Say that shit for what's going on DJ Torture channel or DJ Witch Doctor's channel. I don't give a fine fuck. You're talking to me. My objective is different than different. This is for me. This is a political issue I have. Now it became personal, but it began as a political argument, and it became a personal one. And I see y'all as a threat to democracy. I see you as a threat to the modern day social order. Because you think though, oh, we got to go back to 1945. We got to go back to 1945 because you want women to submit. Because the black one won't submit. She won't let you lead. So let's go back to 1945. That is y'all's argument, and it needs to be stopped. We don't need to tear down society because to make you feel better about yourself. That's what needs to be stopped. I give two fine fucks about these women online. And then some of these women don't like my ass anyway. And half these women I don't even like anyway because I know how treacherous they are. Trust and believe. I know how treacherous, how some of these women some of these women have doxed each other, been doxing other men on here and getting other men fired from their jobs. So no, I'm not here for the pat on the head from these goddamn women over here. I'm talking directly to the men. Now, like I said the other night, who wrote that legal brief against Sin City G? I did. when she did that who choose better series when she was going after interracial couples. So I don't know who. So save that little bullshit for Browns. For Browns, I got Brown turd ass and Sharon. Say that for them. But I ain't the one. I'm a whole different type of nigga. This is about you, not them. I don't give a fuck about passing head from women. I wrote women off. I know, like I said in the chat, I'm not getting married. So why I give a fuck about women for? This is about y'all and what y'all doing to the future. Sensitive. Say it on the panel. Crickets. All I'm hearing is crickets on the other side. Because I operate out of a different operating procedure. Nigga, you think I'm a Mac, nigga. No, nigga, I'm Windows. This is a wholly different operating procedure.
Yeah, Mac. He macaroni. Oh, yo, these niggas on the internet are so fucking hilarious, bro. People gotta learn not to take themselves too serious, bro. Why so serious, man? Did I ever tell you how I got all these scars?
No, I got all these scars. Oh shit. That's a funny one. I like that one. I really do. Oof. But I mean, all right. So I guess Hood Conservative is married. Big J says he doesn't want to be married. He said he's too old.
No, I'm not married.
Oh, okay.
I was engaged once upon a time, you know. But back when I was young and dumb, like I said, I was willing to do it. You know, I was all in, balls to the wall. Let's go. What were you about to say though?
No, okay. So here's what Genesis says. She says she wants to be married. So I know I posed this question to Genesis earlier. Look, I would say the same shit I would say to a dude that says, "Look, I want to be married." I'd be like, "Okay, are you a husband?" And same with the women. You say you want to be married, but I'm like, "Are you a wife?" Because a dude can't make you a wife. A dude's going to find a wife. He's going to marry a woman that's already a wife for the most part.
You know what I don't really care for about this particular approach to the conversation. Like, are you a husband? Are you a wife? I feel like it overcomplicates it and almost makes it like poetic or whatever. This is why I start accusing people of being too romantic because I don't know. I don't even know. Like practically, yes. You're asking that question as a practical matter. But I think the better way to really approach it is, are you going to do the job or not?
But that's the
It's
thing.
really just a simple agreement between two people. Ultimately, we don't have to put all these, heavy titles. Husband and wife. It's a job. Somebody has to do it. You've drafted yourself in this position because you got knocked up. One of you knocked the other up. So now, are you both willing to do the job?
No, and that's where I would disagree because if you can ask somebody else that shit, but their answer really doesn't matter. That's a question you got to ask yourself actually about the other person. Like, yo, am I willing to go to sleep next to, wake up next to, and if this person farts and it stinks like a motherfucker, am I still going to want to be with them? Like, is this that person? So, like, if the answer is like, if you say that shit like, okay, I want to be married, well, I could do all those things, but this person better marry me first. Chances are you're never gonna get married. You know? I'm just saying, if that's what you want. I can speak from a man's perspective. It's just like when I asked that "Are you a wife?" question, and like there are certain things that I would. Of course, there are things that I'm gonna expect, things I'm gonna want, things I'm gonna need, but there's also gonna be shit that a potential wife is likely gonna show me that I didn't even know I needed, or I didn't even know was fucking possible, you know, from somebody else. So, like, I'm gonna ask myself, like, yo, is this person that? And if the only answer I could think of, well, I gotta marry them to find out, then chances are I'm never going to. I'm not gonna fucking bother. Like, you gotta already see that shit in somebody. If I'm making sense or y'all are following me, like, you have to see it ahead of time.
I think we're asking a lot of a young 20-something-year-old to have that level of like discernment and projection abilities into the future. Like when I was 20 and my one baby mom was like,
I wouldn't ask that of a 20-year-old. I don't think 20-year-olds should be in these fucking spaces. Not these spaces right now. This shit is
well,
not.
it's not about these spaces though. That just 20-year-olds are dating.
Bro, I wouldn't have wasted a fucking minute in these spaces at age 20. The fuck out of here. I'm too busy out living life, going through the world and dealing with some actual shit. And I would recommend the same thing for another 20-year-old. Go live life. This is nothing but a bunch of toxic old fuck ups that have already fucked up and are looking for ways to somewhat get it right in their older age and shit like that. If your ass is under the age, well, shit, definitely if you under the age of 25, get the fuck out of here. Just go.
But that's what kills me about like the whole do better criticism. And this kind of applies to the woman or the man. Like both parties can kind of claim this, but it's hard to put that level like you're asking a 20-year-old to have a 40-year-old's level of discernment about people and human nature. Like these are things that you literally have to live and learn to be able to really, really internalize it and understand it. Whereas like we say that on panels cavalierly, like now I can make 40-year-old wisdom decisions now because I'm 40 years wiser. But if you're 20 and you out in the world, and then here's another thing too, like none of us really, not none. Let me be very careful in this. The vast majority of us don't have a proper model at home to watch and then mimic and then look for to recreate in the world. So we're literally just going out there with no rules.
I mean, what I would actually say, and hold on, I want Big J to respond to this after I say this. I would say the opposite of what you just said, conservative. I'm not expecting a 20-year-old to have a 40-year-old's mindset. I'm expecting a 40-year-old to not have a 20-year-old's mindset. That's what I'm expecting. I'm expecting 40-somethings and damn near 50-something-year-olds to not be looking for the same shit that they had when they were 20, because they'll never get it. Like they'll never get it, and they damn sure won't get it like they remember it. Like that time is past. Look, understand that this is it's just a different game. But what you got to say on that, Big J?
Well, I agree with you because it breeds arrested development. It's arrested development, and people don't want to accept the responsibility that, listen, you got aged out, so stop trying to it's kind of like this idea of how you used to be a talking point of, well, I don't want no single mama. I don't want single mamas in my dating world. Well, dude, you're 40, and women who are in your age range already got kids because they trying to they already got kids. So why are you complaining about you don't want no single mothers when most women at the age already have kids already? The pool of childless women are in their 20s. So you're trying to dictate, dictate something that's not that you've been aged out of. It's stupid. It's an asinine concept.
Well, okay, so before Hood Conservative goes, I would actually respectfully disagree on that part, but I think a lot of these niggas don't really understand this. I've probably met and dated more women, since I've like past the age of 35, between the ages of 35 and 50, with no kids at all.
Mm-hmm.
Single, childless women that have never fucking been married. Then
I think that's a modern trend that maybe hasn't really been seen before in the history of any like thriving culture or whatever. But yeah, we are facing something unprecedented in terms of like unattached older women. And unattached, at the top or the bottom, meaning having a husband or having children below you. And so now, because we have this huge, it's essentially a socio-political problem. Like the women, this is a social problem for the women, the family thing. But then the only way the women can really correct it from their point of view is through government, because the women can't really apply much leverage on the men directly. And I was talking about this on my show earlier today about, or maybe yesterday, about love versus need. Men want to be needed, but we don't want to be needed by women who are completely needy for reasons that have nothing to do with us. Like we want to create that need with you within the context of a relationship. But we don't want to just come in to be the cleanup man for somebody who just now decided they need a man.
I mean, I just don't even like that narrative that a lot of dudes try to push into space. Like, yeah, well, I mean, if you're over the age, if you're dating women that are at a certain age, they're just gonna have kids. That's not true. Or I would have to ask these dudes, like, what are you attracting? Now, granted, if you're just saying, look, no single mothers whatsoever, yeah, you got to understand that yes, your dating pool and possible marriage market is going to be limited. Like it's just going to be more limited. Yes, there are women out here with children. There are
Yeah,
women that
yes
have
and no. Yes
this.
and no. Remember, guys can date younger than women can for the most part.
But what I'm saying is when they make it seem like there are no women over the age of 35 or between the ages of 35 and 55 or whatever that just don't have fucking children and have never been married and actually look good, I'm going to tell you that's bullshit. And I can tell you that shit from actual experience in dating. It's bullshit. It's not true.
Yeah, I never made that claim though, because I'm starting to see the things shift around. That might have been true at one point in time though.
Yeah. Put up a work in progress, and I see you Stanley Cross too. But I mean, but naturally, if you're gonna put them filters on and just be like, look, no single mothers at all, yeah, bro, you're gonna limit you're just gonna limit the pool, just naturally. It's just like saying, hey, if I got to deal with a woman that's that passes the brown paper bag test or whatever, she got to be lighter than a brown paper bag. You're gonna limit your fucking dating pool. If you're only gonna date women that are under a certain fucking weight class, you're gonna limit your damn dating pool. I mean, it just is what it is. Like you put them filters on, it naturally is going to be limited. And the same rules apply with women. No. So, but I think it comes from a place where I think a lot of these dudes, I don't think they've either been approached by or don't, they're just not in areas where they can approach, just different types of women. Like they don't meet different types of women, or they're not like I don't know. They
Nah,
yeah they approached by
we
different types of women from different groups and just different backgrounds and different ways of life.
from what I'm hearing, men are just not approaching that much anyway. Like the whole like guys not showing up to dating events, which that was probably hard enough to get guys to go to speed dating anyway, but it used to be a thing. You used to be able to get guys to come out to that kind of thing. Now guys aren't really showing up. It's like dudes are just going to work, work, gym, home, rinse and repeat, bro.
Yeah.
That's primarily economics and also culturally, because who wants to waste time going to speed dating when the chances are there's a greater chance of you being rejected? Because what's the point going over there? What's the point going to single events? What's the
Right.
point
It's
going?
not even just quote speed dating, but singles events broadly. Yeah, people are
Right,
just avoiding getting together.
right, because like there's no straight men are not going to every time when we go to these places, we know what's going to happen. We know what's going to happen. It's the chances are you're going to leave empty-handed.
Yeah, I mean that's kind of what it is. It's just like playing a fucking lotto ticket. You spend $1 or $2 or whatever, and chances are you're not going to hit the lottery, but yet people still play
Well,
it.
Right.
it's people still play it, and I mean, because what else are you gonna do? Like, it's you're gonna put a slide, you're gonna put a quarter in the machine at some point. But here's the thing, right? And this is something that I've been thinking about because, and I think too much. This is why I'm cursed. But in the modern world, women right now, like millennials, especially the young women make as much money as young men. So as a young man, you're now supposed to take that money that you make, that's the same basic amount of money. Like we both work at Target, that type shit. And now I have to spend my money to convince this woman that somehow I have, charisma and economic value. And at the same time, she's entertaining that same arrangement from all kinds of other guys too, who have the same or a little bit more money or whatever. And it's like, it just feels like the game is just all weird right now.
I mean, I would say this. Like, I got to answer Genesis' question right here. She says, so does that mean if a man or woman never gets married, they were never a husband/wife already? No, that's not what it means.
I don't think so. I don't think so either.
That's not what it means, But I can tell you this much. Because you can be all of that stuff. Hold on, here she goes right here. What up, Jen?
Hey y'all. Hey, sis. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Oh, is there an echo? Make sure.
No, you don't have an echo.
Okay, mic check. Mic check.
Yeah.
Hey, chocolate chip cookie. Look at you.
What's going on?
Hi, Big J. I haven't talked to you before. Hi. Who's that? Oh, conservative. Hi. How you doing, sir?
Hello, good evening. How you doing?
I'm well. You can answer my question, Auntie, since you were saying I didn't ask the question and get to the question.
Okay, no,
woman.
right. No, I wouldn't say that. I wouldn't say that because you've never been married. You're not a wife or you're not a husband. What I can say is it's going to be tough for a husband to make you his wife if you're not already a wife. And it's going to be tough for a woman that's already got all of those wifely qualities about her to even accept marriage from a man that doesn't have those husbandly qualities about himself.
I hear you. I hear you. You speak so well. I love listening to you, but yeah, I hear you. You are.
As far as results go, look, people get shit they don't deserve all of the time, and people don't get things they do deserve all of the time. That's life. So you can have all those wifely qualities, and nobody ever asked you to marry them. That's life.
Deserve got nothing to do with it.
Yeah, and you could be the best dude in the world and capable of being the best father, and no chick wants you, and ain't no chick about to have your children. It just like you said, it could be timing, it could be proximity, it could be a lot of things.
You know what I was thinking about it? Like, and this is purely in Black America because we're kind of a small population and we tend to be like right next to each other all the time. But even with that, it seems like the good men and the good women either can't find each other or can't really get it along. You know, they can't get it together with each other. Because it's not like there's no good black man or there's no good black woman. Yeah, it seems like they're missing each other. You know, like ships passing in the night, that type of deal.
What you got to say, Jen? We don't want to cut you off. What you got? What you got for us?
I'm listening to you guys. I don't necessarily agree. I mean, I do think that because at the end of the day, we have all these because you guys are talking about the fairy tales and the propaganda around that, the delusion. But at the end of the day, if there's somebody for everybody, then why aren't the everybody's getting with the somebodies? And then at the end of the day, if opposites attract, why aren't the opposites attracting? So, and then if you only get one true love, or you know how they say, what they tell you when you were younger, that love comes around one time, or you got an opportunity to seize it and you don't seize it. Well, did you miss it? Did you have that person? I was watching a podcast and the guy said, he was talking, it was a man's podcast. You know, I love watching my men's. And one of the guys said to the other guy that, you know, if you have a woman where you can, as a man, you can go into a vulnerable space and lay your head on her shoulder, and based on how that woman reacts, you should keep her. And the guy said, if you lay your head on her shoulder and you tell her, you know what, today I had just a crazy messed up day, and she consoles you, and she doesn't even talk to you, but she just physically, you can feel her consoling you. You can feel her giving you, you know, just letting you know you're gonna be all right. Versus her saying, God, man up and get the hell off my shoulder. I'm not your mama. That those two different women, they both based on how they react, the man can make determine who she is and make her decision then from that. And if she consoles you and she accepts you and she tries to comfort you, then she should keep her. And then the dude said, yeah, I had one like that. And he's like, yeah, I messed that up. I took that whole interaction wrong because I want to be so much of a man, right? So now that makes me think, did you miss it? Did you have that opportunity, that one that you're waiting on, and it didn't and you fumbled it, the bag, you know, you fumbled the person? So if all that's true, it's just kind of like, it's kind of bull dookie to when we get into these conversations, because what happened to that then? What happened to the stuff that you were told that you see when you were younger? Like, when people get together, they break up so quick. I mean, we just watched a 30-day marriage in this sector, right? We just saw someone be married for less than 30 days. So if that's the case, then it's kind of like, what are we talking about? How can we even talk about this? If choosing the person is all on you guys, because we hear women say you got to make him marry you, right? Or piss or get off the pot. So if that whole decision is on you guys, and we have nothing to say about it, or nothing to actually do about it, then that makes me wonder, like, what the hell? Because there's somebody for everybody, and it's up to the men to ask the woman to marry, because women can't ask themselves to get married. I mean, women have done things, but if you want to see if that person wants to be with you, it's really up to you guys, right? To just say, will you marry me? Will you be with me? Even just to be your girlfriend or your woman, you're still waiting on him to decide, what are we doing? So if all that's valid, if all that's true, then it's like, what is it? Because I'm still waiting on him. I'm still holding on to my one true dream in love that's supposed to happen. You know, there's somebody for everybody, and the opposites are gonna attract. You know, you hold on to your standards and don't settle. Then what are you gonna do? Because there's literally who are you choosing from, and how are you supposed to choose from who? How? Because if everybody has that mind state, then we're all doing that. You know, we're all waiting on that one true love. We're all holding on our standards. We're all trying the opposites attract thing. Like y'all said, the speed dating. Some people are going to that. But women, I've been stood up. I've gone out and the person didn't show up. What if that's the case, then what's making that happen? Because there's a lot of single people that are getting up in age that are not ever getting married because they're waiting on the man to say something, or they're waiting on that opposite to attract them. It's just I don't understand. I just don't. I don't know.
Can I take an attempt at this? Because I
So
got some work to do now. I'm having to
you
go quiet for a little bit.
and then
Um,
I'm down and just give me a second here, right? And then don't lose your thought though. I think right there, Genesis. I think you're overcomplicating it, just like a lot of dudes do. It's extremely simple. It's just really not that easy, and folks got to understand that. Look, this shit. There's a risk. I think people are waiting on things that they think that they're ready for. They think they're going to recognize it immediately, and then the things that aren't what they were waiting for, they kind of just blow it the fuck off. That's that's one thing, right there. I mean, you got to kind of just you got to be all of those things to begin with, and then hopefully you water ends up finding its own level. Like if you're all of those things, somebody that's on that same wavelength, then and they're probably not just going to come along. You're going to have to be in those environments. Like you got to do the things to kind of attract that too. You got to attract that. But it's not just as simple as just sitting there waiting on the finish line to cross you, because it probably won't.
Is that what you think I said? Okay.
Well,
I
yeah,
want
I
to. I
mean,
want to speak. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
now you did say that a few times. That's what I was listening to, because I got my speaker kind of loud. So even when
I didn't say it. I'm not saying that the women are waiting. I'm saying that this is if we're supposed to take an account, because of course when we counsel each other, we're all through our lifetime we're being told, honey, if now we know that women can manipulate the situation to make, honey, you got to make him marry you, got to make him decide. But then if you're just supposed to be doing it the way it's supposed to happen, you're waiting on this guy that you're supposed to be with to decide to be with you, since the narrative is that it's all under his control. It's his decision ultimately. So if that never happens for those women, because that was your comment too that you said, I mean I misunderstood the comment, but you clarified. But still, if that doesn't happen, then the person who never was asked on both ends, the guy who never finds a girl and the girl never finds a guy, then maybe you just absolutely missed it. Maybe you did miss that person. Maybe you had them and you fumbled it, and now you don't get it again. But then that means you're never going to be with nobody for the rest of your life. That's just can't wrap my head around. That's what's supposed to be happening with these single people, because they're very, very.
I'll answer you. A lot of people stay single, or they never find it, because they're sitting there waiting or expecting a fish to climb a tree. I use that analogy a lot because that's what it is. You got a lot of dudes expecting an Instagram thought or an OnlyFans model or some shit to just or their favorite porn star to just jump out of their phone and knock on the fucking door or some shit to just say, "Hey, I'll marry you," and that never happens. And then you got a lot of chicks that are sitting there waiting on some dude that's not a husband, not trying to be a husband, or definitely not trying to be their husband, or at least not their husband, right now, for whatever reason. They don't want to give up their options to make the choice, and they damn sure don't want you to be the choice. They're just expecting him to just come around and marry them one day, because that's the guy that they want. And it's like, yeah, just because you want something doesn't mean it's going to fucking want you. So it's not always about what you want. It's about what's realistic. So I would say, if you're already a wife and you exhibit those wifely qualities and all of those other things, I can speak from a man's perspective here. A fuck nigga that's wasting your time won't be able to fit into your life. Like, you won't even waste your time on that dude. But chances are, if you're even willing to waste your time with a piece of shit, that, or not even a piece of shit, but a guy that's wasting your time, you probably weren't a wife to begin with. That I would say.
I want to speak to something. In your build up, Genesis, you talked about like really male vulnerability, right? The test was find a woman that you could like lay your head on her shoulder, is the way you put it, and see how she responds to, I had a hard day, shit's going bad for me, right? And it's probably a good test, right? I like the idea of it. I like the concept of it. And I think I know from experience, and I know probably a lot of guys have learned from experience that women generally don't respond that well to male vulnerability, especially like their man. Like there's this concept like, she'd rather see me die on my horse than then come back as a failure, And I think as much as I said, right, that's a good test of is she the right one for you? I think one of the things that's also happening in like this modern dynamic with men and women, and the idea of male vulnerability, there is a huge trust gap right now between men and women. And I think it's pretty much a given to say that a lot of women don't really trust men for whatever reason. There's a bunch of reasons, too many to list right now. But I think at the same time, a lot of men are just, feeling as though I can't trust because my trust will be used against me. My feelings will be turned against me. To love you is to weaken myself. And then once that happens, I'm in your box now. And then God knows what comes next. Like, I think there is a lot of trust that's been broken over the years between the men and the women. And that's really hard to overcome. I don't have like a prescription for that, but I think that's really one of those things that's like killing the whole concept of marriage and anything like that. Because like, in order to be like married, right, it would seem that at some point you would like the idea of being able to put your head on her shoulders and she not look at you as a weak failure or some shit like that. But that is a weird thing that just happens with women, and we kind of noticed it over the years. It's better that we just die. We don't want to come home, and then that's why your bitch ass took an L. Like, it's fucking crazy, but it's a weird thing that happens between men and women, and we don't. A lot of men, I don't think, feel as though we have that trust anymore.
I'm on mute. Hey, okay. Yeah, the trust is not there. But what was that interview with Cam Newton? The lady said, she said, I'd rather have transparency than honesty, because honesty means that you're going to tell me what you think I want to hear, and transparency is what it is. So I think in the big in any stage of the relationship, there's the transparency phase, or isn't there, or was never there to begin with. People were being honest and kind of like, filling in the blanks, because how would you get trust? I only can, the moment that you lie, the moment that you're dishonest, especially with women, right? This is how we do. Everything after that, I don't know. Do men do the same thing? Everything after that a woman lies to you, everything that she said after that could be a lie, and you're gonna wonder, what did she say lie to you? What else did she lie to you about? So then the trust is, there's no there's no way you're going to get it. And then as you were talking, I'm thinking, okay, if I can't trust you and you can't trust me, at this point we need to start looking for the person who's tired of the bull and wants a chance to get it right. Because if you want a chance to get it right and I want a chance to get it right, then we're going into this relationship with a whole different mindset, that I'm not going to do these things that you did happen to you before, so that you can trust me. But and people don't look you in the eye. So how we have this intimate relationship with someone that you can't even look into their eyes and see what they're saying, and say see what they're feeling. Even if you lay your head on my shoulder and don't say nothing, I should still be able to look you in your eye. Then I can actually see if I can trust you. I can feel like I can trust you. So it's like there's elements to, if you're not going to trust me, if you're not going to look me in my eye when you're telling me this stuff, or you have this tick about you, because every time that tick happens, you're lying, then now what are we supposed to do? Because you guys know what you guys lie about. Didn't y'all say that earlier, that you're going to lie to your girlfriend or lie to your woman about doing whatever, because if you told her something, she's going to nag. But it's kind of crazy, because you already know that you already know that these things are going to happen. You're going to go into the relationship with this crazy delusion that these things aren't going to happen. So then how can you trust? You're not even dealing with the actual person. So I don't know. It's just like, when you said that, I was like, what am I going to trust? If you already deciding you're not trusting me because you got your baggage, and you're only going to give me so much grace in what happens. And then I'm already just coming into the situation deciding how much I'm going to trust you, because niggas lie, they cheat. So if the moment you don't come back on time, or the moment your routine is different, the moment you're inconsistent, then all those things are going to be a factor of why I can't trust you. And it's like we went into it with that already. So I think we need to start looking at people need to start being over it and saying, okay, I'm gonna date the guy who's like, just give me one more chance to be a good guy and get the relationship right. You know where you fucked up. We know where we fucked up. We know where we messed up. You know, we know when we lied. We know when we weren't being honest. So it's like that's crazy because you're going into it not trusting the person because you already.
All right.
I don't trust niggas. I don't trust you. Already have it. I don't trust these women. They're gonna be shady. They're gonna be silent. If it's silent and she's quiet too long, then she's up to something. You already coming into the situation with it. How you gonna trust anything?
All right. So if I bring a fish home from the pet store, I'm not giving a fish one more chance to climb a tree. I know it doesn't do that. And I think that's the problem. Is a lot of
I'm so sorry.
I mean, you're expecting. It's almost like you're expecting somebody, or you're like, I'll give them one more chance to do some shit that they're not going to do. It's not really in them to do it. And just because they tell you they can do it, and they can't, means you don't trust them. So when I use the analogy of, okay, I want to go out with the homies and play some fucking cards, or play some pool, or just watch the game. But I know damn well she's going to be fucking pissed off because I just didn't come home and just spend the evening with her. I'm going to tell her I was working late. Does that mean she can't trust me because I lied about that? No. And same thing in her case, in her case, maybe she wanted to, go out with the homegirls, or, she wanted to spend the money on something for a second, and she told me that she was doing something else. Does that mean she was cheating, or she was doing some dishonest shit that can break a fucking relationship? No. How am I going to react to it? Yeah, I said I was at the damn store, but I was really, at that homegirl's house that I know you can't fucking stand because she can't fucking stand you. And yes, she's a misery loves company ass bitch, and you don't like me around her because you don't want her to rub off on me, but she's still my homegirl. So I told your ass that I was at the fucking grocery store a little longer than I was. Like, you understand? Just because you do something like that doesn't mean I can't trust you, because all you did was spare my feelings, right there, and you tried to avoid an argument. It doesn't mean that I can't trust you. I can't trust you if I give you if you tell me that you're working late and you're really going to go fuck your work husband. That's when I can't trust you.
Okay, but if you're out with the fellas and you guys are flirting with the waitress and buying, you're with the homeboy and your homeboy is married and you're watching him cheat or pick up women, and you're supposed to be just with your homeboys playing cards, but there's a whole, you didn't say that the people at the table were also going to be women. You just said you're going with your homeboys. We know this happens. We know this situation. Just like you said, I'm with Keisha and Keisha don't like you and you can't stand Keisha. You with your homeboys, but you didn't tell us there's going to be women there, and then there's not going to be married women. There're going to be other single women there with y'all playing cards. So stop with the jokes.
Why the fuck would it be women there if I'm at my homie's house playing cards?
So that's what I just said. Stop with the jokes. Because we know that these things happen. So if you're gonna say, but that's just stupid. It's like you should, and then you're saying in dating. So that means this is a different person that you're dating in each time, and you might not date this person for a while, but a year, and then now you're off to a new person. So in each person, you're gonna find something that you can't trust. You're gonna go into it. I can't trust you with every single person that you date and tell you what you're never gonna find anyone that you can trust. That's crazy. And if you're gonna lie, if you're going to outright make up a whole nother story and say I worked late because I want to go play cards, instead of looking for and laying down the foundation of this is what I want to do, this is the kind of person I am, and I don't want to have to lie to you about it. What the fuck are we talking about?
All right, so I think you guys are like, okay, that's another problem. I think people are conflating trust with always telling the truth. Like, you trust somebody to always have your best interest in mind.
I trust you not to lie.
Well, I also trust you not to listen. That's why you cut me off. I let you go off on your tangent. But that's what I'm saying. Like, and that's another problem. I wouldn't trust anybody not to lie because people fucking lie.
You're bargaining.
No, for real. People lie. They just do. they do it to spare people's feelings. Hell, as men, we even know that chances are we get with a woman and she wasn't a virgin when we got with her, and she might say that you're the best she ever had, which is a fucking lie. But we accept it. You know? Because she really linked up with a Punisher type nigga. Like, you know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? A couple years before she met you. She linked up with some motherfucker with a prosthetic. Whatever. It happens. You know? Like, I'm just saying, we expect people to fucking lie. You know, you might say that I look great when in actuality my clothes are a little too fucking baggy. I'm a little fucking out of shape, whatever. You know, we say that shit to people all the time. So I'm just saying, people lie like they do. You know, they do. You know? So, I mean, I think, you know, trusting somebody. Like, I mean, you don't want somebody to, of course, you're not going to expect somebody to lie to you about something that's important or something like that. But when somebody just says something to just make you feel a little bit better or just to avoid an argument, even though it's something innocent, I mean, I would expect somebody over the course of a long-term relationship to do that shit at least once or twice. A man or a woman. Come on. To not expect that, I don't think it's realistic.
I don't know. I don't know now. I don't know anymore.
Yeah.
Because I just don't understand. I don't understand. Well, maybe, I mean, I guess because I am older and I have probably from a different school of thought. But it's if you have to not tell me the truth, then that's just crazy to even, just the fact that, you know, I mean, I know we're supposed to accept that those things happen, but it shouldn't be to the point where, I mean, then you got to wonder what kind of person did I choose? And then that relationship expires and you go on to the next one, supposedly, hopingly not having to go into with already not trusting the person. That's crazy. But I mean, I don't know. I hope you would, and then I don't think it takes a long time, but I think it takes time, actual quality time, to be able to establish a situation where I don't think you would have to tell me a lie. Even if you don't like what I'm telling you or saying, even if you're going to go play cards with the boys and there's women there, the other guys brought their girlfriends, but I didn't want to bring you because whatever the reason is, I mean, whatever you're going to tell the person, that's just crazy to build with somebody to not even be able to have a straight, transparent, interactions. I don't know. Yeah, Bridget, are you ready to deal with the truth? Then it's crazy because we're just like literally leaning one way, but it goes both ways too, So when guys, the men have to understand when we make these decisions on things that don't make sense to them, that might be the trade-off, because they think, well, we're frivolous, we do crazy things, and we change our minds so much. Maybe there's a trade-off for that he should be able to tell you I'm out with the homeboys and is with the homeboys, and there's going to be women there or whatever the case is, that woman's, and he should be able to look at and accept that part of that insecurity. It's not a whole person, but it's just that one level of insecurity. It should go both ways, And I don't know. It should just, I don't know.
And that's what I was going to say. It should go both ways. And that's why sometimes you may get a little white lie to avoid an argument. Because if he's transparent and honest and truthful with you all the time, this is what Hoodservative was saying. It can get to the point where every day for a good 2-3 weeks, he was going to say to you, can you do me a favor and please shut the fuck up because you're extremely annoying right now. Your voice sounds like nails on a fucking chalkboard. And I'm annoyed. That's what consistent all the time honesty is going to be in a marriage more often than not. So every now and then a dude is just gonna say, yeah, yeah, and not say anything, and just deal with it. Or he's going to tell you what you want to hear, either number one, to get you to shut the fuck up, or number two, to avoid an argument.
Well, it's kind of like the whole: do you want to be right or do you want peace? I be hearing that, all the time.
And that's both ways too. Y'all think we want to hear what y'all? Do y'all really think that we want to know some? I mean, it's not a bad thing, guys. But there's some things about y'all that is equivalent to the same thing you're saying about women. There's absolutely things about men that is equivalent to y'all. Like, would you shut the hell up about whatever team, whatever athlete, whatever if you have not played a sport since high school, so you did not win a no championship. What the hell are you screaming for in my living room? Like, come on.
And
There's absolutely things that women
Genesis,
have.
that's my point. We appreciate when you lie and you pretend like you give a shit. Like, we appreciate.
That's what I'm saying. That's where then you're not being honest. You feel what I'm saying? Just be honest.
Well, let me point something out to you.
Hold on. If you say to me, you're supposed to be able to prejudge your character, right? So you should realize with the person you chose. You realize you chose a woman that you can't say in that moment, shut the fuck up for a second, or can you please be quiet, or whatever, however you're gonna put it. If she can't take it and you can't respect, oh my God, I hurt her feelings. I love this person. I hurt her feelings. Then but this is what the intent was there. She understands what you mean, but your choice of words was messed up. That it goes both ways. It's gonna be if there's times where she's like, shut the hell up about this, but she doesn't say that. She might just not talk to you and retract or go do something very feminine where you won't be, it will propel you away. It goes both ways, but it's just crazy to think, like, seriously, guys. If you should somehow know who you're choosing to be with or what you have molded this woman into or this man into, that you can't say what you need to say to them because now you have to start lying.
Because everything, and hold on, I'm gonna go to Shree in a second because she just got up here. But I was just gonna say that's one of the reasons why sometimes people either don't tell the whole truth or aren't completely transparent about how the hell they're feeling right now to avoid conversations like this when they just don't feel like talking. What's up, Shree?
There's something that I wanted to say in regards to what you guys were talking about before, but Genesis brought up the key word here. And I want to ask a question before I get to my point. And T, how many people in this world do you trust?
Ooh.
And mind you, I said people.
People that I trust. Yeah. I trust everyone, believe it or not. Everyone I know, I trust.
You trust
myself.
Thank you. That's all I needed to hear.
But
okay,
I trust people to be who they are and what they are.
Right. But
now, do I trust everybody with my feelings or my best interest? Absolutely not. Very few do I trust with that. But
okay. The reason why I'm asking is because too many people have this idealized thought process of men, women, marriage, all this other stuff. This is like being in a relationship is tough as fuck. It's life. You go through good things and bad things. Everybody's like, oh, I want a good person, sure. But a lot of people subconsciously assign good to perfect, and it's not the same, right? Ain't nobody perfect. So you want to find a good person, once again, you have to find it within yourself. You have to make yourself a good enough person before you can get with anybody else. It doesn't matter if I trust that man or not. I'm making a choice to be with him because I trust myself. And any man, I don't care what status you're in, should feel the same way. Jada Pinkett and Will Smith, of all people, said the most profound thing about marriage. Everybody thinks it's about coming into something 50-50. That's garbage. You come in with 100% and they come in with 100%. Why? Because you should know yourself well enough to know that you're at 100% or whatever 100% looks like to you. Even if your 100% is 50 somebody else, at least you know it's 100. And that person should come in with 100 too. Their 100 might be 40. It might be 30. You don't got to build nobody up if you don't want to. You shouldn't have to have nobody manipulate your ass to do anything like that. Because if you trust in yourself and you know that you're making choices, then you're going to do what it do. And when it's time to go, you're going to go. When it's time to stay, you're going to stay. And that goes for people who've been married for 50 years or been dating 50 days. That's all I want to say about it. Y'all go ahead. Thank you.
Conservative, you wanted to say something? Everybody's on mute.
That's because I didn't want y'all to hear what I was doing.
Thank you. Appreciate that. No. Smell it neither. Yeah.
Whatever. I was making it rain. I mean, lemonade. I was making lemonade. Yeah.
Okay.
All right. Back to you, chocolate chip cookie and panel. All right, so yes. Okay, yes. Okay, period is what I had to say after all that. Period. Trust yourself, period. Him 100, her 100, period. Yeah, see. That makes better sense because 50-50 is, I did the 50-50, y'all. And at the end of the day, you're going to get kicked out your house because if somebody don't pay their 50, y'all lights going to be off. Because in real life, and you're a roommate. You're my roommate. We don't go together. We're not together.
Oh, 100% plus 100% should really equal like 300%. Y'all should be better together than you are, apart from each other. So even if you do 50-50, that only equals 100%. But together, like, you should just be more,
An upgrade. It should be an upgrade from whatever you were living, however you were doing. Because your 100 is getting you by, and hers 100 is getting him by. So together, you guys should be able to upgrade, right?
Ideally, yeah.
It should be more. It should be more money or more funds, more resources, more everything.
Well, yeah. I mean, even if somebody else isn't bringing more money to the table, they should be helping you with the other things that allow you to be able to go out there and get more money and just be more productive over the course of a day. Whether that's just giving you more peace and just making sure that you just have a better mindset, better mentality. Like, life is just, if you don't have to worry about what's going on at home, what's going on in your romantic life, what's going on in your social life, and all of that stuff, because this person is already on top of it, you should be more productive in the time that you're not with them. So even the dudes that are literally taking care of 100% of the bills and everything else, if they actually have a wife that embraces her role as a wife, they'll tell you, like, I'm just a lot better at what the hell I'm doing every day because I have her.
Right, the better half, i.e. the better half. 100 means that you could still have individuals and be in a relationship. Yes. And see, I like the concept. I saw somewhere someone said that the whole idea of the relationship is for you to literally be moving through your relations with that person, like a ship going down a stream, like your analogies with your fish in a tree. So imagine a ship going down the stream, and as it goes down, it should literally be still moving. It should be, and each time as it moves down the stream, or through the river or through the ocean, it's going to pass through new and different currents and different terrains. So you're going to have some things go along, but the ship is going to still be moving. And I think a lot of folks just probably stay stagnant and get comfortable, and their ship doesn't go anywhere. There's no more relating to each other. Like, you should always find some way, I don't know, to relate to each other. So I don't know, maybe I think of things differently, but you shouldn't be able to have to. I don't care about the white lie thing, but that should be minimal. It shouldn't even be the save my life type of thing, but not just because you want to hang with the boys. Then just tell me you want to hang with the boys. If I don't like it, then I'm gonna decide if I want to weigh it against this relationship. Do I want to be with somebody who got to tell me they working late instead of just saying, I got the right to evaluate that part too. You know, I could say, I don't want to be with a man who has to tell me this. So guess what? Me and you are done. Just like you can decide you don't want to be with me. But that's just crazy. It should. Where can you start trusting someone at after they tell you they were working late, or before they tell you they were working late, or just where's that supposed to start? Because apparently you're already walking into the situation like, I don't trust Auntie. He on some bullshit. Watch. And you like, bitches ain't shit, and I'm like, niggas ain't shit.
Hey, and, well, I wouldn't say that, but I would say this much, right? That's something that, yeah, you shouldn't have to lie about. You should be able to say, look, I'm going out with the fellas, or hey, I'm going by my homegirl's house, whatever the case may be. You know what I'm saying? Got to talk to her, or whatever. You know, but people are human and they make mistakes. So does that mean that because somebody tried to either spare your feelings or avoid a fucking argument, that means you just can't trust them anymore and you just need to throw the entire relationship in the garbage?
No, that's why I said you weigh it against it. It's like like how God's gonna do the heart and your feather. Weigh it against the relationship. It's being with you, because you're gonna now we know, we both know, you know, and I know that you lie, right? You know that you spared my feelings. I know you spared my feelings, and you know I spared you know you did it. So now we know that you're capable of doing this. Prior to that, that was not even any factor. I'm up until that moment, I thought everything you said was the honest to God truth. And now I'm finding out, sometimes you say you're working late is because you want to do something else. Why not just tell me you want to do something else? The woman that you chose that can't handle that needs to be a factor of whether you be with them or not. Because now this is the person that you can't be brutally honest with. You gotta always, whenever you go to do something and you want to do something, you know she's gonna, you know this is who you chose, that this woman you sleep with, that you chose, that you make love to, is gonna be fussing because you did this. You chose her too, sir. So now you're gonna live with that part. Now you're gonna be a person that doesn't necessarily always be honest. That you need to weigh it against the relationship. Is being with you more valuable than just these little spare feelings moments that you have? But then also, men, you guys don't forget that it's reciprocal. You want reciprocity, that's also going to come back to you. So she gonna spare your feelings, and you're going to find out what it was, and it's not going to be so comfortable as well. So I don't know. They forget that part. It's both ways. So I don't know. Because I'm going to spare your feelings just like you spare mine. And if you start messing with these women, like you said, then she goes silent and she starts getting vindictive, she going to spare your feelings about some shit you really not going to like. It's gonna mess y'all. It usually messes the man up. Like, I spared your feelings about my work husband. Yeah, he is my work husband. Like, some shit you can't handle. You just lied about playing cards. What happened?
And then it turns into something combative rather than complimentary.
I like that you said that, though. I like that. That's your little thing, combative than complimentary. Yes, I like that. You should be complimenting each other along the way. It shouldn't be anything where we're combative or competitive. I don't want to compete with you. You shouldn't be trying to compete with me. With what? You know, I don't.
Hey, if he lies about just watching the game at his homie's house or whatever, you know. Now you got to lie about the time that you spending with some other dude. or that's combative, like, you know.
I don't know, Auntie.
Now you're playing the game of, well, shit. Hey, you lied to me about this, I'm gonna lie to you about that. Now we're even.
Right, and it makes a great Tyler Perry movie where she's popped the nigga over the head with a champagne bottle and comes back with her new fine boyfriend after she loses some weight. Those things make great sitcoms and great movies, great TV shows. But yeah, in real life, come on, man. This kind of, it's like, it's like this at this point in your life, until you get with someone, you got to think that woman has, even if she's not exposed to the YouTube factor, she's got to been exposed to this information. So you know that the other people know what you're talking about. You meet a perfectly strange woman that you have never met before in your life. At some point, what you've experienced on this YouTube is going to be transpire in your relationship, just because that's where it's coming from. And you got to know that. So why would you go into that relationship not acting like you don't even know? You know that. You know she knows talking points. You know she's probably have some traditionalism. You know she has some strong political views. Like, you know that. Every piece of these women that's on these panels that we've been exposed to is going to be in that person you meet. The same thing for the women. You're gonna meet. I've met men in real life like that sound like they walked out of YouTube and walked right into the street and said hi to me. Like seriously. So we sound crazy. I don't know. We sound crazy not acknowledging that we know this stuff already. You know, so I don't want to go into a situation with someone being like, "Oh my God, they're gonna gaslight me. They're gonna be masculine. They're gonna blue pill me." No, I was just like, but if he starts sounding like that because those are his beliefs, you already know that you don't like that kind of guy. So how you doing? Nice to meet you. Things it was good while it lasted. That's the only way, because that's crazy. What are you forced? What are we doing? That's crazy. Just to not be alone. I understand, but that's still crazy. I'm gonna just start an argument with you. That's okay.
You want to throw something
Nancy,
in
what
there,
are you
Big J?
doing?
No, I got nothing to say, but thank you for having me on, Auntie. So yeah, I got nothing to say.
Sorry, Big J. Big J, you don't have anything to say? I'm sorry.
No,
That's it, man. You done emptied the tank on Big J. Jen,
I didn't mean that's not
you
what
did.
happened.
Congrats.
Big J sound like he has a big belly. Can I rub your belly, Big J?
Oh my God. Let me leave that alone, y'all. But anyway.
That's why I'm Genesis After Dark. It's after dark.
Yeah.
See, there go those head pats. I told you, bro. There's always a head pat.
What is that?
No, I'm teasing. There's something earlier.
The belly rub or the belly scratch, not just the head pat.
I appreciate the you know, in some cultures that's a well nutrition man. You know, that's a person who takes care of somewhat, can feed himself. At least you know he's not, you know, hungry.
Well, I can't cook though, so I just put it like that. But anyway, you know, let me get out of here. So y'all be easy, and I'll see y'all next time.
Bye, Big J.
Bye, Genesis.
But
Well,
Jen, that's what I was thinking. But that's what I was talking about earlier, and I think that's what we were kind of talking about earlier. Like, people look at like, people expect perfection out of other people, and other people are not perfect. Like, they're not. And somebody not being perfect doesn't mean that they're just never gonna gain weight, or they're not the best looking person in the world, or they're not your just ideal, you know, person. It means that they're gonna make fucking mistakes. They're gonna fuck up from time to time.
But act like that though.
Big when you thought they should have zagged. What are you gonna do? Say that
Be that though. You don't present that. You're not gonna say, Auntie, seriously. You're not gonna put your riz on and put your smell good on and look all nice just to go to a restaurant or a bar with someone and meet a woman, and you're not gonna you don't go to her and say, hey, I'm Auntie, by the way, here's my flaws. We don't act like that. We don't even present like that. What are you talking about? You present the perfect. And you guys are so good at being so love bombing. Well, I mean, guys and women and men, I guess. But you're so good at being love bombing in the beginning that you present this picture of this perfection. And just like you said, the moment she farts in the middle of the night because y'all was cuddling and watching a movie, and you like, what the hell? Who died up in you? You snapped to reality. She been farting before you met her. She farted when y'all was at dinner. Come on, you guys, just let's stop being stupid. Let's stop being delusional, because that's just crazy. Like, present.
Right. I've known they had conversations with women before, Jen. They're just like, okay, so you got a dog, right? I've known women that have literally admitted that in those early stages, they will say that they're going out to walk the dog in the middle of the night just so they can go to the corner store and take a shit.
Oh wow.
So that way they don't do that in front of some dude they like or in the same house with. Like for real. You know, people, I mean that's kind of like that's people do that.
Why? I
Where,
mean,
like,
lactose intolerant. Why?
like I mean look, hey, I had a coworker that admitted to that shit.
Have you
Admitted.
experienced that with anyone?
I know dudes that will admit to be like, look, man, I was with this chick for over a year before I even realized that she actually fucking like she farted, like she never did that shit. You know what I'm saying? Or blew up the bathroom or none of that. But when she finally did it, I was like, what the? Just like you said, what the fuck died in here? You know? You know, found out it's like, yeah, sure they used to hold that shit.
Auntie, have you dated anyone? Have you been with anyone who's done that before?
If she did a good job of hiding it.
I mean, have you been with a woman and you have been like, okay, it's been 3 months and she has not farted or burped. What the hell? Like you guys don't even notice that she hasn't farted.
I've wondered before, like damn, does
like
she?
the house always smells like potpourri. She got plug-ins everywhere. You don't even realize that she's been farting.
Mm-hmm.
It's just that she farted on that moment when you guys were cuddling and she couldn't hold it in no more, or you walked past the bathroom and you realized she just blew it up. But at the house, I mean, come on, there's plugins everywhere. There's sage burning, there's incense, there's nang champa burning, there's food cooking. You didn't smell the fart's been there. it's right. Everyone poops. Like there's no way. Listen, I don't care. I'm sorry, y'all. This is disgusting, but I don't care where I am. If I have paper towel tissue in my purse, I will lay it. We will cover the seat because this is, first of all, I'm not trying to be cute to hold my waist. That's just crazy. It's literally waste for a reason. It's got to get out of you. But then you look crazy and you don't even realize what that contributes to, because someone told me that they will go all day because they will not use a public bathroom. Okay, so you go out with you out with your friends, you on this beautiful date, you got your cute dress on. Ooh, you got your little heels on, you smell good. You got to keep your perfume in your purse because you got gas, because you lactose and you had ice cream today. And now you got to wait because you won't use a public bathroom. You expel that from your body. Or even when you get into the environment, you get back to your home and you guys have a little nightcap and you won't take a dump in your own bathroom because he's there. Or how could you even live and be with someone and then you can't go use the restroom? Like there's no way. So there's no way. That's just kind of crazy to go into it. Like, this woman's so beautiful, she never farts. This woman's so beautiful, she never burps. She says she's wifey material, she doesn't take a shit. Like, she's not gonna have projectile vomit the first time we turn up and have tequila on Taco Tuesdays. Like, come on now. She didn't catch COVID. COVID should have told a lot of people, this is how you look. This is how you are. You are sick. Coughing and can't breathe and throwing up and having a fever. All that. And she never has none of that. Because you don't see it. She been farting. She been burping. Come on now. That's crazy.
Yeah.
It's crazy to think that she's so, she's an angel and doesn't ever, she farts glitter.
Or just doesn't at all. I'm just saying people will go out of their way to project the image of you that they want, or the image of themselves that they want you to see. That's a human nature thing. So to talk about it like it's just dudes that try to project the best version of themselves or the version that they want you to see. It's the women do that shit too. Everybody does that when they want somebody, like they will, but eventually that shit's gonna come off. So like that's what I'm saying. Just like you said, eventually she gonna laugh and she just gonna burp. Like, hey, she gonna laugh, she gonna burp.
Or she laughs so hard she snort. Do y'all if she do that, it's over? You gonna divorce her? She'd be like,
no, I personally wouldn't. I could care less. But I understand that human beings are human beings. That's why I'm asking you, like, when somebody does something that's just part of human nature, just like everybody shits. I'm telling you like this, everybody lies.
Right, but
It doesn't mean
that's
you
a
can't trust
conscious decision to do something. We're not saying like you're not a 4-year-old. You're not like, Auntie, did you throw that ball? No. Like you, come on, we're not there. So that's a conscious decision when you have to, especially something that trivial. Like I said, if you're gonna lie to her, it should be like it should be heavy. It should be big. It should be weighing against the relationship. Like I had to do this because of this. You know, I don't want to break up with you. I don't want us to be apart. Not because you just wanted to go play some damn cards or go to the game. That's crazy. Or go to Keisha house.
Go to Keisha house. Why you gotta throw some shit like that in there? Like that's funny.
Because
Like
you
that's
said going over to friend house who don't like you, y'all don't like each other. But then again,
Yeah.
what kind of friend am I? And what kind of woman am I to my man? And then what kind of friend am I to my supposed to be friend? If he say, look, I don't like her, she's a bad influence on you, and she don't like you and you don't like her, that's what our friends are supposed to be for. But I'm supposed to trust you as my man as well, right? That's where the trust comes in. I gotta trust. You don't like Keisha for what reason? Your instincts are telling you something, but her instincts are telling her something.
Just because somebody tells you something. All right, so like this comment right here, she says, C. Cantrell says, equating lying to bodily function is crazy. Actually, no, it's not, because in human beings, like each one is just as common. Nobody tells the truth all of the fucking time. Like you'll ask somebody, how was your day? And they know their day was shitty, and they'll say, my day was great. That's a lie. It was great.
I just think you take the bad hill to die on, bro. That's all. You gotta die on the better hill. I support the theory, but not on this hill.
Yeah.
I'm just saying, it is what it is. So people, just because somebody tells you what they believe that you want to hear, either to number one, spare your feelings, or number two, to avoid an argument, it doesn't mean that you can't trust them. That's my point.
And I'm saying I disagree. Is that where we're at? Because if you lie to me, Auntie, I don't know. I think you're gonna be lying to me. If you tell me one little, that might be a what do you call it? A standard or a boundary right there for that. You might have been able to do something else and got away with it, but just that part, especially knowing, it's kind of like present who you are. And then what's wrong with that? Is this too? I think I said this before in the panel, and one of the guys was like, "Whoa, that's kind of heavy." So what if you say, "Hey, you know what? I'm Auntie. I fart. I burp. I like playing video games. Sometimes I scratch my left testicle, and whatever your idiosyncrasy is, I forget to leave the toilet down. My bad." Like, what's wrong with just kind of laying some of that out? Because what's the point of all that? At the end of the day, leave Keisha out of your business.
I think because Ant picked a bad hill to die on, it ruins the whole argument. Let me try it like this, right? This is the kind of lie where like I have to protect you from your own feelings. I'm not gonna tell you that I went to the store to go buy whatever it was, and while I was at the store, some girl flirted with me, and then I flirted back, and then I kept it moving.
But
Do
we
you
can
really
tell
need
you
to know
that.
that? You
But
shouldn't tell me
we'll
that.
say that. We could be
You
like,
should
but
tell
we
me
tell you
that.
that. And the
But you
guys
pretend,
get
and
defensive.
this is why you can't have a boyfriend. You shouldn't have told
No,
me no shit like that.
I'm saying women tell men that. Women have told men that,
But
and when
but
men
but
don't.
but you see, it creates problems automatically. This is what I mean about like, yeah, there are white lies you probably would tell, but like he just picked the crazy one. That's all I'm saying. That's a more realistic scenario.
Well, believe it or not, I spit out a true scenario because I went through this shit with my ex before. I said that I took a trip, with a homie down to Miami, and I was really around the corner playing cards with some homies, because if I'd have told her I was around the fucking corner, she would have been like, then come the fuck home right now. I miss you, and I didn't want to fucking come home.
Aww.
Like I really did. And of course, that's what I get, because, and this is years ago. I don't do this shit no more. Just so y'all know, you know what I'm saying? But no, this is a long time ago. I didn't include my homie, You know, I included my homie in the lie, but didn't include him in the fact that I actually lied. So, of course, you know, I told her I was with him. You know what I'm saying? She called his wife. She's like, oh, they right around the corner in such and such house.
Ooh.
Cars, and then I had to deal with that shit.
But aren't your homies supposed to be like a
For
bro
a
code?
few days afterwards, so it didn't necessarily turn out well. You know?
Wasn't he supposed to be on a bro code where he's supposed to know, like y'all supposed to already know this in advance? Like this is part of y'all foundation. Like, bro, if I ever
that was my fault. I should have. I should have. If I was going to include him in this shit, I should have at least told him. But that's what it was. You know, he told his woman where we was. You know, he told his woman where he was, and when mine told, you know, called his shit because they were friends. Hey, she said, nah. Well, hey, I don't know where your man at, but mine is right over here. You know.
So see, how was he able to tell her and she was okay with it? Did you just not choose the right person? Is that what the choose better comes in? Because how was he able to tell his woman and she ain't trip, I guess, right? Because he was there with no problems, but you couldn't tell your woman that you were there because it was going to be a problem.
Yeah, because mine was this annoying motherfucker that I didn't want to spend the night with. I can't, or at least not that evening with. I just wanted some time away to play some goddamn cards. Wasn't no other women over there, no shit like that. I just wanted to get the hell away from this asshole for at least the evening.
Dropping my jaw here. Yep. I had the WOW that. Wow.
So I knew if I could say I was about an hour away, I could even say she could nag my ass all night, and I'd be like, okay, we're on the way home, and I would still have a good hour grace, knowing damn well I'm only 10 minutes away. I had that. I thought I had it all figured out, and the shit snowballed, and that's what it is. So I'm not saying that lying is a good thing, you know, but that is some fucked up shit to kind of end a relationship over. You know?
I'm not saying end it. I'm saying weigh it against this, because now you're gonna create doubt in that part. You're gonna create that in that situation.
That made me untrustworthy.
You don't think that she saved her? She saved what she had to, all that she had to say for later, or let it build up. And you don't think that she was able to, that she trusted you after you did that?
Probably not. We didn't last much longer after that. Yeah.
But then they say you don't trust him as far as I can throw him, which means nowhere.
Probably not. And you know, look back on it, it's like, yeah, I probably didn't. I should have just been honest about where I was and how long I was going to be there. Yeah, understandable. But right. I'm just saying, people make mistakes. Does that mean you just can't trust them?
I'm not saying you made a mistake. That's not a mistake. That's a conscious decision.
Yeah, no. That is a gigantic lie, though. Like, if you're around the corner, but you said I'm going to fucking Florida, bro, you're asking to just pull the plug. You might as well just throw a grenade in a relationship, bro. What are you doing?
See, I am not alone. See, Auntie, it's
I'm not justified. I'm just like, hey, man, people fuck up. Does that mean that they're just untrustworthy?
That is not the same thing. You messing something up. It's not an accidentally walk down the street and my penis fell into this woman's vagina and now I'm screwing her. I'm cheating. No, you're making a decision somewhere along the way. Even if you only make a decision from two bad options, you're making a decision at some point. You're saying, I want to do this. It's okay, but then it goes back to, you chose this person that you can't go tell them because now they're naggy to you, you know. Damn. But then you also created the naggy. Why is she always on you? Because I've been in relationships where I don't talk. Listen, y'all think I talk a lot, but I don't talk a lot probably in person as much, because you're there. You could see me, you could feel me, you know, and I don't have to say a lot of things when you're physically there. So what are you nagging about? The nagging is coming from something that you didn't do, or you don't always, you lost your consistency from the beginning because you were being Mr. Perfect in the beginning, and now you just being Ant.
But okay, so here's the deal. Okay, so now granted, probably don't go about it the right way, but then I could be 100% honest. Yeah, I'm right around the corner, and then I'm around the corner playing cards with the homies. Now, because you know your woman, here's the conversation. Why the hell you always got to hang out with your homies? Why can't you spend the evening with me? Now,
Why
keep in mind,
can't you?
hold up, wait, see what I'm saying? This is where it ends up going. Now, we got to stay on the whole honesty kick. Why do I have to spend the evening with my homies instead of being home with you? Because you're annoying as fuck.
Why can't you just say,
I don't fucking want you.
stop with the
At
crap
least-
because you have a good vocabulary. Stop with the crap. You know other ways to say that. Stop with the crap.
Other ways to say you're annoying as fuck.
You
Yeah,
have, man, come on. You got Riz. You said whatever you said in the beginning to bag her, to get her to open up her legs and let you crawl up in her and make a baby and be with her. You gave her some Riz. You put the salesman on her. You could sell the idea. Come on, stop with the jokes for real. You could sell ice to a Eskimo. Then you could have sold her, baby. When I come back, whatever you got to do, because y'all know that's the game you're gonna play. That's the give and take. So stop with the jokes, especially you being a salesman. I'm not taking that from you. Sorry, I'm not believing that. You know that it is. Come on, some of these men have extensive enough vocabularies to where you know there's a better way that you could have said that. You could say it with a smile, baby. I mean, if you got that kind of relationship with her that you can sell her that you're being a little annoying right now, or I'm a little annoyed by you right now. Let her and come on now. There's a way that you can say it. But if you telling me that you said it the way you say it and the way you've been talking and I've been hearing you talk all this time, no, sir. You know that you could have did that better. So no, stop the jokes. I'm not taking that from you, Auntie. No. But go ahead.
Yeah, and that's that's the purpose of the lie. To not have that conversation.
Right, Bridget. Right, Bridget. Better to ask for forgiveness than permission. Stop with that, Auntie. You could have.
No, I mean,
forgive me, babe. I really wanted to hang with you, babe. Please forgive me, babe. Please don't be mad. Hey, babe. Whatever you guys got your little dynamic, baby. When I come home, I'm gonna dive in like I'm in the ocean. Whatever you're gonna do, I'm gonna break your back, lay the hammer down, whatever. I'm gonna rub your feet. Come on, so stop with that. You could have just instead of you feeling like you gotta. Yeah, if you got to ask for permission or you got to say, I'm going to lie to you because I don't want you to trip. What are you doing that's already making her trip, that's already created this trip in her? That happened with y'all, too.
I'm gonna lie, if I would have told her where I was, she would have showed the fuck up. Like, she would have just showed up.
Because that's her friend, too, right? That was her friend, too.
No, but she would have showed up.
And you would have been what? Doing what? Why did you need? Okay, why can't tell her that as well, babe? I know you probably want to pop up over here, but can you do that? Let's just not do that tonight, And then that you gotta come back and deposit back into that. You know that you're supposed to because that's why it's flowers and hallmark and candy and foot rubs and massage and all that shit is put in play. And baby, please and slow music and all that. So stop with playing with that because you know that you created that situation. There's no way. Why would I be tripping if you gonna play cards if that's what you do? Unless it's inconsistent with your normal routine, or all of a sudden you doing something like notice I'm wearing lingerie and perfume at work, or I put my makeup on and I get my hair done just to go to work. There's some inconsistency here. Come on now, stop with that. That's crazy. So whatever you did, you created that nag that you had to sit there and say, nah, I gotta tell her I'm working extra. If I told her where I was, she gonna pop up. Hell yeah, because did you say that was her friend too? So she gonna go over her friend's house too.
No,
and if you over there playing cards, okay, well you said she knew the woman. That's why she called her and told her where she was really at.
She knew my homie's wife.
Okay, so she could go to see her friend, which is your homie's wife. Mm-hmm. And if you over there just playing cards, if you're just playing cards, Auntie, then why can't she come over? So then tell her, babe, I'm annoyed right now, and say it in a way that you said it to get the panties in the beginning.
She wasn't annoying in the beginning.
She's whatever you did. Come on, stop it. You ignored all that. Whatever she did to drop it like it's hot that you got. You was like, oh, she dropped it like it's hot for me. That's what you had to. Y'all forget that. Y'all got to keep it. You got to do what you did in the beginning. You got to keep that. I've seen men literally change their tone talking to their woman. I've seen these videos, and the man will break down, and he does it with his daughter, and the world could be chaotic around him. He could be yelling at somebody like ah, but then as soon as the little baby come in the room, and she says, "Daddy," he goes, "What you need, baby?" I've seen men do that with their wives, like, or with their women. Like, as soon as they know that they have to keep that part, they have to keep that moment, whatever they did in the beginning that you said to her, that she said, "Oh, auntie, sure, baby. Look at you, chocolate chip cookie." And you probably was annoying in the beginning as well, auntie. You probably became to be annoying. That is not. Why did you keep the C? But then you want to sit here and say it's not a lie. You're sparing the feelings. So now we are establishing
It's
that
not a
feelings
lie. A lie is a lie.
are a lie. You're a liar.
Bro,
Look,
it was such a bad lie. You getting yelled at about it like 8 years
no,
later.
it was a bad lie. That's why I got caught. That's why I got caught. And that's likely one of the reasons why the shit didn't last much longer after that.
Just
I'm
tell
not gonna
me.
lie about that. Yeah, it was a bad lie, and I would agree that I should have just been honest about it. But this is things people do. That's all I'm saying. So does that mean somebody's just not trustworthy or anything like that? Like, if you're talking about a marriage, just like, all right, so let's use another analogy or whatever, just like conservatives say. Now I'm deflecting, but not just like he was saying, whatever. Somebody's flirting with you and shit like that. You might flirt a little bit back. You might smile back, whatever. She asked you if you met anybody today or any of that other shit or whatever. Hey, you bullshit about that.
No, say what you did. Say what happened.
Or hey, okay, so let's say for example, all right, you riding home, you see some woman on the side of the road, she got a little car trouble or whatever. She's having a tough time, either funneling some damn gas in the damn tank or some shit like that, or got a flat tire and she can't jack it up. Whatever the case may be, and you help her out. Now you come home, you got a little grease on your fucking on your pants and shit like that. And hey, you ask, where'd that come from? Where'd that come from? I'm supposed to tell you that I helped some chick on the side of the road on the way home?
And then when we're out having our weekly date night, and then you see her because she was a waitress at this restaurant that you took me to, and it's gonna be like, well, how do you know her? So now you have to create a lie to be like, oh, or you're gonna tell the truth. So now that opens this Pandora's box of
Wait a minute. You see how your mind works, though? You just immediately created a scenario. Like, that's crazy.
So did he. Remember, he was a AAA guy. He helped you on the side of the road. So his
And then he took that, and then you launched an attack with it. That was wild.
That's what happens. So how would you? Why not just say what happened? So that way, if for any reason you happen to run into.
Well, how do you know that she's a waitress at the place that you're about to go to? Like, you see,
that's why I just said for
how
any
little
reason
things have to be true in order for this to not be crazy.
Run into her later, Hood. So, or you may not ever run into her later. But what if something? For the fact that something happens later that comes back to that moment. Or someone else saw you. You're on something else.
If you run into her later, she's stalking you. If you happen to catch her randomly and change her car, and then later you run into her at a restaurant, or she's stalking you. This is just weird now.
Or she wants to thank you, or whatever the case may be. We see these things happen on Lifetime movies where you're like, what the hell? So why not just be honest? Be like, yo, I had to help this. Because your woman, what if your woman takes it and says, wow, I didn't know that my dude was that kind of dude. What if she takes it positive and says, I didn't know my dude was that kind of dude to actually be the kind of guy. I mean, of course, he's going to help me if I'm on the side of the road because I sex him every night. I give him a reason to. But for him to help a random person, what if she takes that as an admirable quality in you and that she didn't even know that was about you? Or she could be ratchet and be like, why did you helping random bitches? But what if she takes it positive? What if she says, wow, that's admirable. That is a very good quality. I'm proud of you for doing that because as plenty of times I've been stuck on the road and I just wish somebody would have helped me. So what if she takes it that way? It's not a problem. You're the
And
one coming into it like you didn't want to say something because you think it's gonna be a problem. But what if it's not?
I just lie to avoid the risk of an interrogation.
It's what are you gambling for? What are you gonna get? What are you losing, Auntie? What are you losing? You're gonna lose the girlfriend. She's gonna be like, fuck you and walk out and pack her shit. What are you gaining? What if she stays and says, baby, that's a good thing about you and I
Because
love that about you, and she sucks the life soul out your dick? What if she does that tonight?
Genesis, because y'all scary. You don't even want to acknowledge it. Y'all, you being scary right now. I'm about to lie to you right now, girl.
No, what if she does? What's over there? What if you tell her, baby, I helped this random person. I feel so proud about what I did because this woman was stuck on the side of the road, and you told her, and she lays you, she drops your jaws and just sucks your soul through your penis. What if she's like, baby, you are the awesomest? What if that was the risk? You don't know what the fuck the risk was. You gambling on some shit you don't even have that you don't have no guarantee on. I'm just saying.
That's a mighty big assumption. That's a lot of what ifs. I don't want
Well, I would think that it might be a good thing.
other
You
what
might
ifs that are equally valid.
right? I would think it would be a positive, and you might get the soul sucked out of you. You might get the king treatment. You might get, you might get all that because it's like, well, that ain't not that my man. My man is a good man, actually. He said sucking your dick for extra helping for a random lady is just what I don't care what's happening. I'm just saying, Bridget,
It's
you reward him.
diabolical. It really is diabolical.
Reward him if you think that he did something positive, and then you reinforce how he feels good about himself for doing something, being a good Samaritan. So,
Look,
I mean, come on.
Okay, so all right.
Not
So
all
on
bad.
one hand, you got a damn first 48 style interrogation, and on the other hand, you might just get Shang Tsung soul sucked tonight. Like I think it's easier to just lie rather than take the risk of getting that damn first 48 interrogation, because a lot of times you just don't want to deal with it. I mean, don't get me wrong, you can either tell the truth or just not say anything. All I'm saying is this: these types of things happen over the course of a till death do us part marriage. Like these types of things happen, and these are decisions that get made. Like, okay, am I just gonna tell the whole truth and nothing but the truth? Or am I just either not going to say shit, or am I going to embellish a little bit, or whatever? And sometimes people make the wrong decision when faced with those decisions. It happens. Does that mean that they're untrustworthy and you're just going to throw the damn relationship in the trash?
No, you're gonna weigh it against the relationship. Is it gonna be worth? If this keeps happening, if this is a consistent thing, if this is something that you're going to continue to do, or it's going to become a concern or an issue, is it going to be worth being with you? Is it going to be worth being with me? If she constantly spending the money, you like, dang, I keep telling you don't spend money, and you keep spending your check, and now you broke every week, because now she thinks she got it with you. So if that's something that you weigh against the relationship, if this is worth being with this person, you're not going to say, I'm going to break up. I mean, it could be break a break right then. It could be like, I don't want to continue to build into this situation that's going to end up fumbling, playing Jenga with you in our relationship. The blocks are going to fall at some point. So weigh it against the relationship. Is it going to be worth being with you if you keep doing this? If you keep working late, quote unquote, working late because you really want to play cards, and now I know that's what you're doing. We both look stupid. Keep going with this lie. You look stupid. Keep telling me. And I look stupid. Keep believing you. When I know the reason why when you work late is actually playing cards. But whatever makes your heart feel good. Or just say, at all this time I've been playing cards with the homies. Okay, at Keisha house.
Yeah, I look. Like I said, I'm not saying that I'm not condoning lying to your significant other. I'm just saying people do that shit. Like people do it. And are you gonna throw the damn relationship in the trash, or are you gonna throw the relationship in the trash just because some basic shit like that happens? I get it if you catch the motherfucker cheating or something like that. But if you just find out, okay, you told me you was working late, but you was really at the homies playing cards, and that's proven that that's where you actually were. Are you really, really gonna hold that shit against your significant other forever.
How long? I don't know. Usually this is what we do on the panel. We just talk about stuff.
And I'm just saying, and then you ask them, look, why? Because that's justifiable. Like, why the fuck do you have to lie? Hey, in my situation, that shit was proven because she called her damn homegirl, my homie's wife, and she told him where the fuck we was.
Yeah, she can't trust it. How was that proven?
So it was proven.
It was proven, yeah. That's what it's, yeah. But in the cases where it's proven, like somebody saw you, they're like, oh, I thought you were supposed to be at working, but you was with, some of my cousins seen you pulling out the such and such. If somebody saw you, it's proven that you was where you were. Once you're established, that's what's been happening.
Granted, it's also proven that this man lied. I get it. It's proven that he lied, no doubt. And yeah, he lied. Understandable, but he was still like what he was doing was innocent. You know, what he was doing was innocent. Are you still? Hey, nigga, I don't trust you. That's it. I can't trust you, and I can't be with somebody I don't trust. What? Come on, because the motherfucker he just told you some shit to avoid an argument.
So would it be better in the beginning of the relationship, or anytime you embark upon this part of the relationship, but before y'all got married, you need to find out what brings you peace. What do you do that makes you peaceful? Because those are the things that we need to continue to let you do throughout the relationship. Now, if you're telling me, well, I got to go down to the pink pussy on the Saturday, okay, we might have to make some adjustments. If she telling you that, she tell you that she got to go to the men's strip club with her girls on the birthday parties or whatever, and you're like, well, I'm not really cool with that. Well, make some adjustments. But if they're telling you what gives them peace, and then in the beginning or at whatever point you need to reestablish some things through the relationship and say, hey, you know what brought you peace when we first got together a year ago might not bring you peace now, but things have changed. What brings you peace now? At some point, maybe that might be what you need to find out. Because if that's what brings you peace, then if that makes you feel better, if that defrags you, if it brings you down from your day, then why should anybody feel that you shouldn't be doing those things? For the women and the men. So maybe you need to go back to, maybe she should have rechecked in on you throughout your relationship on what makes y'all feel good about being in this relationship and what makes you peaceful, what brings you peace, not just to shut the fuck up. Because whenever you're not with her, she's shutting the fuck up. You can't hear her talking. So anytime if it brings you peace to go bowling, you're not with her. You're bowling, and so you got a whole lot of shut the fuck up right there because she's not with you. So what you think is gonna happen when she get home? She got a whole arsenal of shit to say to you. But what you gotta probably reestablish that throughout the transition of you guys' relationship. What brings you peace? Because obviously that was something that defragged you and brought you some sort of centerness, and it was a problem. But again, you did something earlier before that happened that caused her to do that, to react that way anytime that you did that. So, but yeah, maybe we need to do that, and maybe you just need to start. You guys, if you're gonna be dating, look for the person who's tired of the bullshit too. I'm looking for the person who's tired of. Listen, I'm looking for the guy who wants to. I fucked up my relationships prior to this. I want to try to get it right this next time and do all the things that I should have been doing, or all the things that and for the women too. Look for the woman who says, I know I was being a ratchet back in the day, but now I don't want to be no ratchet no more. I want to be a good woman, and let her be a good woman and just take the chance. But it's crazy because you can't. Because why? I can't trust you from jump. And you can't trust me from jump. You're going into it all wrong. But maybe, I don't know. Maybe I should have reestablished what brought you peace. Because if playing cards brought you peace, I want you to be peaceful. Because that's just crazy.
Now, you notice how, for the audience, everybody listen, she ain't listening to me. See how tough this is? Genesis is not listening to me. I already said, hey, drawing the lie. Okay? You really ain't got to not only should you not have to, you just shouldn't really do it. But what I'm saying is human beings, make mistakes. Like they make mistakes. So if it's still something that's innocent, you got a little white lie here and there, and somebody does it for the purposes of avoiding an argument or to spare your feelings, and there's nothing, like there's no harm, no foul. And then you find out, are you just going to throw everything the fuck away? or equate that to not trusting somebody. And I'm just saying, if that's the case, you're probably not ready for like long-term relationships and marriages and shit like that. Just
So
because,
that goes back to that, what you said, you probably wasn't a husband already or a wife already.
well, like I said, I mean, hey, if I knew then
You're
what I
not a
know
wife
now,
already. Maybe you're not a wife.
what I know now, I would have just been fucking truthful. No, I'd have been truthful. I probably wouldn't even have went and played cards that fucking night. You know, probably wouldn't have. But that's just one thing.
Oh, okay. Reads on Lou. How you doing?
You know,
I think we're kind of solving the problem at the wrong part of the equation. Like you have to solve the problem in sequence. And I think if you're in a relationship where you have to lie about going to Florida to play cards around the corner, you're doomed already.
never have to. That's my point. And a lot of this is what causes most relationships to fucking end badly, is because people don't do shit they had to do. They just do shit because, you know what I'm saying? It's bang bang. You hit a fork in the road and you go left and it went right.
Well, no, what I think I'm saying is that there were things building up already, and you were solving those problems. Not even about the card game that night. You were already responding to problems that were built into the relationship. That's what you're doing already.
Oh, geez. You sound like you were on a jet airplane.
That's what's up.
Yeah, I'm outside. I'm at the gas station trying to fill up real quick.
Oh no, that's right. Get that gas while it's 2:30, 2:49.
And it's more underlying shit to it. And a lot of times it can be some underlying shit, and people need to be able to decompress, and you need some time, and you need to give somebody some space and shit like that. So it goes back to kind of like what Creative Solutions was saying earlier up here. She said she wants a man that gives her butterflies like she got when she had her boyfriend in high school when she was 17 or 18 years old. She wants that. And I'm like, okay, now what happens when that guy is having a bad day at work or throughout the course of a day, and he just comes home pissed off? You know,
Lay your head on her shoulder, and if she pushes your head off, you might made a bad choice. If she pats your head and consoles you, you might made a good choice. But you should be able to come. That should even be an honest thing. Hey, babe, listen, not right now. Today was just crazy, and I need some moment. Because who would Bridget say? You shouldn't have to lie or even spare my feeling or spare an argument, because you need me time. You need time to recharge. You need time to replenish yourself. So that shouldn't even be. That should be kind of a understood, and it shouldn't be a problem. But like Husserta said, you were already putting out fires that were from the previous situations, or that was built into your relationship already. Because how you keep saying that I don't want to. It could go either way, but you make sure that you present that that you don't want to prevent an argument that's already there. It's already sitting there. You just don't want it to open. You don't want to open that can. So it's like, what are you doing that already creates that argument that's on hold? That your argument on layaway. Y'all already got it sitting there waiting for you. Like, how did that happen? But like he just said that you was already putting out anticipated fires. And we shouldn't even be there. If you love me, I love you. We're together. We're in this relationship. We're moving down this ship, moving down this relating together. That should not even be. You shouldn't have to be like, oh, I need some me time. I need a moment to myself. But then you shouldn't even be taking your moment to yourself, abusing it, and be sitting in the bathroom, looking at Pornhub or something. You know, it should be a real moment to yourself, not something to do something else with.
There was a movie a long time ago.
Said that you should never you shouldn't even be able or want or need to take a moment to yourself. That is fucked up.
Who said that?
That's what you just said.
I said you should not have to lie to me to about me time. That's what Bridget said in the chat. I'm saying that I agree with that. You should not have to be telling me that you need to go play cards because that's something that you need to center yourself with.
I
So
heard you right,
yeah,
but I
no.
wanted to respond to that because like a long time ago there was this movie that came out called American Beauty, and like I was much younger watching it, so I didn't quite get it. It was really weird to me. The very opening scene, it was Kevin Spacey, and he was in the shower like masturbating vigorously, and it was like a weird scene. And then as the movie plays out, it turns out like he was this really henpecked guy who had a bitch of a wife and kids didn't respect him and all of that. And so I think what a lot of dudes wind up in is like a situation where they just like I don't have any outlet or whatever. You know, they just sort of got beat up by like life or some shit like that. And so it's like you can't even be honest with your wife if she's a bitch too. Like dudes just be winding up in the weirdest situations and then don't even know how they got there sometimes.
See, Auntie, can I spare your feelings and be like, last night was great. Woo, you just broke my back, sir. I could even barely move my legs. Woo wee, big man. I just want to spare the feelings or prevent an argument.
If you were my woman, I would say please do.
Like,
please
woo,
do.
super motor tongue. Woo, you go, boy. Where'd you get that technique? Lying.
I don't think any dude would complain about that lie. Even if he finds out that you were fucking lying.
He knows I'm lying because he knows what he got between his legs. Okay, but go ahead.
Fuck would he know?
I think that's an even worse lie. That's like,
Big Daddy, whoa.
Okay, so tell the truth, motherfucker. Hey,
you go play cards, big boy.
Hey,
wink,
hey,
wink.
Hey, that was a swing and a miss, motherfucker. You didn't hit that spot. But maybe I'll let you try again tonight or
swing
tomorrow.
and a miss. That's funny.
You couldn't hit it with a bat, motherfucker. You know?
You couldn't find it with a flashlight?
Yeah.
With the lights on?
Yeah.
In the stadium?
You know? So, I'm just saying, I mean, look. My point is, these shits are going to be, like, full of monotony. So, sometimes your man or your woman, they're going to need some space. You know? They're going to need some space. And a lot of times, people take it personally. Personally. And that's not always the case. It could be some shit that really has nothing to do with you. And even though you're in a good mood, you want to spend time with your boo, and they're just not necessarily in a good mood, and they don't want to spend time with you because they don't want to project that bad mood onto you. Are you just going to be so focused on what you want that just doesn't fucking matter? Or are you gonna have you're gonna have superwoman syndrome? Baby, I can solve your problems no matter what. Because I would say that not only do women have that issue, but men have that issue too, thinking that they can always solve somebody else's problems. And most other people's problems can't be fucking solved by another person. Like sometimes that's what they need is a little bit of time, a little bit of space. Sometimes it's just an ear. So even go like what you were saying earlier. They ask, okay, can a dude be vulnerable? He'll say what's going on, put his head on her chest, whatever, and she just either say the right thing, or sometimes she'll just be like, okay, get the fuck off of me and go handle it yourself, whatever. I would say that depends on the type of, number one, the type of woman you are, and number two, especially what type of dude you have. What the fuck type of dude you have? Because some dudes actually need that. Get the fuck off of me. Go make it happen, motherfucker. I ain't your mother.
No.
Yep.
No.
Believe it or not, some
you got the wrong woman in.
But hold up.
No.
Some dudes.
No.
Hey, that's what the fuck they need. They need to be reminded that, look, you're a fucking man. I'm not here to coddle you. Go handle that shit because you're the man. You can go handle it. And they need to hear that shit from their woman. And other dudes need to, the pat on the head and be like, baby, it'll be okay. You got this. And some dudes just need that at times, and other dudes it's all a timing thing. So that's what I mean. Like, it's not a one size fits all. It's not a one size fits all. That's what it is for just, being the right person for the right person.
But Auntie, don't you want that Jerry Maguire love where you just going through your thing and she grabs your face and be like, baby, listen, you got this with your chocolate chip cookie. When you get home, I'm gonna dip you in my milk. And she just build you up like you are a king. You are the man you're supposed to be. Like, they are tripping. They gonna pay you the money. That's what I'm like. What's wrong with that? You could be like, look, I feel like I'm about to lose my mind. And she be like, you ain't losing shit. These niggas is tripping. Fuck them. You the man. And when you get home, I'm gonna just bring it all. Okay, come on. Like, seriously. Listen, I want the Jerry Maguire love. Look me dead in my eyes. Let me know you are a real person. In a minute, you're gonna be dating a fucking robot.
Part of me hates Hollywood for convincing me that I can find that.
We don't know what you said. What you said?
I said part of me hates Hollywood for convincing me that was real.
Well, listen. Oh wait, so let me answer me this, y'all, when I'm finished. But I would think that's still real, because this, I don't know. I would think that's still real. Yeah, at some point, not even knowing a person for a long time, but just being, I guess, transparent with them enough to where they believe that you are what you say you are and they believe in you, and they'll tell you that every time something, you start to lose your little faith or things get a little weary, and she grabbed your face and said, you are hood conservative, you are the hood conservative, my man, and it reinforces that what you already know. It don't take long. It's just being real about who you are so that she can take what you really gave her. And what do women do? Multiply it, bring it back to you, pour it back into you, fill you back up with it. So, I mean, I guess it still comes back to that. You can't pretend to be Mr. Perfect in the beginning, because then she don't know what to do with that. So maybe we need to be for real. Like, look, here's my flaws. Here's what I got. I'm a fart. I'm lactose intolerant. We're going to go for ice cream, because when ice cream truck come, I'm going to get some. But later that night, it's going to be a problem. So, but I still love you. And when everything's good, we go, it should be okay. Right, Auntie?
No, because most people don't even know their own damn flaws. Most people don't even know their own flaws. Like, you got to expect that people are going to have them, at times, and understand that you can't always solve. Every problem isn't to be solved.
What is happening in the chat? Who wants to convince a man to moan? Go ahead.
That is pretty weird.
How would I convince you to moan? You should already. Y'all don't know the power of your moan. Is that what you're talking about? Like when he goes.
Can I tell you? Let me tell you a real story, right?
Moan at me. Earned it. You earned that.
Long time ago, right? I was living with this girl. I was actually talking about this recently. I've been thinking about this a lot. The first girl I ever lived with, before we even started living together, I got fired from my job, right? First job I ever got fired from. I think it was the only time I ever been properly fired, actually. And sometimes jobs end or you quit or whatever. But I got fired this time. Like, come in my office. What the hell did you do? Right? It was wild. But and I totally did it though. Like, I was guilty as hell, right? But the whole thing. So I get fired from my job, and the girl that I wound up staying with her later on, but this had nothing to do with it at the time. But we was kind of together a little bit at the moment. And I went to her crib right after, which was a bad mistake on my part. I should have went home and stayed, but it was people in my house, so I went to her crib. And I went to her crib, and I'm telling her I got fired, but I'm like in a stupid, shitty, funky mood or whatever. This has never happened to me before, and I'm young. I don't know how to deal with this properly. And she's trying to console me and comfort me. She was trying to give me a BJ and all that. And I'm like, don't touch me. Get off of me. Leave me alone. And at the time, I really, couldn't really verbalize it. But looking back, all I really wanted to do was just be left alone. I just needed a place where I could be mad and sad and deal with my shit quietly. and she was just getting in the way of that shit. But I shouldn't have been there in the first place, right? But like, because that's what a chick's natural intention to do is to just kind of be in the middle and try to make me feel better. But honestly, there's nothing you can do for me, and I don't think you should try. You just got to be there quietly until I fucking get over myself.
So why not be able? Why don't you feel like you kind of could say that? Because Auntie, we're talking about the transparency part, right? So why not you? Why can't you say this is part of who I am in the at some point, or have that
Well,
or
I was a lot younger, so like I couldn't necessarily understand myself enough to talk about it like that, right? But now we're all full and grown. I get it now. Sometimes you just need to leave a nigga alone, man. He'll be all right. Come back. Let him sulk. Let him get over his shit.
Boom. Get that man some space, some time. Are you capable?
okay, let her talk to her friends, because that's way she can get all that talking out, and then when she comes home, her mouth is too tired to talk, and she has just a little bit energy reserve left to take care of you.
Well, that's what you hope would happen. Like, I don't have to let you talk to your friend. I would hope you got that out your chest before I got there, you know?
Right, but y'all have a problem when they do that, because remember that the auntie's example was you going over to the friend's house that he don't like, and you don't want her ways to rub off on you, or just y'all just really be over tired of us talking to our friends, the hen circles, the hyenas, and y'all yapping. We've seen it happen. I mean, we have visuals of what that looks like, but just in general like that, if she goes to talk to her friend and you don't like Keisha, Keisha don't like you, let her talk to Keisha. Let her get it out then.
No. I'm gonna explain to you why. Because when I say I don't like your goddamn friend, it's because I know damn well your friend don't like me, and all she gonna do is be dragging me for filth when you telling her you don't.
Why do you care?
Why do I care? Why the hell would you want to go over to her when she's about to make me the reason for all of your fucking problems?
Do you think that's all we talk about? We talk about just after we talk about y'all, we talk about something else. Y'all said that we frivolous, we crazy.
Friend I know ain't gonna do nothing but talk shit about me. Okay, this friend you got, I already know that's who the fuck she is. She a miserable motherfucker, and no, hell no. So yeah, not
that's
this.
That's delusion though, to think that the whole conversation, everything that they talk about was you. She probably had something to say about you, but then we talk about so many other things that y'all say are so minute and so small, like the color of our nails, our hairstyle next week, how we don't like our handles on our love handles, or our hair growing back on our legs, or the postman winked at us. Like, we talk about other stuff. So yeah, she probably at some point the conversation was about you, but that was not the conversation. So let her talk and get all the other talk out. Fuck if how you feel about Keisha, because y'all are together. Obviously neither one of y'all feelings mattered to that where it make or break the relationship. You're together with her. So after that point, I don't give a shit if your boy don't like me. I don't like him. But if you got to go over there to get it out so that it won't come back here, and I got to tell you what you say, you're annoying the fuck out of me. Now I'm there. Go talk to Keisha. Get all that shit out. Talk to Keisha about everything else too, me included.
But that's what y'all don't understand. See, y'all got homegirls that don't be liking your dude. We usually don't have homeboys that don't like our chick.
That's not true.
Bullshit. You know what I'm saying? Rarely is like I don't. What kind of dude hangs around homies that be talking shit about his chick?
What kind of female?
Honestly,
our man.
If I don't like your girl, but you my homeboy, I'm just not gonna talk about her. I'm gonna keep that away from it. Like, me and you hanging out, I don't really need to talk about your girl.
Like, you're not even gonna do it, but you think that's gonna stop the homegirl Keisha? Hell no. Nah. She gonna stay talking.
Did you choose a woman that's so influenced by what her girl says that it will make her change her mind about you? Why do you care? If you're excuse my French, if you're dicking her down, don't you know we are dumb when it comes to that. We're gonna choose we over friendship sometimes. So why do you care what she says? You got her already. I got her anyway, Keisha. Talk your shit. She coming home to me. Bang bang. Checkmate.
All right, so this is where. All right, so agreed. But why the hell would you want to be around her?
That was my friend before you, obviously, or unless I acquired that friend from the relationship I have with you, that statement would make sense. Why do I want to be
Like-
around somebody that you
Like the
introduced me to?
conservative says, like a homie, if a homeboy really is like just thinks your woman is all wrong for you and all of that other shit, he just won't say nothing. Like he won't say nothing. Usually. But we know your girl likely doesn't live by that set of rules. You know what I'm saying?
What's the movie with because what's the movie with
Ham.
we saw it happen. What's the movie where the boy was dating the girl? What was the movie? Oh, when the boy was dating the girl. What's the movie? It was Terrence Howard was in it. What was that? Why Did I Get Married? Or not Why Did I Get Married, but The Brothers or something. It was in that we all seen the movie with the Terrence Howard and Morris Chestnut.
You talk about the best man when he slept with the bride. Yeah.
Remember how his girl was
Nasty
acting?
word.
Remember how his
Nasty
girl
word.
was acting though? Remember how his girl was acting towards his boy? And Terrence Howard never bit his tongue. So you can't say that because that guy exists. That guy every chance he got, he was like, your girl ain't shit. You see how she talked to you? Y'all gonna be broke up soon. I hope y'all break up. That bitch is crazy. So we
I
can't
think
say
that was
that.
different. Hold on, let me tell you why that's a little different. Because she literally cheated on him. It wasn't like I just don't like you. Like you about to run a whole game on my homie right here.
And she was a bitch though. And she was a bitch too.
She actually wasn't though. She was like a sweet girl who just got her one shout out. Because remember, Morris Chestnut was out there fucking everything, but he loves her. He gonna marry her. So she got her little revenge off on that one.
No, I'm not talking about him and her, hood conservative. Remember the friend that with the dress that ended up getting with the Candy, the dancer, his girlfriend. His girlfriend was horrible, and she was a horrible person. But his friends, his boys, he had a gamut of boys. One of his boys didn't say nothing. A couple, but the other boy, his homie, Terrence Howard's character, was constantly like, that bitch he is horrible for you, man. So we can't say that, Nancy, because that guy does exist. That guy, just like there's a girl that exists. Like Keisha exists, there's a Kevin. Or not Kevin, I hate that. But a Keith.
Y'all
Hey, who's
conflated
that?
two. What's up, Jenny? It's true.
I know, I see you.
Yeah, y'all conflated two movies. You know that, right?
What's
No, but that was going to be my point. Like that's some fictitious shit. In
No,
real
it's
life,
not.
more like what Hood Conservative just said. Like usually, you're not even gonna say some shit about your homeboy's girl when you're around him because that's gonna make him uncomfortable and likely not want to be around you. So you're not gonna do that shit. But usually, and we know this shit, it won't stop a homegirl. You know what I'm saying? Your chick's homegirl from talking shit about you. She's actually usually looking for excuses to talk shit about you. And likely because misery loves company, and she's probably either alone or her dude is doing her dirty as fuck. So, hey, she likes some company in her misery. So that's kind of what it is. So my question would be this: I understand that's what women do. That's the type of homegirls y'all got. But my question is this, and this is where that would start a little bit of an argument. Why the hell would you want to be around this chick?
If she was already my friend, and however that dynamic is, if she was already her friend, you met me and I already had a Keisha in my life. Or did I acquire Keisha through dealing with you? That makes a difference, Auntie.
Actually, it doesn't. And I'm going to let Truth get in on this one.
If she was my friend before you, it does. Because I'm not about to lose my friend or get rid of my friends because of you or whatever you got going on.
Why you don't understand, Jen. All right. She was your friend before me because there was no me. Y'all had something in common. You was both lonely and miserable. But now you're no longer lonely. You damn sure ain't miserable. So now you and her don't have shit in common anymore.
Is that what you really think?
More often than not, that's the case.
Okay.
I remember one of my homies, right? He was coming into some money, coming into a lot of money, and he had a girlfriend at the time, and I think they still together, honestly. But I didn't even dislike her or nothing. I can't even honestly say there was something just obviously bad about her. So it wasn't even a personal thing. But I was having a conversation with my homeboy about her and the money and all of that. And I was like, listen, bro, whatever you do not marry this woman. No matter what, do not get married. And his response to me was, well, what if I want to leave her all my money? I'm like, well, if you want to do that, then just give it to her right fucking now. Why you gonna make a bitch wait till you're dead? If you're gonna be that stupid, just give it to her now, bro. But after that, that was the only time I ever brought it up. I'm gonna say it one time and one time only, and then you got to walk with God after that.
Truth, what you
Truth.
think?
Oh yeah, I'm about to say truth. Jump in. Go ahead. Truth, you on mute.
That was powerful.
Yeah. Conservatives say you got to walk with God.
After that, right? Well, I don't know, y'all, because I've had friends. I've been that friend because I've not liked my friend, or I've not liked my friend's person. I've been that person too, where the homeboy was like, "Yeah, your girl's a bitch," and I'm like, "No, just to you." But, however, I don't know, because then that says what? If our relationship's supposed to be based on truth and trust and loyalty and honesty, and my friend don't like you, her instincts are telling her something, and your instincts are telling you something. But if however, if you end up becoming married, then you're supposed to leave some of these things behind to be with this person. If you're just dating, then her opinion may have some weight in the future of your relationship.
Okay.
And so
Now,
for the same way with you, whether or not if I'm going to marry you and then you really don't like her, then I'm going to leave. I might have to leave her a little distance to build with you. But if you're just dating me and you don't like her, then y'all can just don't like each other because something's telling y'all both that.
All right. So before I go to truth, don't go on mute, because hey, this is why I said originally. Well, then this is why you came up, Jen. Are you a wife ahead of time?
Are you a husband ahead of time? Crazy.
Hey, a man can't just make you a wife. So if you're waiting until a motherfucker actually marries you to get rid of this evil bitch of an influence, some wicked witch of the world, and you got to kickstart this bitch's broom just to get her ass up and down the damn street like real shit. You get wet after midnight, whatever, the bitch starts melting. Because you splash some water on her. That's how evil she is. That motherfucker has to marry you to get rid of her. Like, you're not to the point where, you know what?
She's
gonna be dragging my motherfucking man. I don't want to be around this bitch. She evil. Like, if you can't do that, chances are this man will not make you his wife, because motherfuckers understand that birds of a feather flock together. And if this is your homegirl, chances are you probably aren't too much different than her. You're likely just acting right now.
Okay, so would that be equivalent to if your homeboy was cheating and you hang out with him, but you just don't say nothing?
Yes.
Okay, so
go ahead.
Why are you hanging around cheating ass niggas and playing cards with them and you know they was at the club with a whole other woman that wasn't their wife? That would be the same question. Like, why you want to be with toxic ass Keisha? Why are you with cheating ass Gerald?
Gerald.
I mean, okay, so I'll answer that question. Because usually as homies, and this is something I said on the Sunday show, we don't really judge each other by how the hell we deal with women. Like, we don't. Whatever you like, as far as homies are concerned, you deal with women your way, I deal with them mine. So, hey, since we deal with them differently, we probably get different results. Nigga, that's why, I mean, you be cheating on your chick. That's why you in an unhappy relationship. You unhappily fucking married or what the hell ever. That's why she's likely cheating on your ass too, and the shit's not going to last very much longer. I don't move like that. That is what it is. But one thing I'm not doing is dragging your wife for filth when she's not here. Like, I'm not going to help you to do that shit.
We need some truth. Tell us the truth.
Yeah, so I definitely agree with the first part Auntie said is, if you with a woman, and we hear this all the time, that people always talking about the people that came before them. We hear that all the time. And then when people come in and start trying to set standards and boundaries, y'all don't want to let them go. So Genesis, before I say where I'm going at, I'm gonna ask you a question. Do you want to be married?
Yeah, I said that.
How
I've just always
how
thought that that was the goal at some
how
point.
much do you want to be married?
I don't know how much, but I do.
How bad? Like, is it something? Is it at the top of the ladder? If you had 1 through 10, where would it be on that ladder? 1 being the most important.
I don't know, truth. It's just something that I guess was part of that indoctrinated generation where that was, you know, you want to share your life with someone. I want to share someone's life. So I want to be, I've liked the marriage idea of the whole concept of it. It's always been something, but I don't also think that I'm supposed to be alone for the entirety of my life either. So
thank you for
it's
being
not,
honest.
it's not like at the top of my list, not the bottom, but it's just something that I should have checked off.
Yeah, I
at
got
some
you.
point.
I got you. So thank you for being honest. So I hate to tell you this because I can't be a hypocrite because I just got finished doing a show about this, telling people, hey, if you are I said everybody's not supposed to be married. We're all not getting married. And what I mean getting married, I'm not saying that you can't get married. I'm saying it's not going to go to death do you part. That's what I believe a marriage is when it's completed. I said, if you're trying to get married to check off a bucket list to say I've done it, please don't you ever get married because it's going to fail. You're getting married for the wrong reason because a marriage is not check off a bucket list. Oh, I done everything I can do in the world. I done fucked off. I done traveled. I done made tons of money. I'm getting older. So, hey, what the hell? I'm going to get married because, that is the ideal American way. You get married and you try to live happily ever after and try to die together when you get old and all that type of stuff. That's not marriage. I'm sorry you watch TV and believe that's what marriage is, but that's not it. The second thing, Auntie said, when women get together, they are literally more than likely alike. It's just one is more flamboyant and the other one is more covert, but they're alike. You have to get to know them and you will see. Majority of men don't do their due diligence to try to find out, hey, are you just like your own girl? Because I'll be hearing you, you talk to her or you'll come and share and tell me about what she just got finished doing. Before we met, was you out there sucking dick like that?
Oh,
was you doing it like like that? Was y'all having conversations about, that type of stuff? I'm just curious. I just want to know. So no man, if he's coming in your life and he chooses to marry you, and once he say, hey, that old harlot that you used to hang out with for 35 years, I understand you like her and everything, and she's funny and everything, and she always got a good story about how she just got finished fucking about 3 men in the last 4 months and everything, and you find that funny and intriguing, and y'all get to talk about sizes and all the positions he put in. Guess what? She got to go. That's non-negotiable. She got to go. Those other 4 guys that you had that you call brothers and uncles and cousins and everything, and they've been around before me, they got to go. Non-negotiable. They can be here, but I won't be. You can't have it one way. Okay, so you have to choose. Are you going to do life with me, or are you going to keep the harlot and the 4 brothers? Which one?
The singing group, the Harlot and the 4 Brothers.
The Harlot and the 4 Brothers, exactly. You have to choose. And a lot of times women try to have what is called it all. And like Nancy said, she has to go and she will go, or I am gone. As simple as that. The 4 brothers, they will go, or I'm going too. You can keep.
Can your play cousin, your play sister go? The longtime family friend, the daughter of the pastor go?
That's the
church,
second thing.
all the people on your end gotta go too, right?
Yes, that's the third thing. I will never set a rule that I am not obeying myself first.
Oh, that's actually a leader, everybody. Someone who actually does it and asks you to do it.
I'm not a hypocrite. I will never do that. So that's why when I find people not doing what I ask you to do, when it's a rule for us all, that's why I have a problem that we have a big problem. We have a huge problem now. And I do what you asked me to do. Why are we having such a hard time of you doing what I asked you to do? Huh?
Oh, I've asked that question before.
All right now.
So do you think because I always want to know when we intermingle with each other, we attribute personality, we attribute, how you grew up, how you were raised, right? Because that's important. When you're choosing someone, first of all, do you guys believe it's a difference between choosing and picking? Because they both have two different definitions. You pick an apple, but you choose what college you want to go to, right? And then the second thing is, do you think that the other factors play into it, like the person's zodiac sign, like their birth order? Because we don't attribute that as much.
Somebody's zodiac sign play a factor.
Because of whatever characteristics that they display based on what that zodiac sign
Play
says.
a factor for you. I don't know any dude that shit plays a factor in it with. I would call him an effeminate, girly fucking boy. And if you end up with a dude like that, there's no like chances are there you will not be the only bitch in that relationship under no circumstances. That is a girl on girl fucking relationship.
No, I dated a guy for a moment that literally let me know.
How did that work out?
I dated a guy for a moment. Like I said, I've been around for a minute. So I dated a guy for a moment, or we tried to date, who literally let me know after he found out where my birthday was. We didn't ask that in the beginning. But when he found out when my birthday was, he's like, oh my God, it's cancers all around me. I have women that are like, and he already identified the things that we all have in common. Like, oh my God, you guys are crybabies. You guys are so emotional. And he made a decision that we weren't going to be compatible because he already don't get along with people that already have those attributes, which happened to be underneath the same zodiac sign.
And more than likely, it wasn't going to work for him, because he didn't want to be in a lesbian relationship, and neither did you. So I'm pretty sure he ended up finding. I'm pretty sure he found the fucking the transformer of his dreams somewhere. Oh, more than likely, nasty fucker.
Wow. Okay. So what about birth order? Because if you've been a leader in your family, you're the firstborn, or you're the middle child, you're the youngest. Does that ever play a factor? Did you guys ever consider, like, I'm the oldest, I'm a baby, and she's a baby? Like, y'all both have the same problem. You both have the same little tick. It's sometimes it's a problem, especially for us. I guess for me, being the oldest and then being with someone who is the oldest, we're both leaders in everything we do. It's gonna always be, it could be good or it could be bad, or just the oldest and the youngest. That tend to be more baby-like. I have to like coddle this grown-ass man because this is what he's used to. His whole family's done it. He's the baby of the family, or he's very much infantile, at times, like, because this is what he's grew up with. He's the last one. I was the first one. I never experienced that. That shit is crazy to me. But that's what we did to my youngest sister. She's the baby of the family. So whoever gets her is gonna have to deal with all that because she has had all the attention on her whole life, right? So when you're dating a person that in a relationship, this is something that's a part of their personality. This is why they're partly spoiled, or this is why you have this conflict with them, because this is what they expect out of life, because it's how they've been treated their whole life.
The way you said it, I would not agree with it, but now that I think I know where you're coming from, what I will say is a person's history and their parental status and maternal status is very important. Their relationship with their mother and their relationship with their father and mother's relationship. And even their father and mother's relationship with their father and mother. All of that is very, very important. That's the problem that we're having. We do not do the due diligence of finding out who we are. We like each other because we smell good, we look good, we have fun, we're vibing, it's cool, we laugh, we have a good time, we go out places, we got a lot of things in common because we're compatible, and then we think, oh, well, we're having a good time, we get along, marriage. No, that's, once again, it doesn't work like that. There's a thing called suitability. Look up the word, which a lot of people, they don't know about this word and they don't know what it means. If the person is suitable, usually y'all have a strong chance of getting to the end. Because it's, when you think of a suit, what? That tailor-made, it fits you, right? So that's why you want to find somebody suitable to your lifestyle, what you like. If you're a person that likes to have sex, try to have sex every day, or at least 4 to 5 times out the week. Then you need to find a man or woman that loves sex like that. Don't find somebody that, we have sex, but I'm not into sex like that.
Holly Berry and what's his name? Eric. What's his name? He one was a sex addict and she was a
yeah, Eric Benet. I ain't into having sex like that, and I daggone sure don't want to have sex for 1 to 3 hours to 5 to 6 hours at a time at a session. I'm not trying. I can't fuck like that. I don't want to fuck like we back in high school and kids and stuff. Some people still want to do that. Some people don't. So don't get with, if you're a person that loves to have sessions of sexual experiences at a time, you still have that high sex drive. Don't get with someone that doesn't want to have sex like that just because you like them. You can't force them to make that happen for them. A person that doesn't want to be cuddled up and crave attention and all that type of stuff, if they're standoffish, don't get a person that loves to spoon a lot, loves to wrap legs, scratch you with their toenails and all that type of stuff. Don't find people that want to do that when you're not a person like that. We don't do our homework. We just see something to like and we just say, oh, I like it. It's available. Touch it. Touch it and take it. That's how we say it.
Microwave. It's like put it in a microwave, instant relationship. We're married. Boom.
Yeah, we got it. Hey, you want to get married? Sure, me too. Okay, let's go get married.
Put 3 minutes. In 3 minutes, we'll be married. Beep.
You don't know I didn't have a father in my life. Oh no, that's okay. It ain't for everybody. Hey, we can get away with it. I'll be the one to get away with it because I'm the type of man that I can help you out. I'm a man's man, and I can help you out, and I can replace your father. The fact that you ain't have no father figure. And then the next thing you know, since you're a man's man, the way your attitude is, the way you're structured, the way you discipline, the way you organize, your voice, your cadence, it scares the shit out of her. Why? Because she's not used to a man speaking to her. She's been around a whole room and a life full of bees, okay? And they've been talking amongst each other and back and forth with each other.
True. Let me jump in for a second. Full of a bunch of fucking dudes that take zodiac signs and shit into consideration when they deal with people. So
Okay, so what do you guys ever consider the attachment style of the person?
Yes.
Like if you're the ancient avoidant, or you have a what's the other one? I know which the one I am. I'm the anxious attached, right? So that's the one that has like latent abandonment issues. Like my dad was never there, so that's where that's kind of stuff where it comes from. Your mom was always at work, and you was raising yourself with latchkey. That man, that latchkey man is an anxious attached person. But then you have the anxious avoidant people where they could care less about like snuggling, hugging, and I'm so sorry, truth, this happened to you. That person's like, yeah, I don't need all that. Then you got the disorganized one, and you got the secure. So they like those. Some of those attachment styles play a factor in the fact that those two people shouldn't be together, because a secure attachment person doesn't need to be with anyone actually, for the most part. And then you got the anxious attached person who don't, you can't leave them. They can't move past through relationships well, because every relationship is a big relationship. You got the avoidant one who could care less whether or not y'all have one, y'all make it if there or not to the happy ever after. So, you know what I'm saying? You got the attachment style. It's like it's beyond what, do I like you? What kind of attachment style do you have? Where were you born in? Because if you're a middle child, sometimes the middle child is really easygoing, but then they can have attachment issues. They can have latent attachment
Don't
issues.
go by numbers. Don't go by numbers and position. Just ask them, hey, do you like to spoon?
I mean, look, I understand.
Are you the baby in your family, and do you like to spoon? Because I gotta baby you. I gotta lay you in my bosom. That's the man I gotta lay in my bosom, because he wants to cuddle in. He gotta tell me his problem. Come on, baby.
You're compatible with somebody. You'll kind of make shit work. Like, you just will. Like, that's where the compromise fucking comes in. People can't change their zodiac signs, and all of that attachment style shit. I mean, if somebody really wants to go on a journey like life with somebody that's all of those things that you said aren't good with certain attachment styles, they'll compromise. They'll change up a little bit. They'll change up a little bit, and the other person will likely have to change up a little bit too, to meet in the middle. That's really what it's about. You're talking about getting two individuals together and trying to make something happen. And rarely are those pieces just going to interlock. There's going to be some shit, and there's going to have to be a little bit of what we used to do in shop class, metal shop, wood shop. Hey, you have to do some filing to make those pieces fit from time to time. There's going to have to be a little filing of the edges on both people's part. Nobody is going to be perfect. So that's what we mean about the whole delusional fairy tale shit. It doesn't exist. Like, it doesn't exist. These things require work. Like, it requires work. It's a skill and it's a muscle, and a skill requires repetition. You know what I'm saying? Repetition, practice, likely a little bit of trial and error. And also a muscle requires exercise, working out, and muscle failure, a little pain, in order to get some gains.
And nourishment. Y'all always forgot that you have to feed back into that muscle. So the same thing in your relationship.
But you're right. You're right. That too. You got to
protein from your man.
You got to feed it, or you can, yeah. Oh yeah, ladies, make sure you get your protein diet.
Get your protein, ladies.
I'm just saying, it just requires that. So if you think all that shit's gonna be peachy and all fucking smiles, you are in for a rude awakening. You are going to get pissed off, and you are going to piss that other person off from time to time. That's the way it works.
So, Auntie, I don't like the change factor. The change, you shouldn't be changing. You should be growing. You shouldn't be changing anything.
You assume just because you decide to get in the car and start driving down this road, all of a sudden it's never going to rain anymore. You know what? Bad weather doesn't exist anymore because you decided to go outside. No, it doesn't work like that. There's still going to be bad weather. There's still going to be bumps in the road. The car is still going to require fucking maintenance. Shit can go bad. You can even get lost along the way. Like that's what it is. So you gonna ask for directions, or are you dealing with somebody that has a good sense of direction? They can help to navigate and shit like that. But to think all of that shit's just gonna be perfect because that's what you want it to be, I think that's what happens more often than not. And to answer that question in the title, like, why aren't a lot of people married but yet they want to be? It's because things don't just turn out the way that they expect or the way that they assume they should be. People just decide to turn around, start all over again. Or
you got to lie to go to play cards.
Well, no, they just
you can't tell the truth, and you got to do all that. Come on now, and
to be honest, what ended up happening there was supposed to happen. That shit didn't work out.
That
shit didn't work out. you know, because I had somebody I felt like I couldn't be honest with, you know, and I wasn't honest with them. Maybe it's because that person didn't make me feel comfortable enough to be honest with them.
She kicked you off her shoulder, huh?
And also maybe it was because I just wasn't an honest person at the time. Either way, that shit didn't work.
Auntie, are you the oldest, the youngest? Are you the middle child?
I'm just saying. So you
don't think it has nothing to do with anything, but it might. It does in a lot of ways. You know, like I can't help the independence I have because I've had it from the beginning of time, right? And my sister is the baby. She has literally mastered the art of, can you do this for me? And I'm not saying nothing negative about myself. I love my baby sister. However, but she has mastered the art of, can you do this for me? Because that's what she does. She can do a lot of her own, but I don't have that. I wasn't born with that. I was born with do it myself.
Genesis.
That matters. And when you're with someone.
Genesis, that positioning thing, and see, that is why I'm trying to tell you, because we got all this information out there, right? We got all these books, these movies, Tyler Perry, all this stuff out there, right? But what the main thing we have out here, right? We have people in our actual I'm gonna speak for myself, right? I'm gonna speak for myself. The people, I have a small circle, but my circle, everybody in it is married. Everybody is in it is married. One of the person has been married for 30 years. The other two people, one is married for 10, and the other one is married for 7. Okay, so everybody in my circle is married. The reason why I have that, because like Auntie said earlier, that is the flock. We see each other as husbands. There's no single person or a person, even if they're single, they're trying to get married. They're moving towards being married. It's no single actions. It's marriage. We bring somebody else in. Hey, what are you here for? I'm trying. You want to be married? Oh no. I'm just out here. Oh yeah. You can't be in here. You want to be married? You the girl. You got a girl? Yeah, I got a girl. You scoring on her, or you engaged, or you trying to be married? Oh, we've just been rocking out for the last 3 years. No engagement? No. All right. No, you can't be in here. So the way I look at it is, the perfect example is puzzle pieces. You know how they don't look alike? They're not shaped the same way. They have different curves. But when you put them together, what happens? They fit, right? And guess what else they did? They form a bigger picture. That's what marriage is. It's broken pieces and broken people coming together. And when your weaknesses, guess what they are? They're my strengths. My strengths are what? Your weaknesses. Your strengths are my weaknesses. So we counteract it. What you have inside you, I need that. And I want it. What I have inside me, I'm coming to give it to you. So that's how we're supposed to fulfill each other. If you don't do that, you're coming in to take. And that's not what relationship is about. You're not supposed to be coming in to take. You're supposed to be coming in to serve. So if me and you, Genesis, was getting together, the first thing I would ask you is, Genesis, what do you want and what do you need? And be specific and be clear and be honest. You want somebody that makes $100,000? Say that. You want somebody that's great in bed? Say that. You want what type of house? Anything. Say that. Because those things, if they're important, they're going to show back up later. They're going to show back up when you think I'm not being efficient in what you think I should be doing. Because you ain't telling me you wanted a house with 6 bedrooms. We got our 3-bedroom house and you run around there mad as shit. And I don't even know why you mad as shit. And then one day when we sit down and I ask you, why you mad as shit? Because we've been stuck in this 3-bedroom house for the last 15 years and I really wanted a 6-bedroom house. I didn't want our children sharing rooms. Okay, well, why the freak you ain't telling me? Nigga, you supposed to know. Why the hell would anybody want two children in each room? Well, hey, I'm thinking I'm trying to be efficient. You know what I'm saying? We was able to go to those last couple of trips and everything. See, stuff like that. And it's the communication factor. We're not talking to each other. So I'm not being honest with you about what I want. I don't like the fact that your butt flat or the front part of your head is balded. That's why you got to wear wigs and stuff like that. And I'm mad as hell about that shit. But I'm not saying nothing. Why? Because I chose you with wigs and makeup and certain accessories that make yourself look like something that you're not. So if I don't like makeup, guess what? I'm not going to choose a woman with makeup. I don't like wigs. I'm not going to choose a woman with wigs. I'm not. Because I'm not trying to change you at all. It's either I love you and I accept you for who you are because that's your person, or I don't. And the woman has to love and accept me for who I am. Or she got to go find the man that she wants, that she thinks she's going to find. And that's the problem. We see something and then we try to take it. Oh, Dad, Genesis looks good in those pictures right now. Oh, damn, yeah, I want to take that. I want to touch that. Because it's there. Because I have access to it. You ever heard Jeff Goldblum off of Jurassic Park? What did he say? He said your scientists didn't stop and think about whether they could. They should have stopped and think about whether they should. Should you do this? Should you bring some dangerous ass dinosaurs back? Not can you do it. Should you? Should you touch this big butt woman with these big titties and smiling at you and looking all good and everything? Oh, it might be a fun night. Is she going to aggravate you and stress you out and cut your car up and bust your windows? Give you some bad nappy-headed ass kids that fuck up in school? Huh? We don't think about that. And getting locked up and fucking up the neighborhood. We don't think about stuff like that. That's the problem. We think about right now temporary stuff and talking about let's be temporary thinking about marriage. When marriage is a longevity thing, a race of endurance, not a sprint. We keep doing it the wrong way. Nobody wants to do it the right way. And then you look at your grandmothers and they've been married 50 years. Mama, how you been married 50 years? Well, baby, me and granddaddy got together when we was 18, and I knew that nigga was going to be a hard-working man. You know, your brother that was light-skinned over there, right? You know, I went out and messed with the milkman one time, but your granddaddy didn't give a fuck. He took care of that little red-ass boy like it was his son. And yeah, that is your brother, but that's not part of our daggone family. You see his yellow ass, and we all black as shit in here, okay? But hey, we stuck together because we wanted to provide you guys with a home, and we wanted to show you guys how we're supposed to treat each other. Because daddy, you know, he treated me damn good. And you know, I treated daddy damn good. I just fucked up and dropped my ass off on somebody, on a yellow nigga out on the street. And the same thing, believe it or not, your granddaddy got a son around the corner. I knew about that little nigga too, but it's okay. We wasn't messing up this home. You see how that worked? You gotta
hell no, don't nobody see how that worked. You know how much shit you just said, bro? I don't know where you started. I don't know where you were in the middle. I think I kind of got an idea where you ended.
That's marriage.
People don't do that anymore. They don't, you know, knowing that. Oh, well, I mean, these days they don't even know it. They find out their man has a whole other family. They're not gonna say we stuck together because we wanted to make sure the kids grew up. No, people don't do that. They don't even stay together 30 days. Come on now, for just the real reason you're supposed to be together. They don't do that anymore. They're not going to stay together knowing that you have a whole other family, or, you know, you done brought a baby home and you like, what the hell? Like, no. Knowing that you have a half brother around the corner, your grandma could know that. Your mama wasn't going for it. And these people these days are not even, that's not, they got whole families.
The children don't need to know. They don't need to know. Their minds is children. Let them stay children. They got plenty of time to deal with adult shit. They're children. Let them be children for as long as possible. They will deal with the world and have to be adult because the world is going to make them grow the fuck up. Trust and believe me, I'm a living witness. Because I ain't have nobody taking care of me after 18. No help. And I ain't have help after 13. I had to work. So let's get that straight. So the world is going to make their asses grow up. Let them be kids as long as they can. Don't have them watching their baby sisters and baby brothers and shit like that. Don't have them growing up. That's not their responsibility. You opened your ass up to a nigga to come in you. That's your badass kids. That's their brother by biology, but that's your responsibility, not that child's. Don't put that shit on that baby. But we don't.
Yeah, it's birth control. It's birth control, because if you do that, when you do that, you don't. I mean, maybe that's why I don't have kids. I don't know. Maybe that's why women like me that were in that position, because it's a lot of us that had to watch our little brothers and sisters. They didn't want to have kids. Not that they didn't want to, but they probably, some of them may have not ended up having children. For the ones who haven't that experienced that could be a big old factor.
Yes,
because it's literally like, I'm gonna deal with this, and then I'm gonna intentionally make this decision to deal with this by myself.
Yep.
And I'm already dealing with this by myself because my mama at work, my daddy at work. I'm doing this by myself. So I want to now make a conscious decision to lay down and reproduce this exact experience on purpose. That might be why some of these older women don't have any children, because they was watching their little sisters and brothers, and that shit is birth control.
Yep.
Yeah, but okay, so all right, so we're gonna get to the whole "why aren't you married" part again. We're gonna bring this shit back full circle. What the fuck would that?
Because the men are proposing.
And I thought now. Is it okay, Jen?
Oh, sorry, chocolate chip cookie. Yes, chocolate chip cookie. Go ahead.
What does that have to do with the potential suitor that you want to marry you and be your husband? Because you're already a wife. Like you're coming ready-made, out the box wife. WIFE. Boom, you already that. So the husband, you know, what does that, all of that stuff have to do with him?
Truth.
I was talking to you, man.
He's on mute.
No, I thought he was talking to you.
I was talking to Jen. Genesis.
What stuff?
I am. Yeah.
I thought you was asking, just asking, waiting on a response from everybody.
Oh, legit. Like, what is that? Okay, you're already a wife, ready-made, out of the box, boom, because you want to be married. So you're already a wife. You got all the wifely qualities and all of that stuff.
That shit
don't
mean anything.
You got all the practice because you got a dog and everything. You take care of your dog. So that's just like having a man. Ain't no difference. But now you're ready for a husband because you want to be married. Now, all of that stuff that you just said, as far as to, taking care of your little sisters and brothers and stuff, that was your birth control, all of that stuff. What does that have to do with that man?
In regards to what?
Period.
Being his wife?
Period. What's that got to do?
Well, whatever that experience was for that young woman is going to play into her personality and who she is. So whoever that might be part of what draws him to her, why he fell in love with her, because she already has this nurturing ability, because she's been literally watching her little sisters and brothers since she was 10, so it's just built into her. Some women don't have that. They hold a baby like it's like holding a rat in a bag, like they caught a bug. So some, look at Krishan and look at how she don't even know what to do with her baby.
Exactly.
So some women don't have that, and some women have it built in. Like, look at someone in this sector's oldest child. She's taking care of their younger siblings, and look how she already has a certain nurturingness about her. That might be what drew the man to her to begin with. And Mary even says, I see the mother in you, I see the nurture in you, where it draws him to her. and that might be an attractive quality. That's what it might have to, and then it could be something that propels the guy away from her. Like, you're too mothering. Some of those women are too overbearing because they've been taking care of people their whole life. Now it's like she's a woman who, while you're talking to her, telling her something important, she's wiping the crumb out your mouth. Like, let me get that, and she licks her finger to do the old thumb thing. You're gonna be like, what the fuck? That it could be overbearing. It could be too much. So it would have to do with him. It could affect your whole relationship with him because of how she has been raised. She could be rude to kids. Y'all go out and she be like, "What? Get the fuck out my grass!" And you like, "Whoa!" When you start being rude to kids, and she be like, "I've been having kids around me my whole life since I was 3 or 5 years old. Fuck these kids." She could be that person, so it could affect you because you could be like, "Damn, she's a wicked witch of the West," or she could be super mothering, But I don't know how it would affect her, how to affect him. It probably would affect him. It could be something that he's attracted to, or something that he's not attracted to, or it could work in their relationship. So that's what I think.
I got one question for both of you guys. What is a wife? This is going to be very, very.
I don't know. Auntie said that.
You don't know? You ain't just saying.
I said I don't know. Auntie said
no, I'm
the
asking
women
you.
were already wives. So
no, not what Auntie said. No, Genesis, no, not what Auntie said. I'm asking the woman on the panel.
Oh,
what is a wife?
You said both of us, but go ahead.
Yeah, I'm going with the woman first on the panel that said they want to be married. What is a wife?
I guess to say on one level, spiritually, I guess to go in that direction, it would be that Proverbs 31 woman, right? Or that virtuous person, that virtuous woman. But I guess in the worldly, she's supposed to be the balance in your home. She's supposed to be provide the feminine side to your.
All right, let me do this better. Let me do it better.
Wait, you told me to answer and I can't answer.
No, because that's what I'm saying. Let me do it better.
Go ahead.
Let me do it better. All right. What you want to be married? So that means you're a wife right now. What would you offer me if I was available as a husband?
I can't do that.
What would
can
you
I offer
Auntie? What would you offer Auntie?
Bro, after the question I asked her and the way that she just answered George, I gotta take a fucking drink, man. This is why.
What did I say? What happened? I didn't
why
say
most
nothing.
of you, this is why most of you chicks, either your potential husband or your husband already, he has a personal, special relationship with Jack Daniels, Johnny Walker.
Oh my God, you are
and Crown fucking Royal. Real shit.
He about to get zooted.
Zooted, right? It would change to stay in the seven.
Bro, I just said like straight up, what the fuck does that have to do with your potential husband?
He's saying no, you didn't.
How it affect? I'm like, yo, hey, nigga, I'm ghost. I'm fucking so goddamn ghost. Like, and I believe most dudes are like, are you fucking like, what the fuck? This shit just said to me. Like, hold out, gone. Conix, you know what I'm saying?
That is why. So I answered your question.
Old girl just be like, she'd be like, but you don't understand. It's like,
who said? What are you talking about?
I'm already gone. I'm already fucking gone. You know, like they already gone, dog. Like for real.
Let me click over here. What are you talking about?
You ain't get the draw shit. It's like, don't you worry about it. Keep them. I'm out. Keep it. Ooh, whoa, what
are you talking about over here, Anthony?
Shit, what am I talking about? I don't know. I just said like all of that stuff. Holy shit, that's literally like points E, F, G, and H just to get from A to C. Like all of that, the way your ass nurture, you're an oldest child, right? And you had to nurture your younger brothers and sisters. And now everybody grown and probably been grown for the last damn 30, 40 fucking years.
They're not.
Right?
They're not. But you know that.
Huh? No, I'm just saying your brothers and your sisters ain't been grown for like, let's say, what, 25, 30 years?
Oh, my sisters are grown, yeah. So what is that? What are you saying?
What the fuck would that have to do with a goddamn man that's even interested or concerned with possibly marrying you within the next 12 months?
what would me being a nurturer to my siblings and taking care of my siblings have to do with him?
Yeah.
Yes.
Oh. Well, this is where we tell the lie, right? Okay, so I guess nothing.
That's not a lie. That's actually the truth. It has absolutely.
But what I said when I said what I said is because it makes sense to me. You said that, so I'm going to give you the anti version. It means nothing because that would be the conversation I would have with someone sitting across from me, and if they tell me that, then that means you don't understand. That means you're not listening to me. You're not trying to communicate with me, and therefore now this whole experience is over. So that would be the weigh it against the relationship. Is this worth being with you? Because I already told you what it means to me. You asked me what my understanding was. It plays into the part of how I'm treating you. And if you ask people and you say, hey, you must have to, you could almost tell sometimes. I can even tell in interacting with some people, like, are you the oldest? You must got to be in charge of all your kids because you act like that. You act like that as an adult right now. Or you could tell the people now, are you the youngest? Because you really act spoiled. You act like everybody got to help you. And you can almost feel it. So if that's not, you don't accept that answer, then I gave you the anti version, which was the lie that I'm going to play cards. I mean, I'm working late. I'm not playing cards.
Yeah, but I learned from that mistake and I wouldn't do it again.
So the answer is it means nothing because what I said doesn't mean anything anyway.
No,
but
it's
I'm
not
telling
that
you from my anecdotal experience as well that it played a part in the relationship I had with someone. I was like, what the fuck's wrong with you? They're like, what the fuck's wrong with you? But when we figured out where we were and what their life, what happened in there, oh yeah, that's why you don't be bothered with this kind of shit. You have had this your whole life.
No, that's not the case. What I'm trying to state is, okay, so what you're bringing, what is tough, right? And this is what a lot of people don't understand. And this actually goes into the question of like, not you in particular, but maybe, I don't know, not a therapist, so I'm not really qualified to give any type of medical advice. So I'm not doing that. Disclaimer. Boom, I'm put it up in a second. But like, why aren't a lot of folks married? Because what she spoke on was what we call childhood trauma, maybe even PTSD. Okay. And she talked about how that would right when I said what does that have to do with her potential suitor or significant other, she talked about how that would affect them. So it's really about how someone's childhood PTSD affects somebody that's actually trying to or is concerned with getting married to another person, when in actuality, if your concern is to get married, I would say get yourself healed, or at least be on the way to be healed from your childhood or past trauma and PTSD before you affect somebody else with it. And in a lot of cases, that's why a lot of people aren't married. I will drop the mic. Yeah, I got it.
Period. Okay. PTSD. Right.
That's what it sounds like. Because I heard what Truth said earlier.
So you're saying that was post. It's not their avoided attachment style. It's not their birth order. It's not their placement and none of that. It's literally post traumatic stress disorder.
Absolutely. Because that's not healthy. If you had to take on a parental role as a child or as an adolescent, for children you didn't even have, they weren't even yours. Those are your parents' kids, which happens with a lot of people. And you said it yourself. That's likely one of the reasons. That was almost like birth control for you. That's one of the reasons why you didn't become a mother. Those were your words, not mine. That's something that obviously affected you from your childhood, led into your adulthood and everything else. So instead of saying you need a husband, sounds like first you probably need a therapist and you need some healing.
But I also, okay, like, you might be right on all that. You might be right in all that for all those people that are in this same position. So all those young people that were, what is that generation of, what is my mother? Boomers? My mother would be a boomer. So all those people that had to be put in that position, that were latchkey kids, that were having to pick up their little brother and little sisters, all those women would need therapy. All those women probably experience the same thing. Is also what I said. Is also what I said, because that might be why a good percentage of these women at a certain age are not married or with children, because of that. And it's not traumatic in the sense that they're they're it's not even a trauma so much to say. It's just it's a part of their life. It's part of their experience. That's really what happened to that generation, or to a lot of those people in that generation. Not saying that it's for me, because I probably do need it. I probably at some point do need therapy, or more therapy. But still, the women or the men that are in that category, they've all experienced that one part. If they have little sisters and little brothers, everybody's mom at that time was working. All of my friends were all in the same boat. We're in the similar boat. Now, everybody didn't take it to the point where they didn't have children. Some of them have kids. So it's not to say that's the reason why they don't. I'm just saying it could possibly be one of the reasons why that a certain percentage of those women don't have kids, because they were literally bombarded with someone else's children at a young age. Because I have a friend that has 2 sets of twins, so it didn't hinder her. It didn't play the same effect in her. But I also have a friend that don't have children either. 2 of us don't have kids, and 1 of us does. So we all had to watch our little brothers and sisters. So those women who don't have kids, that might be a reason why as well.
It might be a reason. You know why? It could be one of many reasons. It could be a reason that led to other reasons. It's just if the goal is to be a wife, or the goal is to be a husband, or be in a marriage and all of that other stuff, I think it's extremely unfair to expect somebody who really should just have to be your husband. That's it. And just be a man for you, to also be your therapist. Because even if you do get a licensed psychologist, it would be a conflict of interest for him to have to counsel you, and you're his wife.
What the fuck?
Doing that.
How do women become a wife? Then Auntie, tell us. He said Auntie is saying that the women are TMKC. That are saying he's saying that the women that's already in you. That's you're drawn to that person because they already are a wife, or they already possess the characteristics.
I never said it's already in you, because a lot of women know it's not.
You said you wasn't a wife to begin with. So to begin with means it was already there.
Now what I'm saying is, more often than not, a man that has a decent head on his shoulders understands what he wants, what he doesn't want. He's going to have those husbandly qualities already, and he's going to look for a woman that has those wifely qualities already. He's not going to marry a woman and then expect her to become a wife. He's going to find a woman that really doesn't have to change much of anything once he marries her. But I think there are a lot of women and men that, but I can see it more from a man's perspective, because I am one, that expect somebody to marry them before they actually become a wife, and then it never happens, and then they niggas ain't shit.
So why you didn't marry the girl? Why you didn't marry the girl that was playing wifey with you? Why you didn't want? Why y'all? I'm not saying y'all men, because that sounds crazy, but why doesn't the man, or why didn't you? Because you probably had one where she made sure you ate, all those things that you're talking that you say a wife would do. Make sure you ate. She make sure you were looking nice. She maybe helped you around the house, or you guys live together, whatever. Why didn't you stay with that person who already was, who you deemed to be a wife, or was playing wifey? And because usually, I'm not saying, I won't say usually, but in some cases, we hear that that's a problem for a man. I had to let her go because she's over here playing wifey, and I'm not ready for that. So if she's already playing wifey, why don't you want her to end up wanting a wife later? You should want the one who actually applied for the job.
I would say that I actually did make a woman a wife, or I'm sorry, I asked a woman to be my wife. She was ready to do that. And before I was ready to be a husband. That's part of being young, immature, and making mistakes. That was a mistake that I made. It was a mistake that I would never make again. No?
But y'all say y'all supposed to get married young anyway, so how does that make sense, Auntie? What you just said doesn't make sense. I was young and dumb, but I'm supposed to get married while I'm young and dumb.
Other motherfuckers on this panel said I never said
you older. Didn't Big J say you age out? So then if you're gonna age out, but then you're gonna get married when you're young and dumb to be young and dumb to make the mistake of being married, to want to be married later when you got some sense.
That's
so
the
it sounds
shit
like you shouldn't be married when you're young.
Say that up here. I didn't say that. And when May was up here earlier, she said that you can marry young, and then it's nice to be able to grow together. But then there's still the burden of growth. You still actually have to grow. You can't just be who you are forever consistently. There's got to be some kind of growth and evolution. I was actually speaking to how people say that being older when you're getting married is a disadvantage. I don't think so. I think it can serve as an advantage, because you don't have to spend
Yeah, I thought it would be an advantage.
15 fucking years realizing what the hell you want, what you don't want, what you will, what you won't tolerate, being able to spot a red flag, understanding what problems you can solve, what problems you can't solve, what problems just need to be simplified, when you need to listen, when you need to shut the fuck up, when you need to say something back, when you need to speak softly, when you need to tell the truth, when you just need to not say shit. Like all of those things like that comes with age, experience, and wisdom. I wouldn't say to everybody just wait until you're older to do it, but I would say if you are older and you haven't done it yet, I think if you're doing it the right way, it would put you at an advantage, not necessarily a disadvantage, and at least choosing the right person. Doesn't mean that you're just guaranteed to find that right person. Absolutely not. Like, there are no guarantees in life. There are none. But I think
so. Are we at the point now that we should just present what you are? I guess when you get older, you present who you are, right? There's no more representative. Is the representative gone now at this point at 40? What they say, 35, 40? When does the representative leave? Because you're the Mr. Perfect or the Mrs. Wifey. She was so great when we first got together. You even said, I said, why you didn't give her the riz that you got when when y'all first got together? You said she wasn't annoying when I first got with her. So when did that wear off? What happened? Like, how does that even? I don't know. Y'all, I don't know. This relationship is so crazy. Relationship stuff is so crazy. But it has to, at some point, the riz goes away.
And that's why I say it's chemistry. It's not geometry. It's not algebra. Like the chemicals just gotta fit, and sometimes you gotta have the right combination of everything. There is no magic formula to that shit. Like, you kind of gotta make that shit work. You gotta kind of make it work. But to just expect somebody else to just either, number one, take you how you are, or to just adjust to you the way that you want them to, that's unrealistic. All you can really focus on is the shit that you can focus on. So even when you're talking about, like, nobody can change their zodiac sign. I can't change that shit.
You can't change your birth order. You can't change your attachment style.
Childhood trauma, PTSD from past relationships, all of that other shit is really up to them to go through the process of healing from that shit. And I would recommend that people do that either while they're with at the worst while they're with somebody, or try to do it before you get with somebody else, because if not, you're just going to dump your trauma onto somebody else. And that's a lot of the times, that's why a lot of people aren't married. This goes for men and women that want to be, and they don't understand why. The world's just not giving them what it is that they want. And the main reason why is because they're not putting in the work to go ahead and get what they want, or even be available for what they want to come to them. Like, you actually got to be available.
Mm-hmm. And do you think
lottery, you got to play the lottery, but you also gonna have to be able to afford a fucking lotto ticket. You
think you can really actually heal from all your traumas? Because you're gonna gain new traumas as you keep living. So, I mean, so you can get over, your dad didn't come to your baseball game, but now you got, you're not getting support from your coworkers, and it still bothers you the same way. Like, you're gonna heal from your traumas. Someone said that, like, a totally healed person is someone you need to watch out for, because if you're not, you're gonna always have something that's gonna take your, that's gonna give you some sort of, I don't want to keep saying trauma, but you're gonna have something that replaces that. You get over whatever happened as a child, but you're gonna have something that happened as a teenager. You get over what happened as a teenager, but now as you get older, something else happens. and your best friend is especially as you climb in age. Now people are passing away. So like, what was that? Somebody on the panel was like, yeah, all his people are gone. Like all his friends are gone, and he's not really happy in life anymore. So you don't went from one trauma to another trauma. Like, so you're not getting over anything. It's just you're probably moving through it and then replacing it or replenishing it with whatever is happening now in your life. So that's crazy to say, like, get healed and get over all your traumas, because it's not gonna. Which one? The one I got now, or the one that happened when I was 15, or the one that happened when I was 8, or the one that happened last week?
I did also say, like, or you can at least be in the process of trying to heal from it, and hopefully, if you're fortunate, you find a companion that's willing to go on that journey with you. But you at least got to be on your way to it. I mean, step number 1 in the scientific method is to identify the problem. And I think a lot of people have an issue with identifying problems within themselves. They can easily point out problems in other people, but identifying the ones in themselves is extremely tough, which is one of the reasons why I believe that a lot of people want to be married, but hey, they can't be because they never believe that they're the fucking problem or that they have any problems or anything.
Or
So
you can't trust the person when you tell them your problem, and then they do what? Y'all fight with it. You weaponize it. We got to stop acting like that doesn't happen. Like, some reasons why people, because it still comes back to trust and the loyalty and transparency. If I can't be honest with you in that moment, when you identify, you say, hey, you know what, Genesis, this is what's going on with you in this moment. And I say, oh, Auntie, this is your problem. If in that moment you can't digest it, dissect it, and like, let's work through it, or at least acknowledge it, or if I turn around and weaponize it against you, it's not working. You know what I'm saying? So at the end of the day, you can tell me all day, I can identify my problem, I could get therapy for it, but if you weaponize it against me, or in that moment I can't take it in and digest it, which usually happens when we're telling you your problems, because the men don't want to listen to us sometimes. But I mean, I'm not saying, because I'm not a man, so I just know my experience. Y'all don't be listening when we tell y'all problems from my end. So at the same time, you don't digest it, you don't take it in, you don't say, okay, let me work on that. But you want me to do the same thing, that's fine, I'm gonna work on mine. But at the same time, if you turn around and throw it in my face and see, that's why you da-da-da-da-da. It's not going to, come on now. We know what we working with. We see this shit happen all the time. So if you don't weaponize it, or you can't take it and digest it, then what's the point? Even the therapist is not going to work for you, because the person can't say they have a problem with something. Even after you say you have a problem with something, then what? Then what, Auntie? You going to stop going to playing cards, or stop lying, or are you gonna stop, doing whatever it was? She gonna stop talking to Keisha, or what? I'm identifying it. Then what? You gonna still do what you're gonna do, and I'm gonna still what I'm gonna do, or she gonna stop doing what she doing, and you gonna still keep doing what you're doing? Because at some point, that creates a problem. We've seen this play out, y'all. We watched enough Lifetime shows to know how this shit goes. Come on. Yes, thanks.
Yes and no. Look, I mean, if somebody's gonna like weaponize shit against you, I think we gotta accept that that's not the person for you. Even though you like that person, even though you want them not to do that shit, if they're actually going to do that shit for you, I don't know why it's so tough for people to just admit that, that's not the person for you. People are gonna, either somebody that's like with you on this ride, they're gonna try to be a help to you, not a hindrance. They're not gonna try to use things against you. Just like Truth said earlier, like my weaknesses should be your strengths, and vice versa. It shouldn't be, like you shouldn't be like magnifying my weaknesses and pointing them out and trying to put me down because of it. I think, like I said, people expect a fish to climb a tree, and that's not the case. So if you got somebody that's working against you, why are some people just determined to still either make that person come around or change or some shit like that? Like that's a problem too. And with every minute that you spend, either with the wrong person or in a bad situation, pretty much just with the wrong person, that's an extra minute that you're spending, like, with no room for the right person.
But see, I think it's not that in totality.
Fairy tale shit where you're the damsel in distress, and the perfect dude is just gonna come and rescue you from the evil prince. That shit ain't gonna happen. If your ass ends up with the evil prince that weaponizes your trauma against you, ain't no dude about to come rescue you from that nigga. You stuck with him.
It's not that.
Or you stuck with him until you either leave that son of a bitch or you do something right. But yeah, if you spend your time trying to fix the wrong person, the right person can't come along. They're in the way. That's why I said, as soon as you make a choice, there's a difference between choices and options. And as soon as you make a choice, your options are off the table. There are no more options.
It's not. I mean, I get you, but it's not all that. But yeah.
I'm just saying. I mean, I think a lot of people, hey, they don't want to be alone. They choose the wrong person, and then these niggas ain't shit. It's like, there are plenty of people that might be out there that are right for you, even if you're straight. But because you with the wrong person or the wrong person for you, there is no room for the right person. There is no room. They're not about to come and share the clock and share the floor with the wrong person. That's it, man. They're gonna leave you be. So that's that fairy tale shit that you expect the wrong person to just change and just become the right person, or you expect the right person to come along and rescue you. No, it's not gonna. It's
okay,
not
so then
happen.
why even tell somebody? Why if okay, say we got together. Why if the ultimate if your ultimate I'm trying to put my shoes on, y'all. If the ultimate end result is gonna be like I chose the wrong person, then why even care or even have a complaint or even say anything about any of it? You shouldn't be telling me. I shouldn't be telling you if the end result is that if at some point you realize I chose the wrong person. From that point on, you're still with them. Anything they do or anything that I do shouldn't be a issue or a concern. It shouldn't be anything. Because you have realized you chose wrong. I got the wrong man. So I can't be mad that he left the toilet seat up. I got the wrong fucking guy. I can't be mad that she's over there talking to Keisha. I got the wrong woman. But then you choose to still stay with them and then bitch and complain and moan and fuss and gripe about the things that you don't like about or can't deal with that person. And then we end up in these relationships that don't work. And then of course the person bring it back home. They don't want to get married because they don't want to have the rest of their life like this. But at the moment you realize that and you didn't leave, what are you complaining about now? What are you saying? You should have shit to say about me going over to Keisha's house, because at that point you realize I chose the wrong woman because she doesn't care about my opinions or my feelings about how she deals with this no good ass friend. She doesn't care because she still keeps going over there, right? She just says, fuck how I feel about it. So at that point, you realize I've chose wrong, because this is going to be a fight forever. As long as this person is in her life, as long as you go play cards, it's going to be a problem. I chose the wrong guy. I shouldn't have got with him. I should have got with somebody else. At that point on, I can never complain about you lying to me because I chose wrong. The moment you realize that 2 years, 3 years into it, we still stay and we still hope to get married to a person, and then they don't want to be married because they don't want this experience for the rest of their life. You chose the wrong person. Then we should have ended it. We should have got out of there. But we don't do that.
I wouldn't even go. Okay, so I would actually go further than the whole "you chose wrong" thing, because that still actually throws accountability onto the other person and kind of shifts it off of yourself. So I always say you control the things that are actually in your control. So fuck the whole "you chose wrong." God damn it, you are wrong. Like, you're wrong. You're the wrong person. You chose the wrong person because you are the wrong fucking person. Even if that just means you're just a shitty judge of character right now. That's why you chose the wrong person. That's about not shifting the accountability onto somebody else and taking accountability for the things that are actually in your control. So sometimes you got to look in the mirror and say, you know what? Yeah, that guy's an asshole. He's a piece of shit. He's a liar. But I'm a shitty judge of character. So even it's not just that I can't trust him. I really can't trust myself because I make bad decisions. So I need to work on that before I choose anybody else.
You guys, you're talking, but you guys, the absolutes are crazy. Like, you don't make bad decisions. You made a bad decision because that's what we are. Y'all talk to women and y'all talk to people long enough to know that is how that's translated.
Well, usually one bad decision leads to more bad decisions, or it stems from other bad decisions.
So now you're just a bad decision maker.
Rarely is a bad decision an isolated, like an isolated occurrence. Usually a bad decision is either going to lead to more bad decisions, or it's a product of a bad decision making process or lack thereof.
And T, with the vocabulary, you know a way to a woman's heart, don't you? And T, what are you doing?
Like I said, a lot of people think that okay, I made a bad decision.
Just ignore what I said. See, you didn't even take it, and you just ignore what I said. See how y'all men do?
I heard what you said, but it's like
So
okay,
you supposed to
usually
take it as a compliment.
Well, and I appreciate the compliment. Thank you.
What do you say with some compliments? This is why we can't talk to y'all, because we tell you something and y'all just be like, "What the fuck?" and you just kept talking. Imagine this in a relationship.
That's why we lie.
You say, "Go for it." No. Auntie, you are crazy. This is so fun.
It's easy to say, look, okay, I made a bad decision and now I got to deal with this bullshit and this is the problem. When in actuality, it's really just a symptom of other problems or another problem. You know, and we can keep addressing the symptoms, but why just address the symptoms when we know damn well we need to fix the problem? So to go to the whole, if you want to be married, why are you not? No, but yeah, if you want to be married, why aren't you married? It's like first you gotta do. That's why I would tell anybody just focus on the things that you can control. You know, from a man's perspective, be a husband, be all of those things. You know, be knowledgeable, be understanding, be patient, be all of the things that make a good husband. You know. Be responsible, be honest,
be resourceful.
Yeah, be resourceful, all of those things. Be handy, be a problem solver, like all of those things. But I would say similar shit to a woman that wants to be married. You got to be a wife ahead of time. Like,
yeah, because I do miss cooking for somebody.
Woman come along and make a man into a good husband. Like he's got to have those qualities, or at least a large percentage of them qualities already. And hopefully, she can magnify those or help him to get the best out of them. But the same rules apply for a woman. Ain't no man going, just because a dude put a ring on your finger, you ain't just an instant wife. Like it doesn't fucking work like that.
Instant wife. That's crazy.
No,
yeah, I miss all those things that you do in a relationship to prepare or to establish that, because I know what I've been called in the past and been told how my characteristics are and my habits and my practices are, So for every guy that said, "Oh, you playing wifey, Genesis," I already know those things work. Those things are very much, what I've learned that I thought would be characteristics of a wife. So I do, I can say I do know. Just add water, right? The instant wife, instant husband, instant boyfriend, instant do right, all that. Just add water. You got a relationship. Boom.
Okay, it's like this. Like I'm gonna use a sports analogy, right? You don't just get drafted by a team in the NBA and now all of a sudden you're an NBA player.
Oh, you said that before. You said that. You was like, now you're a
You're
champion.
gonna have
So
to be pretty fucking good. You're gonna have to be pretty good, and all of that shit. Like, you're gonna have to play some ball and be good, but before a team is going to draft you and pay you $100 million to play fucking basketball. Like that's kind of what it is. You know, you don't get drafted by a team and now you're a ball player. You're a ball player, then you get drafted by a team.
Auntie, how are you about to end your show soon?
Yeah, I'm gonna have to. I've been on like way too long, but I appreciate everybody for supporting it. Because we definitely hit all of our goals that we didn't even specify ahead of time. So thank you so much to everybody that donated to the show. L Nixon and Unc B Streaming and Bridget. Of course, LA was up here earlier, and you came, and Big J and Truth and Hood Servative and Fighter and Coffee and everybody else and May. Yeah, appreciate all that.
Well, I think it was awesome. Thank you for letting me play with you today.
I'm
gonna.
You better be absolutely fucking careful, but by the way you talk to me, because all of these potential suitor husbands out here are going to take that shit extremely personally. So be careful. You know, they're gonna start running up on me and blaming me. Wow, how she talk to me like that? Hey, it ain't nothing personal. It ain't nothing personal. I just host the show. That's it.
You're just a guy with a show. But yeah, thank you for letting me come up and hang out with you. You know, I think highly of you. I always love hearing you speak and your articulations. I'm a sucker for sounding like you got some damn sense.
I'm not gonna bullshit though. I want everybody after these 8 hours and change. I don't want to bullshit like I haven't made a bunch of mistakes and like I probably won't make more.
Okay.
I probably will. A lot more. I'm human. You know?
Saying that, Auntie, I'm trying to leave because I have to go walk my doggy, and we're both sitting here in our coats, and it's hot. It's 26 degrees outside. But yeah, thank you for letting me come up. It was fun. Had fun. Any potential suitors out there? Hey, you guys come find me.
You know what the fuck is it?
It's about 70 degrees in my house. Bridget agree with me. So hey, Bridget agree with me. He can't help being a chocolate chip cookie. Period.
Oh shit! I'm looking at. I hope my computer is wrong about how cold it is outside. What the fuck?
It's like what is it? 26 degrees. It's cold as hell here.
26 degrees where the fuck I am. Hell no. If it is, I'm moving. Like real shit. I'm fucking moving.
If it ever got that.
If it ever gets 20 degrees where the fuck I am, I'm gonna pray because the end of the world is coming.
World is coming, right? It is 33 degrees right now in this part of Michigan, ladies and gentlemen. Yeah, it's not gonna go above 55 this week at all. Oh wait, 57. So it's gonna be a little bit warm one day.
It was cooler in my house than it was outside.
Yeah, y'all gotta turn y'all air off now. Turn y'all purifiers on and turn the heat on. But
Now
Auntie, this was great. I had fun. I'll talk to you later. You know, we'll do another show another time. I'll pop up again. Hey, Sugar, you in the chat. So we're getting ready to go outside and walk the dog.
I think I'm gonna break down or review that show because now I got to do some relationship, marriage-minded fucking content because that seems to bring some viewership. So we're gonna start checking out a little bit. But I think I want to break down and review that show with Kendra G and Paul Pierce. That looked like some crazy ass content. So
Paul Pierce, the Boston Celtics, Paul Pierce.
Yeah.
What and I didn't hear you. What'd you say?
Yeah, that right there. So yeah, they were they were saying some
I
weird.
don't like him. I didn't like him as a basketball player. I didn't like him when he played Detroit. I didn't like him. So I want to see this. I'm gonna break it down with you because I don't care. I didn't like him. Maybe he's a good person now, but he wasn't when he came to Detroit. He was a horrible person. He was so mean and rude. And then he had poor sportsmanship. But yeah, let's watch it. All right, y'all. Have a good time. See y'all. Last final words, y'all.
Good night. I appreciate you. Thank you so much. So yeah, that one was fun. Again, shout out to everybody that supported. Appreciate that. Shout out to Got Green Radio in the building. You know what I'm saying? TMKC, Bridget M. I know Fearless was in here. You know what I'm saying? Earlier, everybody that came through. Stanley Cross, man, good to see you over here, big dog. You know what I'm saying? And good show that you be doing too. Who else? I see Gabe A also came up. I didn't give him the shout out, but I should have. Bro, I be forgetting shit. I got to start writing it down using that teleprompter. And shout out to everybody else that came up. Conservative, Big J, May, LA Project, Genesis, of course, Truth. You know, who else did I forget? Oh, Creative Solutions, the first person that came up. And everybody that participated in the chat, man. Definitely a pleasure. We enjoyed that, Mr. Center of the World. I see you too. You know what I'm saying? Salute. And everybody that's supported as well. L. Nixon, you know, something to think about. Fighter, Coffee, you know, Unk be streaming. You know what I'm saying? Everybody. I got to get up out of here, get me some damn sleep. The plantation calls first thing in the morning. You know, so gotta go ahead and do that. On that note, man, I'm about to get up out of here, man. Y'all have a good night.